Bala Hilule, der Nossi der Schwer. Ist rausgefahren von Russland, wo demut ist hier gewesen in der Nähe von Baal Korchach. Wie hat gesagt, kam Piomi, hat demut gesagt, Liebe von dem Gwul, als wie bald, als da a Gwul Gashmi, a Hefse Gashmi, sollen verdrufen nicht Spol werden und mit weiter stehen, wie Kishor, wie gewesen früher. Und wie sie da bei Arichus in die Dvorimsche Biksav in die Briefe, was geschrieben, und noch mehr in Dvorimsche Balpe, was damals gesagt Balpe. Bis wann nicht auf sehr viel, als nicht geblieben, mehr nicht wie in Unionen Ruchnim, nur Kiyadu von Sipurim, von kamen Menschen wie in Unionen, was haben sich auch getan. Auch durch dem Reben dem Nossi bei Jesi Mehever Ligvul Mikan, auf Alpi, wo das hat gedauert sein, welche jede, die Stadlos von ihnen, was gefühlt sich dort in Al-Assad, in Mokim Gashi. Was demut ist gewähnt, den ich schon mit Lubesche zu Mokbeles in Aguv Gashmi, was viele bei Zadik ist das Echit Aguv, was Defis Mokim Gashmi, und von deswegen ist Bescheid der Ried vor Toge passen. Aber der Gwur soll nicht mafsig sein und soll weiter stehen bei Kishur. Und nicht nur der Kishur soll gehen von ihm zu den Jiden, mit welchen seine Gewinn seine Edere Riebe geformt im Gwur. Nur der Kishur soll können nur gehen von sie zu ihm. Auch was sie seine nicht bedarfte Schwei. Und was sie ist Mokin Bepeil, am Mafsik und Marchik Vechulu, und hat das gepeilt, der Fuhn lernt noch, als all der wie bei jenen Balkorche von Arisform von Russland, hat das dann noch nicht gestärkt zu dem Kescher. Und wie Koomor nicht nur von Enzli, Leila, Jelchu bedrochen, nur reicht in der zweite Richtung, weil von die, was gewollt haben, den Kescher. I das gewähnt bei wie früher, wie Adra, wie noch Biesser Seis und Biesser Reis, und da sehe das Seichel bei dem Balkorchach von Loschen Amishni, was noch Balkorchach hat Chai. I das nicht, wie wir können sagen, wie der, was will gucken, mehr nicht, wie bei einem Bossar, und Bossar hat nicht nur Bossar Gashmi, nur ein Bossar Chumri. Als geworden, als wir schon mal Hessig, Vechulu, nur dass Emed und Meshamish, Makam, Mashom, Af-Ata. Was Elis hat demut nicht gekonnt, Uftor, der Balkorche von dem Areshit und von dem Mokim Gashmi, in der zweiten Mokim Gashmi, als konnte ich nicht Uftor, nur der Balkorche, in der Mine von der Hefsig beschaß allein und Todepasst, und als in dem Dien, als Hefsig von der Gwul soll nicht mafsig sein, auf zu tun mit den Jiden, soll welche hat Mechander gewöhnen, welche hat zugestellt und die, was will Mamschig sein, gehen bedroht. Was jede wird gleich die Kasche. Sie sagt, die gewährne Sache, was hat getroffen mit 16 Jahren zurück. Und ist dabei gewesen, und hat getan, kam in Jonim nicht nur wie der Nefesh Abamis hat gewollt. Nur echt kam in Jonim a Pirschwoche Norf, wo sie seine verbunden mit der Hefsig. Ist Koomur kam a Piomim, a die alle in Jonim stehen nicht nur Stammentere und ein Pnimisatero. Nur echt beniglete Tero, is a dose der Linie, was die Gemorre sagt, a Janke blei meis, fragt die Gemorre dieselbe Kasche, wie die Chonto Chontayo, wie Sovdo Savdayo. Als a befehlische Posik in Chumisch, als sie gewähnt Chonto Chontayo, wie Sovdo Savdayo. Und noch der Kasche hat die Gemorre mit Charoten sagt anders, nur die Gemorre verrennt für die Janke blei meis, Chocha viele Chonto Chontayo, wie Sovdo Savdayo, und das am meisten Emes war, man sie steht in Tere. Mit was ist das die Gemorre Masbir, als ma Zari Bachayim, af Hu Bachayim. Als eben nur Zari Bachayim, ist unter demot a Fibel, als Chonto Chantaye, Vesovde Savdaye. Und das am meisten, was sie gewähnt beim Ziel. Und wie gerät früher, als getan in Jonen, was auf Pischul Chenoroch, ist auch demot is af Hu Bachayim. Ich das verstanden durch die Geres Akkedisch von dem alten Reben, was hat das geschrieben, Begesche von Istalkus, von der Mendeler Dokke. Was wie auch gedruckt in der Heilige Geres Akkedisch von Tanje. Was dort sagt und ist Magdin was auf dem Loschen von Shovak Chaim, Vechom Chai, is Masbir Chaye Hatzadik, is das nicht Chaim Psorim, nur das Ave, Vegire, Ve'emunno, bringt auf der Ruf die Psuki. Bemel ist Yanki Vavinu Lemeis. Eiser de Kasche Chonto Chantai, Vesauda Savdai, das hat ihn getan mit dem Gashmis von Sangu. Was bei anderen Menschen, a viele bei Ihnen, die das werden, wie die Beschaß da bei Eva Masse, die das ist der Dikerinyan. Nur wo denn, dass sie bekavon in Hashem Shamayim. Und noch bechol der Doel. Aber was nimmt der Gashmische wieder? Beschaß aber, sie bechaim Chayosi Barmadene, sehr gewinn Chaim Ruchnin. Und mit Steicher gehabt, Ave Gashmis, ihre Gashmis, der Mune Gashmis, wo das sich mit neue Hamitzwe, aber a viele Dämmel, die das gewinn a Toffel und das gewinn der Rike. Bestatt der Rike a Chais bleibt bei ihm, und man nimmt zu der Chais a Toffel schebe, ist auch der Dämmel mit Toffen, was zu sagen, ja, mehr, dass der Dämmel die Lei mehr. Und auf der Ruf sagt man aber, dass sie verbunden mit Sarah. Von wann ist die Reihe? Als sie kommt aus dem gewähnt der Chayo, wenn gewähnt da in der Welt. In Asami Neifma, der Garuchni gewähnt der Rike und der Gashmi gewähnt der Tofu, ist das kommen Wissen von Zihoter Sarah über Chaim Zenit. Und der Fund nennt noch der Achreis, was liegt auf jeden. Als soll sein Sarah über Chaim nicht erschlafendige, wo das der Achas Mishishin. Allachas kamen, wenn sie da mehr von Shishim, dass sie nicht nur Aline, was sie nicht geht zu ihm, nicht nur Aline, was sie nicht geht zu ihm, dass Aline, was sie nicht geht zu dem Mo, was auf ihm passt und auf die Gemorre, als Ubachai. Von was weiß man als Ubachai, bist als Sarah Ubachai. Wo der Funde verstandig, wie bald sich besser nicht gewöhnt, auf jeder einen ist, dass sich gegeben nicht eingeteilt nach Heilig, als Leber hat, als Leber Chsidik. Kommt uns auf dem Chef mal sehr viel Minuten als Atov. Sie gehen im Atov, nur Beschaß sich auch gegeben mit dem, hat sich auch gegeben im Ganzen. Ist unter dem und nehmen, hängt dort der Hubachai.
Welcome to the 24 hours of learning, verbringing, and engaging ourselves to the greatest extent possible in the experience of Hiskashrus. We are here at the Oyel, only a few steps from the Holy Tzion, and over the course of the next 24 hours, we will have Fabrengens, we will learn Maimorim, and we will try to fulfill together many of the heroes in the Rebbe's letter of Rosh Chodesh Shvat Tafshin Yud Aleph. We just heard a sikha where the Rebbe emphasizes and teaches and elaborates on the point of mokim einay mafsik. At a kinus hashluchim in the late Tafshin Mems, 1980s, as the kinus was coming to a close, the shluchim composed a letter of achlatas, and of course a request for the Rebbe's bracha. The response from the Rebbe was an elaboration on the idea of Azkar al-Atziyin. The Rebbe spoke about the concept of Azkar al-Atziyin. The Rebbe wrote about it and explained with a fascinating mashal, an analogy that the Rebbe used from a computer. The Rebbe said that we see, the Eibishter gave us a mashal from technology. We see that within a nanosecond, rega kememra, of submitting information into the computer, we already have a response. That's with a daimon. I apologize, I don't have the Sheinei HaKadosh, the exact words of the Rebbe, but the Rebbe said, Alachas kama v'kama, if by a daimon it's a rega kememra, then for sure, when you're talking about the communication coming to the Eyal, it is that much more so. We have today a combination of the speed of technology, the ability to connect through this experience of the video, directly to the farbrengens, the shiurim, and all of the things that will be happening right here at the Oyel. And hopefully, this will enhance the experience that all of us have on the day of the Hilula, on Gimmel Tammuz, when we seek to connect to the Rebbe. We cannot visit in person, many of us, but we can connect through the technology even more than Rega Kememra, to be a part of the experience of visiting at the Oyel virtually. What we will be experiencing over the next 24 hours is really a direct fulfillment of many of the things that the Rebbe writes in that letter of Reish Chodesh Shvat. Yachzaru chelik nehamaimer diyeh ma'istalkus. We will, of course, be learning the Maimer. Yikra kol echad pidye nefesh. We'll farbring about what it means to write upon, how to write upon. B'meshach hamesles la'asis hisvadus. We will farbring. And l'kvei ashah b'meshach hamesles levar l'vnei veisei sheyichyu eidis kedushas meir Vechom yadmor va'avidosei asher ovad ba kol yemei chayav. In the course of the day, to set aside time during which to tell one's family about the Rebbe and about the spiritual tasks at which he toiled throughout all the days of his life. And then, of course, the final Heirah in the letter, B'meshach HaMesles, Levaker, to visit shuls and schools, Batei Medrash, Batei Knesiyos, the Chazer Torah of the Rebbe, Leva'er Eides Ahavas Kol Yisrael Shaloi. This goes together with the Heirah, the Meshach HaMesles, Levaker, B'imkein Kinusi HaNoyar HaCharedi, to visit not just the shuls and the yeshivas, but the Knesiyos and Batei Medrash, to teach the Chassidus, Mitirase Shel Baal HaIlula, but also making a point of visiting and speaking directly to young children. The Rebbe wanted that we should visit children and explain to them the warm love, explain to them the warm love that the Rebbe had and has for them. Explain what the Rebbe expected of them. They should be told of the hope and the trust that he placed in them, and that they would ultimately fulfill their task of strengthening Torah and mitzvahs and afatzas ha-Torah v'hayadus with all the energy, warmth, and vitality that characterize youth. This is the culmination of the Heroes, the last Heroah, and the Rebbe gives it a special emphasis, elaborating in detail, obviously sharing with us in such clear aesius what it is that we need to convey when we want to share the Rebbe with people, especially the youth. The Rebbe notes the expectations that the Rebbe has for the youth, the hope and the trust that he placed in them. You may be familiar with the Sikha of Vav Tishrei Tavshin Lamed Hey, the famous Siyum of Masechta Sukkah, the story of Miriam Bas Bilga. And one of the fascinating points, revolutionary points that the Rebbe makes in regards to that Gemara and the story, which conventionally it is looked at in a negative light, that Miriam Bas Bilga did such a terrible thing, coming into the Beis HaMikdash and banging on the Mizbeach with her sandals, screaming, "Lukus, Lukus." But the Rebbe says, no. The very fact that she is held accountable in this story, not emphasizing what she did beforehand, how she married out and how she became part of the enemy and she joined their invasion. But the whole punishment came for one specific act. Emphasizes that there's expectations here that the Eibishter has from everybody, regardless of their state, of what it may seem to be their external state. These are the words that the Rebbe tells us here. It's an empowering message that the Rebbe gives us. Leva'ir lahem es asher tov mehem. The Rebbe mont. The Rebbe has expectations, demands. V'hatikva v'habitachin asher botach behem, which comes together with anesinas koyach, the very fact that we know that not only the Rebbe expects this and demands it, but he has the trust in the youth, in all of us. As the Rebbe mentioned many times, that youth is not something which is on the passport. This is an incredibly empowering message that the Rebbe gives us as we read this letter, with the fulfillment of what the Rebbe asks of us here, to carry this message out to others. There's a beautiful story that is shared about a chassid by the name of David Deitch, who was in Yechidus, and the Rebbe was discussing with him particular issues in Askanas HaKlal, communal affairs, and there was something that the Rebbe wanted that he should do, that Reb David should do. And the Rebbe asked and said, would you be able to do this? And he responded, Avada, ich bin der Rebbe's Soldat, I'm the Rebbe's soldier. In other words, what kind of question? Of course, if the Rebbe asks, I'm here. And the Rebbe shed some tears at that moment, taken by the fact that the chassid was so übergegeben. In other words, there is a hope that the Rebbe places in Chassidim. And when we fulfill that hope, that expectation, we are giving the Rebbe something. We are giving the Rebbe that which he asks of us, the fulfillment of his expectations in us. We will hear more about Hashvi'i Seder of the Rebbe to the Chassidim, especially to the youth. And of course, we will also be learning very much in depth, in different languages. Miteirase shel Baal HaHilula. We know the famous Hayom Yom, where the Rebbe tells us that his kashrus, ha'amitis, is through limit Teirase. I would like to read a letter, the letter from the Frierdiker Rebbe, the source of these Asias, a letter that the Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe, wrote, Rish Chedesh Sivan Tafshin Beis. It was written to a man named Reb Elia Par. I believe he was from Eretz Yisrael. He lived in Kfar Chabad, if I'm not mistaken. The Frierdiker Rebbe begins the letter, Shalom Uvracha. First paragraph is in reference to what this individual wrote to the Rebbe in regards to his personal requests and brachas for his family. And then the Rebbe writes as follows: Ha'iskashrus o amitius hi belimud ha'maimorim v'ha'kontreisim. True hiskashrus comes through the study of the Maimorim, the Kontreisim, the Chassidus. B'hisvadus anash sheyichyu. Hiskashrus comes through Chassidim bringing with each other. That is how we become closer to the Rebbe. And the third thing will be his Erirus ha'ahava, through awakening the love, learning the Rebbe's Torah, bringing with Chassidim, and then his Erirus ha'ahava, awakening the love. It is on this last item that the Rebbe expounds greatly and says as follows: Minig hachsidim amakusharim b'chol deir v'deir. It is a custom of those Chassidim who are makusher to the Rebbe in every generation. Shehayu kevim lahem zman miyuchad. They would set a particular time. Mehem sha'al yayin, oy pa'am l'shavua, l'shtei shavuos l'chedesh. Some would do this once a day, once a week. Others once every 2 weeks, or others once a month. To do what? Lehiseirer berikshei ava lemeiram v'rabba. To arouse within themselves the feelings of love to the Rebbe. Poshut lib haben dem Rebbe, be'ava morgeshes belev. To simply love the Rebbe in a heartfelt, literal love. As one has basic love for their wife and children. This, the Rebbe says, this practice of arousing the love that we have for the Rebbe is all Neisif ala zikarin b'chol birchas hamozin b'harachamon v'yivarech es meirenu. This was all in addition to the very important phrase in benching that Chassidim had, harachamon v'yivarech ha'ibishter should bench the Rebbe, which is also, of course, an expression of love. Ubehis rikshei ava hayu mitzayrim la'atzmam. Eisam hazmanim shahayu biyechidis. Eisha shamu dach. Oyehayu be'eis hisvadus. It was at those times that they would imagine in their minds, bring forth in their minds, recall those times that they were in Yechidus, when they heard a Maimer, or when they were at a Farbrengen. Sheba Eifin Hanhage Kazu Hayu Tamid Mekushalim. It was with this experience, this practice of reawakening the love that lies in the heart of the Chassidim, this is how they remained always connected. The ha'ela al kulanu hi aveda bepeil kol echel lefi achote hein ba'atzmei v'hein in zulase. Most important is the aveda bepeil, how this is expressed in actual behavior, each one according to their capacity, aveda for himself and aveda for the zulas. This, of course, sets a tone for what it is that we are doing on the day of the Yom Hilula, the fulfillment of the Rebbe's Heirois, recognition, taking the time, as the Rebbe writes, of understanding and speaking about the Rebbe's love for all of us. Interestingly, the Rebbe writes, B'meshech HaMesles, which means over the course of the 24 hours, these are the heroes that we should do and we should fulfill. Here, my friends, we're taking that quite literally, that the entire mesles, the entire 24-hour period, you will all have the opportunities presented to experience the vast array of connections that we can arouse within ourselves through learning, through farbrengen, through listening, through singing, and through writing our pan that settled to the Rebbe to be brought to the oil. May it be all the hatzlocha Rabba u'lenachas ruach of the Rebbe.
Rabbi Herschel Fagelstock served as principal of the Lubavitch Yeshiva in Montreal for over 40 years. In the late 1940s, he was present at a Farbrengen in 770.
Damals der Rebbe said an interesting story. He said he went into the Friedricher Rebbe, und he told the Friedricher Rebbe, ich will euch erzählen am Moifes von euch. I want to tell you a Moifes from you. So the Friedricher Rebbe answered him, tell me, so I will know too. So the Rebbe told him that a young man went in of Yechidus. The young man felt healthy completely, there's nothing wrong in him. Yeah? And the Rebbe showered him with brachas of gesund. Mom is brachas and brachas of gesund. A short time, something came out with this person, and he went through a very serious operations, treatments. And mamish mezekte nisim, he came out healthy. So the previous Rebbe said to the Rebbe, believe me, when he was here, I didn't know about it. So the Rebbe said to the previous Rebbe, if so, it's even a greater moifes. Means to say that even Min HaShamayim heißt derech v'schchine mit der Beres mitoch geroinoi. Es redt sich bei itself, wenn man sagt. So the previous Rebbe said to him, of this you have no permission to talk. Was in Montreal und Motzi Shabbos, we were notified from New York that the Rebbe was hystalic. So we took the train, and Sunday morning we came to 770. Anash, all Anash, Mamish lost their head. Everybody was lost. You could have gone where you wanted, the house was open. It was, wie man sagt, the Tahari was done in the big room next to the Yechidus room. They brought in the Oran, covered with the Friedricher Rebbe's kapote, to the Yechidus room. The Rebbe was broken, unbelievable. But I couldn't forget, the Rebbe was there in Kriya, and after the Kriya, the Rebbe took his fist and measured if the Kriya has a tefach. When you take up your halacha, it's like this, you have to tear a tefach, or not more than a tefach. But I was amazed how a human could be in such, wie man sagt, self-control in such a time so it shouldn't be negea to is a tefach and not more than a tefach and measure it with the hand. I was amazed how this could be. We took out the Oren from 770, we all tear Kriya ourselves. And afterwards, sometimes I went into the Rebbe, and to our Rebbe, and asked him if what din the Kriya has. So the Rebbe told me that the Kriya of a Nossi had a din that you're not allowed to sew it back. As I was involved in the yeshiva, yeah, so I had to come back, right? Whenever I came for Yontif, next day was school, so I had to be back. So I don't remember if the question was Chalamoid or the Isrechak. I went into the Rebbe and asked him if it's proper to go to the oil and Chalamoid or the Isrechak. So the Rebbe said to me, if it's be you like going to Abei Sachayim, on those days you don't go to Abei Sachayim. But if you hold, as the Rebbe just moved a few blocks away, but it's the same thing as the Rebbe in 770, then you can go.
Okay, we're back with Rabbi Friedman. The segment we're going to be talking about the union of Deir Hashvi'i and about the Rebbe. Even after Gimmel Tammuz, the Deir Hashvi'i continues. So Rabbi Friedman, if I can ask you a few questions on that and a little, let's get into a conversation about that. Be very helpful to everyone watching. You mentioned that, mentioned in the other segment that we did earlier, that the difference between the Rebbe and all the other Rabbeim even, Nalchas Kam V'Kama, other tzaddikim. That when you go to the Rebbe, to the Eil, the Rebbe is waiting for you. This is your Rebbe, and this is our generation's Rebbe, and therefore he has the achrayus for us, and therefore he waits for us. You go to a different tzaddik's kever or a different Eil, so it's a Makom Kodesh, and you have to be careful. You have to do, everything that, but he's not waiting for you. So you elaborated on that quite well. I just want to ask you, as we move into this, to the topic of Taka of Deir Hashvi'i, what does that mean that 26 years, or for that matter 1 year, after Gimmel Tammuz, this is still the Deir Hashvi'i, this is still, the Rebbe is still waiting for us. In other words, a lot of people wonder, we had 7 Rebbes, and I'll say out the question with Grabbe Eisius. We had 7 Rebbes, and there were 7 Histalkusen of the Alatevis, Tess Kislev, and so on, and Gimmel Tammuz. We all, of course, know and feel, and we have the Hargoshe, that Gimmel Tammuz did not end an era. It did not end Deir Hashvi'i Chas v'Sholem. The Rebbe is Hu B'Chaim, as the Rebbe said it many times, and this is still the Rebbe's generation, and this is our Rebbe, just like in Tafshin Yud Aleph, and Tafshin Yud, and Tafshin Nun, and Tafshin Samach, Tafshin Pei. But it would be good if we could have a little bit of a conversation about this, bring it down to Esis Hasbara a little bit, if possible. What does that taka mean? Why is it necessarily true that there's only 7 Deiras until Mashiach comes? It's the Rebbe's Deir, and the Rebbe's did not see biz Mashiach kum. What does that mean, and why do what's the yesod for
that? First of all, I'd like to hear what you think. But I think that in the words themselves, you have the answer. Why is this the Deir Hashvi'i until Mashiach comes? Also, if I can add to the question, why, of all the Rabbeim, only the Rebbe referred to the Friedeke Rebbe as Nossi HaDeir? And the Chassidim in the early years complained about it to the Rebbe. They don't want to hear it. You're the Nossi, and the Rebbe ignored it. But why, Taki? So it's possible. Can't say for sure. The Friedeke Rebbe in his last years said la'alta l'tshuva, la'alta l'geula. He started writing a Sefer Torah l'kabel pnei Mashiach. In other words, the Friedeke Rebbe started the project of bringing Mashiach Iker Shechina Lamata.
Friedeke Rebbe?
Friedeke Rebbe, right? La'alta l'geula.
La'alta l'geula, yeah.
The Rebbe saw himself as simply carrying out the Friedeke Rebbe's project. A Nossi is not just an individual. A Nossi is an inyan. What was the Alter Rebbe's inyan? whatever it was, it ended, and a new Nasi came with a new Inyan. This was Chachma, this was Bina. Mittler Rebbe did what a Mittler Rebbe does, and then it was the next Chaber Chassidus with Nigla, whatever it was. Yeah? The Rebbe Rashab said, Communism, nicht mein Inyan. This is your thing. Said to the Frierdiker Rebbe.
Yeah.
So each of the Rabbeim, it seems, completed an Inyan. The next Nasi, the next Rebbe, started a new Inyan. Only by the Frierdiker Rebbe, it seems, and the Sefer Torah is the strongest symbol of that. He started a Sefer Torah and didn't finish it. So the Rebbe's Edelkeit on Bittul, this is nothing new. I'm just doing what... So the Inyan hasn't changed. The Inyan is to bring Mashiach. It's not a new Inyan. So a Deir, which is also a good question, what's meant a Deir? This is the Deir. The Rebbe said this to my grandfather, that he was the Deir, and I'm saying it to my grandchildren, that they are the Deir. So this is like a 500-year Deir? Yes. Like the Deir Hashmad. Deir Hashmad was 500 years. So why is it called a Deir? Because it was the same Inyan. It was the Deir Hashmad. It was the tikkun for the Avodah Zarah that happened in the Beis HaMikdash for 500 years. So, since the Inyan is to bring Mashiach, the Deir Hashvi'i is supposed to bring Mashiach, then how can you have another Nasi before Mashiach? So until Mashiach comes, you can't, it's not the next project. If it's not the next project, not a new Nasi, not a new Deir. So the Aveda, the shlichus of the neshamas from my grandfather to my grandchildren, it's all ein inyan. And it's the Rebbe's inyan. Now, the Rebbe says that the Frierdiker Rebbe started the project. How can I claim it to be mine? But we see such a huge difference. Like the difference between the Deir Hashvi'i and Deir Hashishi. Whoever the Deir Hashishi was by Moshe Rabbeinu, he could build a Mishkan. It wasn't shaykh. The seventh is so different from the first six, even from the sixth. So we see the huge this difference. So by us, it's not the Frierdiker Rebbe. It's only the Rebbe.
The truth isn't different. The Maime Bosulagani, that's the whole word. The Rebbe says it's a huge difference. The Rebbe says it's a huge difference. It's not that tool, like you said, it's not whatever, that we don't want it, we didn't ask for it, but it is the pale dust of the Metzias. That Deir Hashvi'i is not Deir Hashishi. Like you're saying, there's a huge difference. It's not only we see it. See, the Rebbe put it that way, that there's a difference between Deir Hashvi'i and Chaviv and whatever that means. I don't know, but Azay the Metzias. And so there's a big difference between Deir Hashish and Deir Hashvi'i. mean, you can say the Sheshes Me'achel and then Shabbos. There's obviously a huge difference over there. Which, and the Rebbe spoke about this union of Deir Hashvi'i. That's a inyan chaviv and chavivin, which seems to me that it's a psazam in l'maylu tam type of chavivus. What, in other words, the Rebbe said, did the Rebbe ever explain why Deir Hashvi'i is chaviv more than Deir Hashishi and Deir Hachamishi? Was there ever explanations about that? Other than the fact that we're the ones that bring the Shechina Lamata, but it sounds like the Shvi and the Chavivin is Tzadatul, not because of what they did, and not because of what they're going to do, because that was their reason they're going to bring the Shechina Lamata is because they are Chaviv. It's not that they're Chaviv because they bring the Shechina Lamata. So what is this Chavivis? What does the Deir Hashvi'i? What is the uniqueness of it?
So let's take use Shabbos and Chil as the model. The 6 days have something in common, right? They're all pretty much the same. And the Hashvi'i is completely different. The Sheshes Yemei Achil is an Avodah, and Shabbos is an Avodah. The Avodah of the Alter Rebbe through all the generations to the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Avodah was to be mevader the world. Like in the 6 days of the week, you do the melachos, you get involved with the world to elevate the world. So let's say the Alter Rebbe gemacht Chassidim into Pnimin. Nishchapen Malachim, no Makifim, no Mofsim, Pnimin. Awesome people. The Chassidim, the Alter Rebbe's Chassidim, awesome, frighteningly huge human beings. Let's say about one of the Alter Rebbe's Chassidim, there is a Chacham be'etzem kaya chachmosai. I have no idea what that means. Huh? Zalman Zezmer? What is a Chacham be'etzem kaya chachmosai? The Nefesh has Seichel. The Nefesh contains a lot of Seichel. We try to tap into it and squeeze out a little bit into our conscious mind. Chacham be'etzem kaya chachmosei means he knew everything his nefesh knew. That is scary. Anyway, whatever. The titles that these Chassidim had, it's awesome. Hillel Paricher, Zalman Zezmer, even Shmuel Munkis. It's awesome people. So what was that? Elevating the Nivra. Then you had in the later generations Chassidim Bali Mesiris Nefesh. Again, awesome. Scary human beings. They scared the communists out of out of their position. Those were the 6 days of creation. So what do they all have in common? Aliyas Hanivra, Aliyas Ha'ilamus, elevating the created being to an incredible, refined state. That's what you do in the 6 days of the week. It comes Shabbos. Those things that were impressive during the week, you're not allowed to do on Shabbos. That's a change. It's a radical change. So the hour before Shabbos, if you're baking a kugel, you're doing the biggest mitzvah in the world. The sun sets, Baking a kugel was now the biggest Aveda in the world. So the difference is really infinite. But what is the Aveda of Shabbos? If it's not elevating the Nivra, it's being Mamshech the Beire. Shabbos Hayom Lashem. Now the focus is not what the Nivra, what the human being can be. Now the focus is, what does the Eibishter want? If I'm not mistaken, I heard this also from the Rosh Hashiva in Montreal, from Rabbi Isaac. He told me that when the Alter Rebbe learned a Mishnah, he would begin by saying, Zog the Mishnah. Right? It's a Jewish custom. Our teacher in Bedford would get so upset if we missed out those words. Start reading the Mishnah. He said, what? You just start reading a Mishnah. You have to say Zog the Mishnah. And then when you say the Gemara, you have to say Freg the Gemara. And then when you read the Rashi, you have to say Taich the Rashi. He wouldn't let you get away with it. So Rabbi Isaac told us, Alter Rebbe would say Zog the Mishnah, Freg the Gemara, Taich the Rashi. Then he would look up the subject in Shulchan Aruch on what's the halacha in this on this. He would open the Shulchan Aruch. What would he say? He would say, "Und jetzt was will Ratzon Elohim?" Okay, that was all nice. A pilpul, a meise, mit a taich, mit a kashe, mit a... Okay, now, was will der Eibishter? That's Shabbos. So what happens on Shabbos? If you want to eat fish, and there's bones in the fish, you're not allowed to take out the bones and leave the meat. You have to take the meat and leave the bones on Shabbos. In other words, the emphasis during the week is sur mirah, get rid of what's bad in you. The emphasis on Shabbos is take what is good, the bad, you leave it alone and it will fall apart. This is the Deit Hashvi'i. The Deit Hashvi'i is Hasei Tov. What's going to be with the Ra? It'll fall away. It's a big chiddush. And you see it very clearly when people would come in previous generations and ask a shayla, machshavas zoros, what should I do with machshavas zoros? There would be a whole avodah. You have to learn a maimer, you have to do this, you have to do that, and you have to... And if you actually did an avodah, boy, you have to fast and you have to come to the Rebbe with the same question. The Rebbe is Shabbosdik, right? It's Deit Hashvi'i. And you come to the Rebbe and you say, there are bones in the fish. What should I do with the bones? And the Rebbe says, what bones? Was for bones? Lass up the bones. Es gesundheit. Take the meat. Take the good part. What about the bones? It's not your business with the bones. What are you we're talking about bones for? Hesach hadas. It's a very different approach. Like the difference between weekday and Shabbos. So what is the Deit Hashvi'i? The Deit Hashvi'i is jetzt geblieben only the evil of Klippas Neiga. Klippas Neiga, the pshat, if you don't turn on the light, it's not light. It's not the klippa of communism. For the klippa of communism, you had to fight it. You have to die fighting it. You had to suffer horrible tortures until you killed it. Because it was like the cheshech in Mitzrayim. The cheshech of this generation, it's pushed the absence of light. And that's why the Rebbe gave so much light. Verbringens endless. Publications, endless. Instruction on every detail, endless. The bad part. This is Shabbos. The bad falls away by itself. So the Rebbe says, go on the street, put on tefillin with people. In the street. Shouldn't take him into a shul nearby. No, in the street. Negelwasser maybe? No. If he's wearing shorts or no shirt. If he has tattoos. None of these things are important. In the 6 days, you had to be Sur Meirah first. Then you could do Asay Teiv. But when it's Shabbos, Shabbos is the Eibishter's day. Now the focus is on him. You're not what you should be. This is not interesting on Shabbos. On Shabbos, it's what the Eibishter wants. What does the Eibishter want? So 2 things. First of all, how would we know? Can you ask a Rav a Shaila? The biggest Rav in the world. Come to the biggest Rav in the world and say, is this the day Hashvi'i? How would he know? How would he know? Steht da jetzt in der Mishnah? In this generation, can we do the Asay Teiv first? How would any Rav know? How would anybody know? Only a Rebbe can say such a thing. So 2 things. First of all, the change is a fact. The world became Shabbosdik. It's the day Hashvi'i. And therefore, in reality, things are now possible that were not possible a generation ago. But factually, somebody today wants to sit and daven 6 hours shachris. It's not going to work. You don't have keiches for that. The Rebbe Shabbos Chassidim were given keiches for that. Take the Rebbe Shabbos Chassidim and send them into Little Rock, Arkansas. Not going to work. Today's Chassidim have keiches for that. So there's a change in reality. How would we know this without a Rebbe? And then, if there is a change in reality, how do you handle it? Again, how would you know without a Rebbe?
And so we started with the union of Kol Hashvi'i Chavivin. I said, what's the pshat Chavivin? Is this the Nakuda here because it's a holy day, so it's a holy generation, and it's a holy Rebbe, and alles kommt zusammen als eine Union von Heiligkeit, and it's and Tzadem is that's the Chavivus.
The Chavivus is like the Chavivus of Shabbos.
Yeah.
Shabbos is the Tainug.
Mm-hmm.
That we turn our attention to the Eibishter, even though we're not complete. That's mitzad achvirus. It's a tayirkeit. It's not a gracekeit.
Verstehe. Let me.
What have you been thinking on this subject?
On the subject of Day Hashvi'i after Gimmel Tammuz, leads us into which is really the union. I mean, I think a lot about this union of Hu B'Chaim, because We need a Nasi. Honor Rebbe Kemenish. It's impossible to be to have a real cash with the Eibishter without a Rebbe. And the Rebbe said, emphasized greatly the end, Mamish, in the last few years, that in the Parsha from Hey Tevis, the Rebbe spoke about this union very, very passionately, very strongly. As the Rebbe, as Huba Chaim, it's not Shaykh HaMetzias, that the union from Chaim. Although we know that the Rebbe was talking about the Friedrich Rebbe, but for us, let's talk about after Gimmel Tammuz that it relates to the Rebbe. It's hard to put it. It's a mysterious thing. We know what it says. We know what the Alter Rebbe says in Tanya about the Yatir Mipchayei and all that. But Huba Chaim is a different word, and the way you ask me how I see it, what do I think about it? If you ask me a few months after Gimmel Tammuz, I would say it. I know it can be different. It's not shaykh to be different. So I believe everything that was stated, and I'm going with it. But if you're sitting today, 25 years later, 26 years later, and you look and you see the Metzias around you, if you're not denying the Metzias around you, you can see the inyan of the Hamchoshe, the Pasha, the inyan b'muchesh, that the Rebbe is alive. You see it mamish pshutei. I would say furthermore, I would say that what was written in the Alter Rebbe's Tanya for 200 years, and it was in a book, and it was never, was there a great emphasis on that Perek Tanya always, but there was in it, but it was wegen them, and maybe there wasn't a need for the emphasis on that in Rebbe, and it went off to the next Rebbe, the next Nasi. But we see that the Rebbe brought this. We see now that this Perek Tanya was taken out of a book and brought down Lamata. It's like Kipshutei Mamish. That you see it b'muchas. The Rebbe, the life of the tzaddik, of the Nasi, of the Rebbe is real, alive b'muchas. You see it in the Talmidim. You see it in this generation. You see it in the yatir, in the growth, and everything that's going on. I mean, I feel the Rebbe, people are living with the Rebbe, Shutei Mamish, just like before, and sometimes even more in a way. So it's not mysterious anymore. It's mysterious. Maybe how does this work? How does this nest happening? How's this miracle happening? But that it's happening is not even is not a shayla anymore. It's not. You don't need a munah for this anymore. You should see it. If you're not blind and you know what you're looking at, you realize, well, what else is this? Aber von deswegen, what is when you look for aces for it, when you're sitting by Fabrenga with Talmidim and Talmides or whoever it may be, they say, aber von deswegen, what does it mean? How do you feel? So forget about that. Forget that scholar now for a minute. What's main punkt Huba Chaim? It's not. I don't know if that's important for me to know how that works. L'mayl and Meilum Solyena, what that means exactly. How a neshama that's not which is a neshama only right now. Akopan ben Muchel. What we see is b'chaim down here in this physical world. What does that mean? What I would like to know is what's the takeaway for me, for you, for everyone, for young bachrim, for young girls that want to live with the Rebbe and need to know this truth, because on them it's hard to have discussions to the Rebbe in this present day if you don't understand and know and realize that the Rebbe is just here in our world, in our life, just like he was in Toshin Mem, Toshin Lamed, Toshin Chof, and Toshin Yud. So that's the words that I think need to be articulated and explained to ourselves and to everyone else and to whoever we can explain this to. What does it mean? How does this manifest itself in a chassid's life? You could say simply, learn the Rebbe Sichos as if he's, nothing should change. But we are Anoshim Kerkenu. It's a difficult, it's a very difficult thing to relate today, like we related 30 years ago. So the simple answer is taka harder. It's harder. Okay, well, therefore what? You're not going to do it. So the question is, if you have anything that you want to add to this,
I think that what you were saying really describes perfectly ma zari b'chayim afhu b'chayim. Either seeing that Chassidim are so devoted and so inspired and so alive is either proof that the Rebbe is still, or that's what it means. If Zare are B'chayim, then he is B'chayim. But it seems like there's another side. Ma Zare B'chayim means the way we react to him. But as we were talking in the other program, the Rebbe's inyan was always Dira B'tachteinen. Hu B'chayim means it hasn't changed. His life is still the same life he had before. That's why you said it doesn't matter what Hu B'chayim means. The Alter Rebbe is not B'chayim. Every neshama, the neshama, chelik elokam mimal, so it's B'chayim. What does it mean, Hu B'chayim?
What's the chiddush of our Rebbe?
Yeah, the chiddush is it's the chayim that he had before, and the chayim he had before was dira b'tachtenim, not Gan Eden.
So let me understand what you're saying. In other words, let me crystallize or sharpen the question a little bit. You touched upon it yourself. The Alter Rebbe wrote the Tanya not about Deir Hashvi'i. He wrote that Perek in Geras HaKedesh. He wrote for a Yidva, for a Tzaddik was to give an Afil Nishka Rebbe, not even a Nasi. He wasn't even a Nasi. Tzaddik. Yeah, so it's true with every Tzaddik. Yaakov Avinu lay mess. For was Avraham Avinu, you don't say it. By Yitzchak, you don't, because there's Yishmael, because there's Esau. Okay. But after Yankiv, you could say about every person. But the Rebbe says no. There's a chiddush. There's a difference. It's important to understand the difference if it's b'chal shaykh between when the Alter Rebbe says hu b'chayim. Well, he doesn't. So I don't think he uses that language. He uses the language of yatir b'chayei, that he continues to live. That hu b'chayim, and we'll use that language because that's what he means. But the Alter Rebbe said it about Reb Mendel Haradoka. And it's definitely true about the Alter Rebbe and the Mittler Rebbe and all the Rebbe. But Rebbe Zev was the chiddush. In other words, so what's the difference with our Rebbe? There's a deeper inyan over here.
What is the chiddush when we say that that a neshama is a nitzchi? The neshama bleibt ganz, right? Everything remains. Nothing disappears. No energy disappears. The chiddush is the neshama doesn't become energy. It remains the same personality. If he was a Rachman in his life, he's a Rachman in Gan Eden also. And if he was a tough guy in his life, he's a tough guy. He is still here, not just a generic malach. The same is true with Afahu B'chayim from the children, or Yater B'chayei, because what? Where's the neshama going to go? Doesn't end. But the third expression, Lo Yaziv Tzein Marisei, that is the most powerful of all. You're saying not only is he still alive, like every neshama, not only is he relating to his kids, Mazari B'Chayim, he never left his job. He is the shepherd, and a shepherd doesn't leave his sheep. Which means he is still a shepherd, you are still his sheep, he is still responsible. And what is he responsible? What do you take care of? What do you do for sheep? You give them what they can eat. So in that sense, that the Rebbe is still our shepherd. He didn't become a neshama in Himmel. He is what he was before, not just alive. So hu b'chayim means not that he survived. It's a different thing. He never quit. That's the word. Gan Eden doesn't appeal to him. He's not interested. He's still committed and devoted to the same things he was committed to and devoted to while he was here. And that gives us access. If he's in Himmel, he will Christa. So you can get a bracha from him, of course. You can go to any holy place. I want to tell you one more thing about the Rebbe, which occurred to me only recently. This Sikha from the Frierdiker Rebbe, amazing Sikha. He was at the airport in Riga.
Airport? Port.
Airport.
Airport.
He was leaving Russia, leaving Europe. But he flew from Riga to some other city in Russia, and there he took a train to the boat.
Never knew that. Okay.
So at the airport, he wanted to talk to the Chassidim, make a public, so he said to Mordechai Chayfetz, tell them that 9 hours ago, at 2:30 in the morning, my father came to me. The Tate Gevem Bamir. And he chazed what the Rebbe Rashab said. That it's going to be good and it's going to be. But around that time, before he left Riga, he was speaking to the Talmidim. And he was talking about being a soldier. You're soldiers. A soldier is a soldier even when he's sleeping. But then he said, a real soldier, they send to the front. Unfortunately, we can euch noch nicht schicken auf den Front. Yes. You're not ready to be sent to the front lines.
Frierdiker Rebbe told this to who? The Rebbe Rashab told this to?
No. The Frierdiker Rebbe said it to the Talmidim.
What?
Before he left Riga.
Right.
We can euch noch nicht schicken auf den Front. In that famous Sikha, where the Rebbe said, I'm giving it over to you, however we understood it when it first happened, it's terrible, what did the Rebbe say? The Rebbe said, I did everything I could do. The one thing I can do that is left, I can give it over to you. That is such an awesome statement. The Rebbe is saying, I didn't bring Mashiach. And I'm very upset about that. Hevel v'lorik, yeah? But what I did accomplish, I have who to give it over to. Not like the Frierdiker Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe said, we can euch noch nicht schicken auf den Front. The Rebbe said, was ich ken noch tun, give it over to you. It is such an amazing statement. And like you were saying, take a look. Was he right? We can this übergeben? We are ready to go to the front lines? Obviously. Obviously, yes. What does that mean? According to Chassidus, Esav was ready to bring Mashiach. And Yankov said, go for it. Bring zich dein Mashiach. I'm not. I'll go a little slower.
Yeah.
Esav could bring Mashiach. How? By the force of his personality. He had a very strong passion, and he was a very strong character. Okay, he said action. He could bring Mashiach. One person can change the world, no question. If you have enough passion and you have enough power, you can bring Mashiach. You can change the world. You see it in the Le'umazeh. Who changed the world in the 20th century? Ein Meshugene in Germany, with very much passion, stirred up the whole country and the whole world. And the other one in Russia, push it, bulldozer, and whatever he wanted, he got, and that's how he changed the world.
Lighting the world.
Yeah.
Lighting on your face.
Yeah, yeah. So you can do that. You can bring Mashiach on the power of your personality, of your passion, and your determination. Esav said, I can bring Mashiach like that. Yankov said, it's not my Mashiach. My Mashiach will take some time. People marvel. I heard Dershowitz was saying about the Rebbe. What gave him power? What was he, the head of a state? What, did he have an army? He controlled the media. He had a huge bank account. What gave him the power to change the world? The biggest compliment to the Rebbe is he didn't use his passion. It's a chagas. And he didn't use his force. He could have pushed things. He didn't push. This is the emes. This is the truth. This is the reality that we're living in from God's perspective. And that won. Because of that, he had who to give it over to. Because the others, Esav's way, Tohu, the Tohu Mashiach, once the leader, the passionate guy is gone, the whole thing falls apart. The minute he shot himself, Nazism was finished. There was nothing. Once Stalin died, okay, it took 30 years. It was over. It was all him. Then you don't have who to give it over to. When the Rebbe said, Ich kann das übergeben euch, it was not a compliment to us, it was a compliment to him. He brought out within everyone what was emes, what is real and undeniable. No gimmicks, no chachmalach, nothing.
So to go to sum it up, on this last point that you made, or the one before this mamish last point, but the third inyan, which is leyazav is say marise. You're saying, if I understand correctly, that that's the chiddush of Hu B'Chaim of our Rebbe.
Yeah.
Says that the Yatim Chayein Ubachaim, as it's by every Neshama, certainly by Tzaddikim, which is the life of Zemunah B'Vira. The same is by Yedin Tzaddik, and that's not the. But they're not says they have it there. Influences in the world for sure. Face in some way, like you say, Mackenzie Betna, you can go to Makam Kodesh, whatever. Although we go to the Rebbe, but the point is, the Inyan from Leyaza didn't in the Siyas, the Nasi, the Nasi, which is the Rei and Neman of our time. That's one Rebbe, and that's the Huba Chaim as it manifests itself in our generation.
I remember Rabbi El was bringing about this. I mean, he was saying nothing changed. The Rebbe, not the Yater B'Chayein.
Yeah.
Something more than that.
Yeah.
So the fact that the Rebbe can give it over to us, that's the answer to the question, how come? Everybody was so convinced that without the Rebbe, it'll all fall apart. Everybody will go back to being a private citizen, and the whole thing will be over. How come it didn't end? No, it grew. Favos? Because emes is emes. The Rebbe said that we can change the world. It's true. The Rebbe said every Jew wants to be a better Jew and will ton mitzvahs. It's true. It's true. No, if it's true, why is it going to change? It can only get stronger.
Yeah.
L'poil, I think that every chassid, anyone who had any inspiration from the Rebbe, even after Gimmel Tammuz, Pashat mitzad yesher, just decency. We owe it to him. How can we not? You have to be a Cossack and have a heart of stone to say, well, he tried his best, he worked hard, but got my own problems now. How can you do that? It's not menschlich. And I think people feel this. And it would be good to express it. I think people feel it. Even people, Bachrim girls who kind of dropped out, they feel like they're doing something wrong. What are they doing wrong? This is not what the Rebbe deserved. They know it. And I think that that's a very valid and a very real and a very true feeling. It's not emotionalism. A person does something for you. How do you turn your back? There's no question the Rebbe gave us a lot more than we give him. Not right. The least you can do. I'm talking about neshama Sachen and skashus, whatever that means to each person. Pashat Menschlichkeit. People who never saw the Rebbe, never. After Gimmel Tammuz, they say, "Oh, I wish I would have known. I wish I would have seen him. I wish I would." What is that? It's Menschlichkeit. A person who did that much, maybe not for you, for your family, for Am Yisrael. How do you see that kind of devotion and not respond? It's achzorius. So the fact that it's 26 years later, all the more reason. So what, are you going to keep him waiting another year? I mean, he doesn't deserve better than this. So to understand what the Rebbe did, and then to pick it up and further it, that's. So let's end with this little story. You know, the Frierdiker Rebbe once asked, the Frierdiker Rebbe was listening to a Farbrengen with the Ältere Chassidim. The Greis Chassidim came and they were Farbrengen, and he heard them Farbrengen. What were they talking about? Was is a Chassid? And he was shocked. He was 6 years old, and he went to his uncle, I think it was the Razah, and he said, I can't believe this. I'm 6 years old, and I know what a chassid is, because my father told me last year. And these chassidim at the Lange Weiße Berg, they don't know what a chassid is. So the Razah said to him, what your father told you is what is a chassidul. They're talking about what is a chassid. He didn't like the answer. Was a kleiner chassid, a größer chassid, should be the same thing. Till finally his father explained it then. And the Rebbe Rashab actually said, a chassid was es übergegeben, beleven nefesh zum Rebbe, das heißt noch nicht iskashus. I forget the exact lashon. I don't even call that iskashus. Iskashus is the taich. You are completely devoted to the things that the Rebbe is devoted to. Which in simple language means to love the Rebbe in Nishken Chochmah. You love him, you're devoted to him, you wish him well, you'll do anything he asks. Yeah, okay, why? Anybody would do that. That's not iskashus. That's ahava. And he's lovable. So what's the finish? If you're devoted, like the Rebbe said, the Rebbe Rashab said, like a tree with its fruits. So a chosidul is devoted to the Rebbe. That's not iskashus. Iskashus is the pshat. What is important to the Rebbe is important to you. So once a group of people wrote into the Rebbe had been screaming about Miyu Yehudi. So they wrote into the Rebbe that they are ready as a group to do whatever the Rebbe asked them to do on this inyan. The Rebbe's answer was, this is my inyan. You'll do whatever I ask you to do. This is my inyan. In your business, you ask me what to do, or you stay up all night and figure it out. Iskashus is the pshat. The Rebbe asked you to put on tefillin with people. So you do it, because the Rebbe asked you. That's not iskashus. That's maybe obedience. Iskashus is the pshat. If you know a Jew who didn't put on tefillin, it keeps you awake at night. Why should only the Rebbe stay up all night? So iskashus is the pshat. You are completely devoted to the things that matter to the Rebbe. Like the Rebbe says about the Dira B'Tachtenim, only the Eibishter wants a Dira B'Tachtenim. And you don't care. Then you're not a Nefesh Elikis. If you're a Chelik, a Lekam Mimal, then you need a Dira B'Tachtenim just as much as the Eibishter. Which leads us to one final conclusion. Dira B'Tachtenim means a marriage. Imagine a man says to a woman, let's build a home. So she goes to Home Depot and loads up a truck of lumber and buys a hammer and nails and comes back. He said, what's it does? She said, you said you want to build a home. So you can get out in the shidduch. They're not talking the same language. He's trying to be edel. What he meant was, let's get married. He didn't mean become a carpenter. So when the Eibishter says, make me a dira b'tachtenim, what are you doing with a hammer and nails? What is this? He wants a dira b'tachtenim, so I have to build him one. What he wants? This is a marriage? Dira b'tachtenim edetayich. If we get married, we'll need a place to live. Otherwise, what's that? Dira b'tachtenim? Social distancing. I need a place of my own without you. It's not a shemaisa. So dira b'tachtenim edetayich, not he wants a dira b'tachtenim, and you're the carpenter who's going to make it for him. And then he'll pay you very nicely. This is terrible. Wo steht das? In Zohar. In Kisra Arizal. No. The Asuli Mikdash. V'shachanti b'seicham. Come on, take a hint. That's what the Rebbe. The Rebbe was an incredible shadchan, like Moshe Rabbeinu. A mamutza hamachaber. He made the dira b'tachtenim into a marriage. Dira doesn't negate what? A wife doesn't want to get married. Only the husband wants to get married.
That's the end of Vata Tetzaveh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like in a good marriage, you don't sit around asking, what should I do? What should I do? You do. How can I get closer to the Rebbe? What kind of question is that? You know what he wants. You know what he devoted his life to. No, so what are you asking? It's like the Chassidim who said, whatever the Rebbe wants us to do about me, Yehudi will do it. Shkoyach. That's a chassidul.
Through Skasha Zaks is a chassid, nishkin a chassidul.
Yeah.
So we touched on some very sadistic topics. Come on. This union of Kuba Chaim, the Rebbe left Inuns, and the Rebbe's, like you brought from you quoted Rabbi Yael before, that's Nish the Tanya, it's the whole different thing.
Yeah.
This is, we'll leave it at that, but a lot to talk about it still, obviously. You're saying that's the infinitely Yazav is say Marisa, that's the Ika Chiddush over here. That's the Leben, that's in them Driptzach is the Leben, okay?
And as a result, how can you not respond? Abe says, "Himmeldik izach." Okay, you're not himmeldik. The Rebbe is saying, your headache still worries me. Your financial problems still worry me. I'm not interested in Gan Eden. I'm interested in dira b'tachtenim. Interesting thing. L'chayra, you can say, doesn't Tanya tell you a completely different story? Tanya says that the tachlis hakavana is that you should be a beinani. Isn't that what it says in Tanya?
Yeah.
L'chayra, no?
The beginning of Tanya, it says that.
And what is the end?
Hey, and further, Avedis Habeinanim is the Still lays Baruch B'Tachtenim, I guess. That's
Yes. Mit amol, the topic changes. Ja beinani, nishkem beinani. Ze kol adam v'tachlis b'riyasei. All of a sudden, it's about the Eibishter. So that's the way the Rebbe saw the Tanya. I feel that the Tanya, you have to learn the Rebbe's way. Since you're the Deir Hashvi'i, you have to learn Tanya like a Deir Hashvi'i. So you could say the beginning of Tanya, that was Deir Harishon. Middle of Tanya was the other Deiras. When it comes to the Deir Hashvi'i of Tanya, in other words, the end of Tanya, Mitamol, was beinani, was hakstachayne, make a dire betachteine, kol Yisrael, kol mishahu mizeh, yesh le lismeach besimchas hashtu, sei nicht kem beinani. Meret nicht wegen dir. You're not the topic anymore. We're not trying to elevate you and fix you and make you higher. Now is the Eibishter's turn.
good. What to think about the Grace in Shekech Ramanis. Main thing is, so also machen dem Dire betachteinem and so zeggen zijn zend dem Rem Goren Gichen, Mashiach Tzidkeinu, V'Korav Mamish.
The main thing is we should do what we're talking about. Yeah.
Good thing, yeah. Good. Yeah, thank you very much. And I know it went long, but it was well worth it. Yashakech.
Sei gebenched.
I remember that there was a Yud-based Tammuz that we went to the oil, and during those periods, the Rebbe used to go with everybody either in the same bus, just sitting in the front, or sometimes maybe with the car. I don't remember exactly, but that he went with the bus many times. Yes, I do know. And we went to the oil for Yud-based Tammuz. That was after the Stalkos, but there was no oil. And the Rebbe was standing there. There were not too many people. That Yud-based Tammuz. It's possible that the reason is that although that this is Yud-based Tammuz, possible that this is already time of country, and many families just went to the country to see. But I do remember that there were not too many people Yud-based Tammuz around the Rebbe, and for some reason, being a young teenager from Brazil, not knowing all the details and all the, I positioned myself right next to the Rebbe. The Rebbe was saying Minor Lashon, I was saying Minor Lashon, just right next to him, And nobody interfered, nobody told me to move away, so I was there, See. And the Rebbe said, Minor Lashon, and I remember that when he finished, he was holding the Minor Lashon, or maybe he closed it, and he looked to the Matzeva. There was a Matzeva, not an oil. And then he whispered in a way that I doubted that there was another human being that could hear that, because it was so low, but I was so close to him that he whispered, "Agutyon to Rebbe," Yeah. And the Rebbe walked back to a few psias, and I remember he broke down. Saying, this left me also a tremendous reaction in my mind to say.
Mutter, da soll Tedel Kuppel mais im Tee. Die geben mir noch mehr Nächte zu schlafen. Ha? Varia. Komm. Adove Beite, ich will den Hemd. Weil wir sagen, die sind Charov weg, die sind zwei Hashem. Kann ich noch. Das von mir sagen, sei Nieden mit der Simche.
Friday afternoon, maybe an hour or two before Shabbos, having done everything that I possibly could do, I called up the ticket office to find out how many hundreds and hundreds of tickets were sold. And the lady says, 87. I was devastated. I have to say that probably the worst Shabbos of my life. I was standing at the window and I was looking out onto the campus, looking at the Fine Arts Center, and I'm thinking to myself, Yisrael, you see that over there? That tomorrow is going to be the scene of Yom HaPolah. The Rebbe sent you out on Shlichus just a couple of months ago. And how does a person in just a few months capable of having such a disaster? And I reminded myself of a story that I had heard about the concept of being able to send a pidyon b'machshava, to send a letter to the Rebbe by mind. And I was thinking to myself, if I was only a chassid, that's what I would do right now. I would send a letter to the Rebbe, you sent me here to make a Kiddush Hashem, and it's going to be, Rebbe, save me. If I was a chassid, that's what I would do. But Sunday morning, I give a look up at the plaza towards the Fine Arts Center, and there are lines of people standing there waiting to buy tickets. It was an unbelievable thing. The concert was beautiful. After the concert, we had a whole procession with a mitzvah tank and a Sefer Torah. My Bubba was there. Right after the concert, she went back to New York because that evening she was going to go into Chiddush together with the rest of the family. My Bubba said to the Rebbe, "Kum itzter von Amers from the concert." So the Rebbe sat back, it's like his expression changed, and he started asking questions. He wanted to know everything about what had happened at the concert. Were there politicians there? Was the press there? Did I make an appeal? Were my parents there? Then the Rebbe said, "Nu, und wie viel Menschen gewesen?" So my Bubba said, "Über 1000." So the Rebbe said, "Was? Über 1000? Und nachten is Yisrael gewesen as ein Morashchere." And yesterday Yisrael was so worried. That's when I realized that when the Rebbe said, "Ich fahr mit euch," I'm going with you, it wasn't meant as some kind of spiritual concept. He means it literally. I am going with you, and I will be there with you. It's true about me, and it's true about every single shliach. In fact, when the Rebbe said, "Ich fahr mit euch," he wasn't talking about one shliach. He wasn't just talking about all shluchim, certainly about all chassidim. all Yidden. This day of Gimmel Tammuz, at one level, is so difficult for every chassid. In truth, I can't believe that there's a Jew in the world who knows that it's Gimmel Tammuz that isn't in some way affected by that. Just knowing that this day is Gimmel Tammuz is something that means something significant for every Yid. But for a chassid, it's the day that we take stock of our connection to the Rebbe. I'm honored that I was asked to be part of this program and to share my thoughts and feelings. I am going to do it just and only that, not from a perspective of vast knowledge or vast experience or having somehow achieved a kind of level of connection to the Rebbe that I think is so important that I need to share it with others. No. I'm here just simply because I was asked to be here and to say what I feel. So I think I'm going to talk to myself and allow everybody to listen. And when the day of Gimmel Tammuz comes, when the weeks leading up to Gimmel Tammuz come, for many I suspect, but certainly for me, probably the real question that I grapple with, hopefully somewhat successfully, but what does the Rebbe mean to me? Yes, everybody knows that the Rebbe is a giant in every way. He was, he is, and he will continue to be until the coming of Mashiach and beyond. We all know that there are chassidim that are mukusharim to the Rebbe, that are tied to the Rebbe, belev and nefesh. But what about me? Is he my Rebbe? He's the Rebbe. But is he my Rebbe? I want to share a story that happened with me when I was a teenager, a young teenager. And the story came full circle just a couple of weeks ago. I was in yeshiva. I grew up, of course, in Pittsburgh, Shlichus. I came to yeshiva before Bar Mitzvah to New York. And I wanted to be a Chassidish Bacher. So, what do you do when you're a 13-year-old and you want to be a Chassidish Bacher? You imitate Chassidish Bacher. They're doing it, you do it. I wish it was easy as that, but hey. There was, however, something that Chassidish Bachrim did that I wanted to do also, because this is what a Chassidish Bacher does, but my parents didn't think that it was for me, at least yet. But I wanted it, and they thought that it was not a good idea. A friend gave me an idea. He said, why don't you write to the Rebbe? The Rebbe will certainly say, yes, you should do it. And then your parents will have no choice, they'll have to agree. So that's exactly what I did. I sat down and I wrote a letter to the Rebbe. The Rebbe answered me. I don't remember, it was the next day, 2 days later, whatever. And the Rebbe wrote back, Im betekef yachlet, if you'll make up your mind with a great degree of determination. And the Rebbe underlined the word betekef, with determination. And then the Rebbe gave me a condition, far from an easy condition. In fact, quite difficult. The Rebbe said, if you'll do such and such, then Ya'asakein v'Hashem matzlicha. Then you go ahead and make that change, and the Eibusher will be matzliach. No, I went running to the telephone, made a collect call home to Pittsburgh. My parents came on the line, and the first words is, the Rebbe said I should do it. Silence on the line. Then my mother said, Yisrael, what exactly did the Rebbe say? And so I read the answer, Im betekef yachlet, Ya'asakein v'Hashem matzlicha. And again, quiet. And then my mother says, Yisrael, zog dem emes, say the truth. Do you really think you can do it? Do you really, are you saying that you're sure that you are going to do it? You know, to fool yourself is no big deal. To fool your friends is also not very difficult. Your teachers, from time to time, it calls to be done. But your mother, especially when your father is on the phone, not so simple. And that basically was the end of the conversation, and for all practical purposes, the plan was deferred. It was deferred, but I still wanted. Months went by, and it was before my birthday, and in those days, it was a bacher before his birthday had the opportunity to go into Yechidus, to the Rebbe. I had a teacher who used to teach me Chassidus then. His name was Rabbi Hashvi'i, the Rabbi Hashvi'i, Rabbi Yankel Hashvi'i. And it was before I was going to go into Yechidus. So I asked Rabbi Hashvi'i if I should write the Rebbe and ask. Tell the Rebbe the story and ask if I should. And he said, yeah, do it. Which is exactly what I did. I sat down and I wrote out my zettel, and this basically was the question that I asked the Rebbe. When I came into Yechidus, the Rebbe read the zettel, and he read it all the way to the bottom of the page, and then, while he was still looking down at the zettel, he said, Ich hab dir schon geantwortet. I already answered you. Wirst du es tanzen nicht? Are you going to do it or not? And I just stood there. I had no... I was like frozen. With tears in my eyes, under the best of circumstances, how do you talk to the Rebbe? And not to answer a question like that, I just... Until finally, with my last koiches, I almost imperceptibly nodded my head yes. And then the Rebbe said to me, he looked up and he said, with a little bit of a smile, Du wirst gedenken, du hast mir zugesagt, if you'll remember that you promised me, wirst du sicher können es folgen. You'll certainly be able to do it. And then I now remember the Rebbe also said to me that I should speak to Rabbi Hashvi'i. And then brachas was, the Rebbe continued. At the moment that the Rebbe said those words, As du wirst gedenken, du hast mir zugesagt, wirst du sicher kennen es folgen, it was like the penny dropped. It was, did I hear that? The Rebbe is making a deal with me? With me, a 14-year-old kid, come, and the Lubavitcher Rebbe is, what you need to know is that between me and you, there is now a compact, an agreement. And there are two parties to this agreement, you and I. Like it was if you'll remember that you promised me, then you will be able to do it. Now, I don't think the Rebbe was giving me some type of l'mayla min hateva ability by virtue of the fact that I was going to remember something, and that this magic thing would give me superhuman capacities to be able to do what I would otherwise not have been able to do. No, I don't think so at all. I mean, it could be, but at a simple level, what the Rebbe was saying is, if you'll remember that you promised me, which means you'll remember that I told you, the Rebbe says, that I care. This means something to me. It's taka true. I have a whole world on my shoulders. But I also have Yisrael Deren. The Bocherel, Yisrael Deren, is also someone that I individually care for, am worried about, and am, let's use the simplest term, I'm rooting for you. Because I care. And if you don't, I'll be disappointed. But if you do, just remember, Hatuves nar gedenken, you'll be able to do it. Just remember, you promised me. It was as if the moment of starting to become a chassid started then. I realized a chassid is not somebody who believes in a Rebbe. For that, all you need is a little bit of seichel. A chassid is somebody who knows that the Rebbe believes in them individually, in you. As du hast mir zugesagt. You will be able to do it. And that's true about every single one of us. The Rebbe is not the Rebbe. The Rebbe is not even our Rebbe. But for every single Id, the Rebbe is my Rebbe. I have a personal connection to him because he is personally engaged and cares and gives me. Now, if we have seichel and we work on that, not in creating the connection, but in developing it and revealing it and living with it, the more we live with it, the more we reveal it, and the more real itaka becomes. But it's there. It's there for every single one of us. That's the first part of the story. I have to tell you that when I left Yechidus, I did not understand what the Rebbe meant about to talk to Rabbi Hashvi'i. I mean, I was going to tell the Rabbi Hashvi'i what I had heard, what the Rebbe had told me, but it was... And I Kamat never thought about it again. And years went by. Many, many years went by. I'm not going to tell you what it is that the Rebbe told me to do. Not because, well, very simply, because those of you who know me will probably then be able to figure out to what extent did I remember my promise. But at whatever it was and is, I can say I did my best. And yet, sometimes the best is not necessarily the real best and not necessarily all that good. And so, before Gimmel Tammuz this year, I was thinking, call it a Cheshbon HaNefesh, call it whatever you want, call it getting ready for this broadcast. And this was Rabbi Hashvi'i, of course you all know, was Nifter just a couple of weeks ago. And at the time, among the things that were told was a story that I had actually heard before, but it's a beautiful story. But all of a sudden, something fell into place. It's a story that I presume most of you have heard. Rabbi Hashvi'i, as a child, he lost his father during the war. His mother, and together with his two brothers, they fled from where they were. I believe it was in Leningrad, to deep into Russia, and they were in some wasteland. I don't know the words, but Gashmis wasteland, certainly Baruchnis wasteland. And this was a widowed mother with 3 little boys. And the 2 older ones, she knew that there was no chinuch whatsoever, and she wasn't in the position of being able to spend time and give them a chinuch that they needed. And so she sent them away by themselves to Samarkand, where she had heard that there was a yeshiva that had started at the time there. And Rabbi Hashvi'i, Rabbi Yankel Hashvi'i, the youngest, was, I don't know how old he was, 6 or 7 years old, and he was at home. But he wanted to go to join his brothers, and she finally realized that, Taka, what's going to be with him? And the traveler happened to be going by. I'm not sure if he had come from Samarkand, was going to Samarkand, and she managed to convince him to take her little Yankele with him to Samarkand. On the other hand, he was just a little boy. And she told him, Ich sag dir zu, ich will kommen. I promise you, I will come. I can't come now, but eventually I will come to Samarkand too. And he went away. And he was there as a little boy. I don't know how much time passed. Perhaps it was a year, perhaps even more, when Mrs. Hashvi'i, his mother, was able to finally leave where she was and to travel to Samarkand. A journey of, I don't know how long it was. When she came to Samarkand, she got off of the train, and her little boy Yankele was there waiting for him at the train station. And she grabbed him and she said, Aber wie hast du gewusst, dass ich komme? What are you doing here? How did you know that I was coming? And he looked at her and he said, Mama, du hast mir zugesagt, du wirst kommen. You promised me that you would come. So every time a train would come from that city or that place, he would go to the station to wait for it. Because he was so sure she was coming. She promised. That was a year, 2 years. But it was an emunah halavai, that would be the emunah that we would have constantly, that Mashiach is coming, that we're going to see the Rebbe Begashmi here again and soon. I heard that story and then reminded myself of what the Rebbe said to me so many years ago. Aber du hast zugesagt. You promised. And if you promised, then it's real. I promised. And in truth, every one of us promised the Rebbe. We promised him. Whether we promised him at Har Sinai, or when we said Nasa v'Nishma, we promised him on Yud Shvat, Tovshin Yud, or Tovshin Yud Aleph, our Neshamas promised. Whether we promised when we went into Temchet Temimim, whether we promised when we allowed Shem Chosed Yechuna, just by virtue of the fact that I'm davening in a Tilas Hashem Siddur, and Mizman Lizman doing what the Rebbe wants me to do, aber du hast zugesagt. And if you just remember that promise, not only is it real and constant, but du wirst gedenken, wirst du sicher können eisfolgen. Remember that promise. Remember it, because it's real. It's real to the extent that it's worth picking yourself up and going to the train station right now to wait. It's a reality. And it's what is true for us now, perhaps even truer in a certain respect than it was before Gimmel Tammuz. Because before Gimmel Tammuz, there was a question that a person could ask, does the Rebbe really know me? The Rebbe walked by and didn't nod, didn't make any sign of recognition whatsoever. That's true. I'm in a crowd, one of 1,000, 10,000, 20,000. Yes. But now there are those Hagbolas that didn't exist before because of the natural Hagbolas of Teva. Certainly they didn't exist there because the Rebbe didn't live by the natural limitations of nature. But today those limitations entirely have gone. And that every one of us can be absolutely sure, mein Rebbe, he's my Rebbe. He's my Rebbe, and I owe him. I owe him for the good. I owe him for the brachas. I owe him for the keches, for the abilities that he gives me to do things, and to do things far beyond what otherwise I probably would have never been able to do. But because he gives us the brachas, I owe. Ich hab zugesagt. Now just remember that, and we can do even more. If anything, I think that's what Gimmel Tammuz has to say. Mein Rebbe, mein Tate, euer Rebbe.
Akwolis dik viele von an Hogas Nossi, Mustam a Godel mi Yisroel, se kon sein a Godel bi Yisroel und Godel bei la Mitosi shel Dover, und bei ihm soll nie sein der Rini von Nisi, dass se kon sein Iden, was hat mit sich in Scheißessen. Bescheid da Retter werden an Nossi bi Yisroel, alle Inyoni was fehlt, kon nicht vertragen, a da soll nicht spielen in kol hanishomische Klubes. Darüber steht der Ringen an Nis, was ja in Dien ist, da der Ringen von Nossi, derselbe Ringen von Amelech, is Amelech is a Schmei Mispashet, al kol hamidino, is kol hoinyonim shebim dino, das gehört zu Melech. Rafal ki was Shem is ach mer nicht, lichayere a Ingen chitzeni bejesu. Is aber Chidis mit Weira, Bishas mit Gita geschreit im Shem HaMelech, is demot al derech wie Hashem shol kol echad, is nifnei lo bechol atzmusi. Wo der Fall setzt mir sich, als do amol behisalfus shel Oda. Als Rachman Litzlan Chalisch geworden mit der starke Chaloshe. Ich steht ins Forum und mir setzt sich echet bemuchor, Bishas mich sogte mal rein sein Nomen. In Neverarei, der Greer, der Shem Hodam noch tiefer, wo bis wann es das können aufhaben von Chavoshe, das ist das Nerd von Netzem an Schomer, was Hecher von Kirchis Gluimsche. Wo der Fuhle sagt, verstandig, als Jechit Banergehe zu Shem Hamelach, was Nikra, al Kol Anshe mit die Notze, weil Kol hat Dworim Shibim Dine Shelei, I das an Netzi und das ist die Weg, was mir nennt dem Etzem Amelech. Der Fuhl versteht mir nicht, der Gebel Achrei ist, was haben wir die Jahre, was sie sein, was sie haben sich gewählt und sie gefühlen sich bedeutet. Warum das nicht ein Proti, ein Dollar Proti, oder von Aish Proti, was gefühlt sich bedeutet, dass sie nicht gehen zu dem Shem Hamelech, was sie korre ja los. Sie will ja, sie will nicht, aber das Woche allein hat sich ein gemacht, dass geboren geworden und gefühlt sich in dem Dorf. Was sagt sich Kebel, nicht nur Adila, sondern gesehen, der Chaim Chayote. Und gelernt Dämmel von dem Tee. A viele nicht nur Adila, sondern die Klau gesehen, der Chaim Chayote, die Klolus, was Dämmel sagte, der Chemede, Shalmaris, Elehen, Shal Tzadikin, sie bringt Arop, Teva, Baeva, hat das in See gefehlt. Gott du kannst doch aufrufen, Lejachar Zman. A viele, die, was haben nicht sicher gewesen zu sein, Bechaio. Oder seien geboren geworden, Lejachar ist Al-Kusei, ist Eid Nord, mit Linde Terosse. Was wie Tere, das wie gerät früher in Jeloschen Hero, als mit keine Herois schlecht, ist orthodox, heißt am Kusher, wie der Baal Ahiluli, das Neweir in seine Brief und Sichis. Und die Skatschluss ist das Milachat Philo, ist das wie mit der Linie von Kescher ist, als mit ihm zusammen zwei besondere Sachen, aber dennoch wird von Hiskatschus Dveikus und bis wann es wird von Dveikus Hisardus, als das wird ein ganzer Mitzis. Vechom urleilas de alkohol zeon kede de zag do de hotton от no gemont az odain de dafke de linien fun cinco de tubligo.
Dr. Yitzhak Bloch is Emeritus Professor of Philosophy at the University of Western Ontario. In the mid-1950s, he spent 2 years studying at 770.
I had a shiur to go and learn Tanya with some students at Brooklyn College. And the rabbi of the Brooklyn College at that, the rabbi of the Hillel at Brooklyn College was pretty friendly to Chabad. And the Rebbe's name was very well known there. Students used to go there. So he arranged, the Hillel rabbi at Brooklyn College arranged that the Jewish students at Hillel, among which were a lot of them were my students in Tanya, arranged for a yechidus with a rabbi. And a bunch of kids went in. It must have been about 30, 35 students came in. One of the students asked the rabbi, says, tell me, Rabbi Schneerson, he says, I know you're the Lubavitcher Rebbe, but you just stay in this office here. But what do you actually do here? What is your job? No, what is your job here? What's your job description? What do you do? So the Rebbe smiled, and he gave him the following story. He says, you see that light switch on the right over there? Yeah, on the wall. That light switch is connected by electrical currents and a wire that goes down to downtown Brooklyn, where there are big generators there that are receiving, and the generators are connected by electrical wires to Niagara Falls. In Niagara Falls, the falls are churning these wheels that are producing electrical currents, right? And this tremendous energy, goes through these wires, but it's toned down or diminished, or what do you call it? There's a word for when you diminish the current when it goes so it doesn't explode, right? So, and this current goes is carried through these wires all the way to downtown Brooklyn, and from Brooklyn, this tremendous energy is toned down, weakened a bit, and sent through other wires to Brooklyn, throughout the entire Brooklyn, and they go into the wires that are connected with this light switch. All this tremendous energy is at your fingertips. All you have to do Just to flick the switch, and all of a sudden, you can see, it's light. Otherwise, the room is dark, you could trip and break your neck. Said, this light switch, it says, God gives the neshama of every Jew a light switch that's connected directly with God. And all this energy of God, which is infinite, is toned down so that it should be able to illuminate you, to be of help to you. But if you don't know where the switch is, all that energy is in the dark. There's no way you have of getting it. My job is to tell every Jew where his switch is.
Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Friedman. It's Gimmel Tammuz today. So naturally, it's a day that Chassidim have a feeling of connection and Zuchtai Anemes Vort. And we decided in Vader Vechom, when we were preparing this broadcast, these series of shiurim and lectures and talks, maybe get down to the real, the Yesodis of the Indian of Iskashrus. You say this of an Indian from the Rebbe, what's the Indian of a Rebbe, what's the Indian of Iskashrus, why one needs a Rebbe, and so on and so forth. To clarify this topic, that a young boy, a young girl, an old boy, an old girl, a young man, a middle-aged young man, and an older man, we should have clarity in this Indian. And once and for all, Taka, to put it out mit Hasberim, to clarify it. What is it based on? What does it mean? And what does it mean for, and the takeaway from us, Bepel Mamish. So I want to thank you, first of all, for agreeing to do this. And my name is Rabbi Yisrael Spalter from Western Florida. I'm doing this together with Rabbi Friedman today. And so let's get started right away. Let's get into it. Rebbe Gimmel Tammuz. Naturally, we're looking for Iskashrus today. What is a Rebbe? Why is there a need for a Rebbe? Rabbi Friedman.
The Alter Rebbe wrote the Tanya. As from what we're told, it's because he needed to answer a fundamental question. The Torah says it is very natural for every Jew to love God, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It's a very fundamental, basic question. So the Rebbe, Alter Rebbe, started Hasidus Chabad and wrote the Tanya in order to explain what happened to that ahava, what happened to that love. So in order to make it a complete answer, you have to explain two things. What is a Jew and what is God? Because the statement is that a Jew naturally loves God. So if it's not working, is either you don't understand what a Jew is, or you don't understand what the Eibishter is, what God is, or maybe both. Loiha v'loiha. So the Rebbe in Tanya explains what is a Jew. That's the first part of Tanya. And that explains what is God, the second part of Tanya. What? The point is that we have to bring the two together. In order to bring the two together, you need a Rebbe. You need a Moshe Rabbeinu. And I think that that's the meaning of Vayaminu B'Hashem u'B'Moshe Avdei. What do you have to believe about Hashem? They saw him. What do they have to believe? You have to believe that he is much closer to you than you think. Because Emunah generally puts the Eibishter up in heaven. Distant. Rom al kol goyim Hashem. That's the nature of Emunah. But to make the Emunah pnimisdik Emunah, what you really have to believe is that the Eibishter is much closer than you think. From the other hand, what does it mean to believe in Moshe Rabbeinu? You think you know Moshe Rabbeinu, you have to believe that you don't begin to know Moshe Rabbeinu. In other words, you don't know how close, how much the Eibishter let himself down, and you don't know how high a Jew is. So what is a mamutza? To bring the two together, you have to have somebody who can show you who you are, because you have no idea how high you are. And you have to show how the Eibishter is, how the Eibishter has led himself into every prat and into every detail of your life.
And how does that happen? Through so he's saying that the Rebbe, the Moshe Rabbeinu, is the one that brings, is megala by a yid, the inyan of Elokus, reveals in what the Eibishter in the world, and he also reveals how high a yid can be. What's the inyan of a Rebbe that does that makes that connection?
I don't know. I don't know what the mystical side of it is. But in terms of teacher and in terms of role model, this is what the Rebbe taught us, and this is what the Rebbe modeled for us. The derech eretz, endless derech eretz for a Jew, the endless respect for what a Jew is, and the immanence, the closeness of the Eibishter with his world, with his creation.
So I always understood that one of the inyanim of a Rebbe is that Anoshim Kerkeinu, people like us who are Sheikh Nebate Chemer, in other words, we are Gashim Dikiyin, very little sensitivity and Ruchnis Dike connection upon him, at least Begoli. The Rebbe is Azai Yid, as by him, the inyan of Elokus is Bemuchish, the Goli Mamish in his life. It's Azayin Neshama, it's Azayin Kindem, it's Azayin his Darge. And when we see a Yid Olamata that has that kind of Elikus, the connection to Elikus, Muchish, so real and so vivid, das macht bei uns, that makes the Eibishter close, that makes the Eibishter real for us. That makes the Eibishter real for us. So obviously, what that means is that we're getting into Inyanim that of the Neshamas. In other words, Neshama of the Rebbe. He says, obviously, the Rebbe is on an infinitely higher target than the rest of the people. And that's why that Neshama, which is on the highest level, when it comes down in a group, comes down over here, and we see this kind of Gilui.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
We see this person, this Rebbe, so the Elikus becomes a reality for us. Mizet vadas main. And you see a Yid that was pushed to the Eibishter b'tachlis. So it makes the Eibishter closer for us. What that means is l'cheira that the emphasis that you mentioned the Tanya, the Alter Rebbe talks about that in Tanya. He says that the union of Moshe Rabbeinu, the union of the tzaddik Yisei Delam, which we call the Rebbe, is neshama. It relates to his dargas on neshama, which is, be'emes we all the neshamas come from one source, but by the Rebbe, the neshama has not, by us, the neshama went through a big yirida, through the Elamis, through Atzilus, Bri, Yitzira, Nasiyah, we were greatly affected by it. But by the Rebbe, it was not affected because das pshat and neshama Atzilus, or even higher. Is that the Nakud? Is that one of the Inyanim over here? In other words, that's and is that also why it's impossible to have a connection to the Eibishter beside on the Rebbe? Because the Alter Rebbe says in Tanya in the second period that like a child, that every part of his body lives because of his own brain, and through his own brain is connected to his father's brain. There's no other way. In other words, you can't go have a connection to the father outside of your own brain. So a little, so that's the Nakud over here. So that's what we need a Rebbe, because without that we can't connect to the Eibishter. And the fact that the Rebbe is the union of Chochmah Atzilus, the Rebbe is Neshama, the Darga of Atzilus, is what makes it possible for us, and he's in a Guf Gash, makes it possible for us to have not an understanding, but to experience Elikus.
That's probably the explanation. How does the Rebbe do what he does? Because he is that neshama, and he has that closeness, and he can model it. So I was thinking more about the practical result, that a person can be frum, can even be chassidish, with all the hidurim, and with all the chumras, and with all the edelkeit, but without the Eibishter. The Eibishter is not his reality. His reality is kedusha, edelkeit, frumkeit, mitzvahs. It's a lifestyle, and it's a good lifestyle, and it's an important lifestyle, and he's very devoted to that lifestyle. But it's without an Eibishter. God is not an essential part of it. It's almost like part of Yiddishkeit is that you believe that there's an Eibishter. So, since I'm a good Jew, and I do what a Jew is supposed to do, so I believe that there's an Eibishter. I actually had this conversation with somebody. I said, do you believe in Hashgacha Pratis? He says, sure. I said, so what happened to you last week was coming from the Eibishter? He says, I don't know. I said, well, try this again. You believe in Hashgacha Pratis? He says, yeah. I said, so what happened to you last week was coming from the Eibishter? He says, how am I supposed to know that? He said, I'd like to believe it, but I don't know. He says, so what do you mean when you say that you believe in Hashgacha Pratis? He says, that's my emunah. That's my emunah. What's the reality? So to bring the Shechina down sounds like a very mystical project. It's not. It's not mystical. Either the Eibishter is real to you, or he's not. Is he causing what's going on in your life, or you just believe he does?
You're saying that reality, that it shouldn't remain an emunah, a makivdik emunah, encompassing emunah, that doesn't penetrate your pnimis, that it's not your reality. That happens only through the Rebbe.
And it doesn't happen mystically. It's not like the Rebbe puts his hands on your head and all of a sudden you believe in the Eibishter.
How does that happen?
The Rebbe explains it. The Rebbe brings it down in Eisius, in words, in simple logic. How could it be otherwise? It becomes real. You know, Shalmartche Rabashkin is a hero in the yeshiva world. He wouldn't walk Daled Amos without his talus cotton, even though they beat him. Where does that come from? Why is it that hardly any yeshiva bacher would be that way? You're in the police station. They've got you. You know they're going to beat you up. They're looking for an excuses to beat you up. They told you to walk to the office. What do you mean you won't go without a talus cotton? That comes from frumkeit. Not really. Comes from emunah. Not really. Mitzad emunah, he would find a heter for everything. Why? I believe that the Eibishter knows what's going on with me, and he understands that this is not b'ritzaini, and that I'm an onus. B'meileh, I can go without a talus cotton. The emunah would give him the heter.
Right.
The reason he wouldn't go is because of what his reality is. What's real? A court, a judge, a policeman. That's real. What they say is real, or what the Eibishter says is real. So if the Eibishter says you don't walk Daled Amos, so what? This is a bal machlokes on the Eibishter.
So let me verstehen. Me understand. You're saying you're being mamchish over here. You're describing a person who the Eibishter is the reality in the Alakuz B'Pshitis, as we call it in the Siddish lingo, and probably what are you saying that where did Azai Yid get such a pshitis, such a that the Eibishter is his reality? He got that from being Mekusha and connected to the Rebbe. So the question is, the question then is, what is it about the Rebbe that gives you that? In other words, why can't that become a reality? I don't want to say anything wrong, but why can't that be the reality of a Yid on this Kashas from Rebbe? In other words, what's the Yesod over here?
In simple language, you can say it Pashut. If I can't believe that Moshe Rabbeinu is the mouth of the Eibishter, in other words, if I can't believe that the Eibishter speaks to Moshe Rabbeinu, then I can't believe in an Eibishter that is real.
One can believe that the Eibishter talks to Moshe Rabbeinu, as a he needs a mouthpiece. He needs someone to give over the message. So he has a messenger. He gave over the message, Yashakeach, and now we know what the message is, and we know what to do. What's vital?
Fine. So the reality of a lakus has to start in somebody. In other words, you have to see God in this world. Where are you going to see him? In the streets? That would be a very high madrega. But how does it begin? First, you see it in an ishalikim. If you can't see that, then the Eibishter is completely in Himmel, and he has nothing to do with you.
Why can't I be that ishalikim yichab neshama? Every yid has a chelik alakam imal mamish.
Go for it. Start taking kvitlach.
No, I know that. I'm asking the question because why taka up here in Hasbara Asus? Why taka is there only one such person in a generation?
The emes is it's not negeya. Halavai, there should be one. Halavai, you should recognize that there is one and who that is. Why there's only one?
Yeah.
There's only one Moshe Rabbeinu.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's negeya? The shayla is like,
you're saying that's what the Eibishter made, and that's how it is.
Well, what doesn't bother me? Ich such nicht kein Zweiten.
No, ich weiß nicht.
In fact, that might be a little confusing. Just like there's Shem Echad, then there has to be a Moshe Echad.
Oh, but wir halten mitten mit Pashas Kerech. Isn't that the etzem what Kerech said? Kulam Gedeshim. Yeah, there ain't no hat an neshama. So what's the answer to that?
The answer is you're such a yold. You think you're so smart that you figured out that every Jew is holy. Who taught you that? How do you come to understand that and to appreciate that? Because Moshe Rabbeinu showed you that. Oh, jetzt bist du geworden Sam Sapoznik. Now you're on your own. In other words, that Edelkeit itself comes from Moshe Rabbeinu. So that's the other half of it. Moshe Rabbeinu makes the Eibishter real and makes the Jews awesome. The Moshe. There's no subject, there's no topic in any field that the Rebbe didn't revolutionize. Once the Rebbe explains something, it's completely different from what we thought before. One of the big chidushim is, what does it mean that you have a neshama? What's a neshama? What's a nefesh elikis? What is a chelik elokam mimal? The way the Rebbe sees it, you never saw it before. Marshall, I was just reading a sikha from the Frierdiker Rebbe, from the Rebbe, on this parsha. What does it mean? Nase shutif im HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'maisa bereishis. What? When you heard it the first time, what did you think? The Eibishter created the world, the Eibishter runs the world, and you're his assistant. You carry the hammer for him. How are you a shutif? The Rebbe says a shutif means 50-50. Sometimes one shutif is right, and sometimes the other shutif is right. Do you hear this?
It's a Frierdiker Rebbe sicher.
No, the Rebbe.
The Rebbe's, yeah.
And that's what it means, not tzchuni bonai, not tzchuni. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes you're right. But the Iker Chidush, in the last Maimer that the Rebbe gave out, where the Rebbe says The Eibishter wants a dira b'tachtenim. Right? That's what we're always taught. We're serving the Eibishter by making a dira b'tachtenim, making this world his dwelling place, because that's what he wants. He wants a dwelling place, nesava liyes le'dira. And who are we? We carry it out like we're the hands and the feet to make the dira b'tachtenim. The Rebbe says no. Because you are a chelik alaka mimal, you want the dira b'tachtenim as much as he does. And when the dira b'tachtenim is not complete, you're shattered by it. Ganzen zertreißelt. Because you're a chelik alaka mimal. So it's not he wants a dira b'tachtenim and you're hired to be the carpenter. It puts a Jew on such an amazing, unbelievable level. If we don't know this, then it doesn't really make sense to stop somebody in the street and ask him to put on film. That itself needs to be understood and appreciated. What does it mean, stop a Jew and put on tefillin with him? And for this you'll get rewarded. No. This is the emes, Eibishter is emes, Torah emes, a Jew is emes. It's the whole story. And that's why people who say it's an outreach project. Not an outreach project. It is the truest part of the Jew from the truest part of the Eibishter and the truest part of Torah. We didn't know this before the Rebbe. What the Rebbe thinks of you, nobody else thinks of. No, nobody else thinks so highly of you. Nobody.
Yeah.
And that can only come from that which is the most essential core reality. Because there, all the details fall away. There's another thing I would suggest.
Uh-huh.
There's another thing. Every relationship, what we call hiskashrus to the Rebbe, every relationship has to be two ways. Only the Rebbe was able to show how loyal a Jew is to God and how loyal God is to the Jew. These were both not known before the Rebbe. Like, for example, why do we sing Shira? Why do the Jews sing praises at Kriyas Yamsuf and not at other miracles? When the food came from heaven, the miracle of Hanukkah, the miracle of Purim, where are the songs? So listen to what the Rebbe says. The reason we sang by Kriyas Yamsuf is not because it was a bigger miracle, but in this miracle, God asked nothing of us. He did it all himself. Hashem Yilochem Lochem Va'atem Tacharishim. So what are we singing? Not because, wow, what a miracle. That's so artificial. It's the closeness. You did it all for me, didn't even ask me to participate. In the miracle of Hanukkah, you had to fight back a little bit. A little bit. The miracle of Purim, you had to stand up and do something. Here, garnish, not even be mispalel. Don't even say Tehillim. That famous joke. Verlozach en ganzen auf Anes. Don't even say Tehillim. So what is the Rebbe saying? The Rebbe is saying our relationship with the Eibishter is not, he's big, he's strong, he can do amazing things. And we're so happy. What are you happy about? What are you happy about? That the Eibishter can make a Kriyas Yamsuf makes you happy. This is what you're singing. It's so much more personal. You're singing because of the closeness, not because of the bigness of the miracle. So here's the point. To be Mekusha to a Rebbe, the Rebbe has to invite you. You can't just decide, ich will werden a Mekusha. Who invited you? Wer will dir? If you say, I can be devoted to the Rebbe with all my heart and soul, with every string of my being, how can you do that? If he doesn't invite that kind of closeness, then you can't. Then you can't.
Where's the invitation?
So that's why there's a difference between going to any other oihel or any other holy place versus going to the Rebbe. The Rebbe, being the Rebbe of our generation, you are important to him. Or this Lubavitcher younger man said, I dropped out, I'm not a Lubavitcher anymore. I said, you can't do that. How can you do that? If you're not doing what you're supposed to do, who do you think they're going to blame in heaven? Your Rebbe. So you can't just walk away and say it's over. It's not over. As far as the Rebbe is concerned, you are his chassid, and he is responsible for you. You don't want to play anymore? This was not a game. So you can't say, I'm not a Lubavitcher because I don't want. But you leave the Rebbe with the responsibility for you. On the other hand, you can't just say, I am a Lubavitcher because I want. Who wants you? So now we say that every Talmud in Tomchet Mimim, the Rebbe Rashab already approved. It's with the Heskem of it. Heskem is not the same as being your Rebbe. So there are two things here, and it's awesome.
You're saying that the Rebbe Rashab, which we tracht, that was the invitation? Is that what you're saying?
No, that was a distant invitation.
Yeah.
We're talking about an immediate. So by the Rebbe, it's not he's maskim. He is a Rebbe because he's your Rebbe. So to him, this is not negotiable. He can't walk away. So you can't walk away either.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, what it means, that even the Poshim, the ones who deny, huh?
Poshim made them, yeah.
In Moshe Rabbeinu, even they get their hashpah from Moshe Rabbeinu, because he never stopped.
So in other
You're
words,
not doing your half.
So you're touching now on a point that is really a yid, the etzem you're saying, is mekusher to the Eibush, through Meisher Rebbe. He's mekusher to the Meisher Rebbe, to the Rebbe. Whether he
From the
knows
Rebbe's side.
from the Rebbe's side, obviously, because he's a peshe, he's a merit. But I'm talking about from the Rebbe's side, he has no choice. Das heißt that from this point of view, the Rebbe is the Rebbe of Gans Klal Yisrael, in other words. But here we're talking about the kesher from the Rebbe to every single yid. And that comes mitzad what? Mitzad the fact that he's neshama klolis.
Of this generation.
This generation. Could we elaborate on that for a minute, what that means on neshama klolis? Was heißt das Punkt?
Let's just put it in very, very simple language. One person is responsible for his generation. Tzaddik Yesod Olam is Lashon Yochid. There's one tzaddik that takes full responsibility for a generation. And there's no debate, there's no question. No one wants that responsibility. So you can't just pick on any Talmud Chacham and say, oh, he is the one. He doesn't want it. He can't do it. And that's, don't do him no favors. He doesn't. Only the Rebbe took that responsibility. So the point of going to the Ohel is, it's not you're looking for somebody holy that will daven for you. You're going to where you are needed, to where you count. You're going to the person who is responsible for you, who takes you on his shoulder, whether you want to or not. But he does. So you go to the Ohel. It's not like going to Stam, a holy place, which is awesome. But you go, let's say, to the Rambam. The Rosh Hashiva in Montreal, Rabbi Isaac Shrei, was telling us that he was in Eretz Yisrael as a bocher, I think, and he went to the Rambam. He said, do you hear what I'm telling you? I was by the Rambam. And nothing. I didn't change. He said, how is that even possible? I was by the Rambam. It was, it was a very, very exciting, but nicht mein Rebbe, which means the Rambam didn't actually sit there waiting for you to come. He wasn't thrilled to see you. The Rebbe is. So I think the crucial point here is there are tzaddikim who had great avas Yisrael, without any doubt. The Berditchever, his avas Yisrael was the Alter Rebbe at the end of Yom Kippur would wait for the Berditchever to start Ma'ariv. Why? That the year should begin with the Berditchever's Vuhu Rachum. That's awesome. So the Berditchever said that when he goes to Gan Eden, he will refuse to enter until Mashiach comes. In the end, he did. He did go into Gan Eden because it's irresistible. But the Rebbe is not going to go into Gan Eden. Not because he has a greater Avas Yisrael. We're not going to compare who has more Avas Yisrael. The Berditchever's life here on earth was Gan Eden-dik. Right? Himmel was his type. What is Gan Eden? It's a garden of pleasure. Right? A Himmeldige pleasure. That pleasure was his life when he was here also. Since that was his whole life, when he got that close to Gan Eden, it was hard to resist. By the Rebbe, a Rebbe, Gan Eden is not appealing. Never. Dira b'tachtenim. Since the Eibishter wants a dira b'tachtenim, so to the Rebbe, Gan Eden means nothing. It's not even interesting. It's not tempting at all. So the Rebbe says, I'm not going to go into Gan Eden. He's not going into Gan Eden. And it's not Mesiras Nefesh on his part. Today, 26 years later, the only thing that gives the Rebbe pleasure is dira b'tachtenim. So when you
go ahead.
So when you come to the Rebbe about a dira b'tachtenim problem, tachtenim she'ein tachten l'mata himen. When you come to the Rebbe with a problem in your toe, or in your stomach, or in your bank account, he is just as committed and concerned and understands it as well as he did 40 years ago. Whereas the other tzaddikim, once they're in Gan Eden, you're belly aching and it's hard to relate to. But by the Rebbe, nothing changed.
So two questions. Number one, and this nakuda that why is that negaya? Why is that connected mainly to the union of to the one Moshe Rabbeinu? If the Eibishter wants a dira b'tachtenim, this should be the ratzon of the Baditsheva also, adasof. So why is it dafke the business or the union, the ultimate want of the Moshe Rabbeinu, the one Moshe Rabbeinu, the Rebbe?
Again, I don't know why the seventh. Why was Moshe Rabbeinu? He couldn't make a Mishkan. Avram couldn't build a Mishkan. Yosef couldn't build a Mishkan. He built pyramids. he couldn't build a Mishkan. When all the brothers came down, they couldn't build a Mishkan. Okay, it wasn't the right place. It wasn't the right what. But why Dafka the seventh? I don't know. What is the seventh?
No, I wasn't asking Dafka about the seventh. I was about what you're telling me now, that the Eibishter, but that is the Baditche, Chilik, the difference between Baditche and the Rebbe was probably true between the Baditche and the Alter Rebbe also, as the Rishon, not just Dafka the Hashvi'i.
Yeah. So why is there only one Nossi that makes the Dira b'tachtenim?
Yeah.
The one who can make the Dira b'tachtenim has to be the one that is the highest from the tachtenim. Now, make sense?
Right.
You have to be so much higher than the tachten in order to turn the tachten into a Dira.
Okay.
Like the Eibishter himself. The world can be a dwelling place only to him. A malach can't stay here. He either gets corrupted or he'll die and run away.
Right. So let me ask you another question, which is of course related to this. So it's clear that the Eibishter Mitzias is that the kesher, a real kesher with Elokus, with the Eibishter, can only happen through a kesher with the Rebbe. He's the one that makes Elokus for you b'muchash. Shaila is, in other words, so in what we're saying is that the Rebbe is a memutze. Zwischen tachtenim and elyenim, zwischen the Eibish beini u benechem. Everyone knows, I mean everyone, but there is a question out there, and it's also explained in the good books and Chassidus and the inyan of a memutza mechaber. That through this connection, through this kesher with the Rebbe, you become connected to the Eibishter. Fakert, that it's mechaber the yid with the Eibishter. There is such a musig there's a musig of a memutza mafsik, which probably does the opposite. That there's someone in the middle which separates the two extremes. So Yidden, even from Yidden, who ask the questions to have a mamutza. Why do I need to have a mamutza? Ich can doch have my cash with the Eibishter, a direct connection to the Eibishter. And how do so really what I'm asking is, what is the difference between a mamutza mechaber and a mamutza mafsik chas v'sholom? And how does that manifest itself?
So first of all, I think that a mamutza hamafsik brings together the two opposites, because it's a mamutza. If it separates them, then it's not a mamutza hamafsik, it's just a hefsik. It's like ava hatluya bedover. What says ava hatluya bedover? So the two people like each other or not? Or they just like the dover? The dover is the dover is mechaber. But it's mechaber by being not this one and not this one. It's neutral. When you're neutral, you can get along. Even opposites can get along if you neutralize. That's called a mamutza hamafsik. Mamutza hamachaber means you are both. You are this and you are that. In other words, the mamutza, in some sense, has to be higher than both. It has to bring out something in each of them that allows them to become one. Again, that's the idea. It has to bring out the Yedid Hashem al Har Sinai, and has to bring out the Nefesh, the Chelek Elokah Mimal Mamish in the Jew. So it's Mechaber by being both, not by being neither. So there are other memutzas. Like, for example, what is the memutza between your Nefesh HaBahamis and your Nefesh HaLikis? You need a memutza there too. So what's the memutza? The Nefesh HaSichlis. It's not a Nefesh HaLikis, and it's not the Behemoth. So it's not.
So how does it mechaber? How is a mamutza hamafsik? How does he connect the two if he's neither? Because he's neutral.
Right. Objective. So you're asking, why do you need a mamutza? In everything there is a mamutza. If it's not Moshe Rabbeinu, it's a malach. There are so many madregas and there are so many levels that each of the levels needs a mamutza to bring it to the next level. Because everything is made up of top, bottom, and middle. That's a complete unit. So you have the ladder that stands on earth and reaches into heaven. Why do you need a ladder? Why do you need a ladder? Because heaven is heaven and earth is earth. So in everything there's a mamutza. There's nothing that doesn't have a mamutza. According to Kabbalah, even by the Eibishter. There's the Eibishter and there's creation. And then there are the worlds, the heavenly worlds that are the mamutza. But if you see how, why is it that a non-Jew is allowed to believe in Shittuf, and a Jew is not allowed? So there's a moshel given. If a king has a daughter, and the daughter needs a favor from her father, so she goes to the local minister and puts in her petition The minister takes it to the higher minister. The higher minister takes it to the viceroy, and the viceroy presents it to the king. The king would be very insulted. What are you mixing in a stranger in a family business? Come talk to me. But if you're not the daughter, and you go talk to the king, achas dosei, you got to go through channels. Or say you're going to go talk to a king. You got to talk to the minister. He'll take it to the next minister. So if you're in the family, then it's wrong to use a memutza, right? Because it's a family. Now, what happens if the king's daughter needs something from her father, and she asks her sister, who is the king's favorite, the mezinik, that she should ask, because she always gets what she wants? Would that be offensive? That'd be called shituf. It's not shituf for a very simple reason. The sister is not a stranger to the princess, and she's not a stranger to the king. That's a memutza hamachaber. I belong to the king and I belong to you. Where's the stranger here? So to say a Jew is not allowed to go to another Jew to ask, what are you talking about? Fakert. When the father sees that the sisters are working for each other, that's the biggest tainuk. So the bottom line is this. You can think I'm a makusher, I'm not a makusher. I want to be a makusher, I want to get closer, I want to be better. Who knows? Take time out like for a couple of years and figure out what you really want. But the Rebbe considers you his chassid, without doubts and without questions and without sreikas. From his side, you are a chassid. Especially because he's going to have to answer for you. He's going to take responsibility. And if you do good, when they ask the Rebbe, what have you accomplished? What is he going to point to? He's going to point to you. What else can he do? You're his generation. He is responsible for you. And whatever you are, either you're to his credit or to his responsibility. So the point is, with a Rebbe of your generation, it's radically different than even the Friedrich Rebbe, never mind the Alte Rebbe. So when you go to the oil, you're not walking into a strange, distant, holy place. You're coming to where you are needed, to where you are expected. It's a very different. To go to the oil in Mezhebush, boy, you better check yourself. Make sure you're. Where are you going? Not because the Baal Shem Tov is holier. I don't know who's holier. But the Baal Shem Tov is not waiting for you to come. And the Rebbe is. So it's a very different thing. And the void, and I remember this very, very, very emotional, inspiring moment. If you remember, the Rebbe was teaching the Nigun, Stavya Pitu. And it was Ukrainian, the words. So even the Russian Chassidim, they didn't get it. They didn't catch the Nigun. And the Rebbe kept saying by the Fabrengen Shabbos, after Simchas Torah, they were trying to remember the Nigun to sing it. And the Rebbe said, nobody speaks Ukrainish. Nobody, no. right next to me on the table, this guy gets up. He was a Russian, a recent immigrant, who knew very little. He was a roofer. A very strong, physical, peasant type. They knew him from Russia, and they were makad of him. But he was very real. So they asked him to put on tefillin. He was masculine. A talis? No. No, halt nicht bei dem. Interesting. Anyway, at that Farbrengen, that days he took a little mashke. He gets up on the table and he says in a booming voice, he says, L'chaim Rebbe, ihr seid mein Rebbe. And it was so intense, it was so personal. The Rebbe was a little like, whoa, heavy. And finally the Rebbe said to him, but do you speak Ukrainish? Wanted to lighten it up a little bit. Mein Rebbe. I don't know what a Rebbe is, he was saying. Was weiß ich what a Rebbe? But you're mine. And what made him feel that way? His deep understanding of Siddur and what a Neshama Klolis means? No. The Rebbe made him feel welcome. The Rebbe said, Du bist meiner. And he was sensitive enough to feel it, and he responded.
Toma lecho nafshi, koma lecho besori, beyeretz yoye beni moyi.
the famous letter of the Rebbe, the Rebbe writes about the preparations that should be made before Yud Shvat. And the same applies before Gimmel Tammuz. And the Rebbe writes that we should explain to people about the tremendous Abbas Yisrael that the Rebbe has to each and every single Yid, and to go places where the youth meet and tell them about the Chiba Yisera, the extra measure of love that the Rebbe has, and the expectations of them is tremendous, and he has full faith that they'll be able to accomplish what has to be done. By the Rebbe, we see this tremendous Abbas Yisrael that is completely dedicated and given over to the people, to Kol Yisrael. And he's giving his most precious possession. He gives his time to each and every single Yid. We find by Moshe Rabbeinu, before Matan Torah, it says, "Vayered Moshe min hahor," that Moshe Rabbeinu came down from the mountain. So Rashi says, "Melamed," it teaches us, Moshe pena lasokov. Moshe didn't go to take care of his needs that he has to take care of. El min hahor, el ha'om. From the mountain, with Hashem, he went straight to the people. You can imagine what the asokov of Moshe were, the needs of Moshe was Torah mitzvahs anyway. But nevertheless, he gave priority, el ha'om, with the people. What we see by the Rebbe, there's no parallel in the annals of history, how much time a Manig Yisrael, a Godla Yisrael, gave away for Klal Yisrael, for each and every single Yid. And it was available for everybody, for men, women, children, people who keep mitzvahs, people who don't keep mitzvahs. For example, the Fabrengens. In the previous generations, the Rabbeim used to Fabring only a few times a year. Many months they were not even in Lubavitch. They would travel for whatever reason. Shkana Saklal, for the food. They were not even available there. For example, the famous letter of Yutas Kislev, Shana L'Chsidis, the Rebbe Rashab wrote because he said he wouldn't be able to be in Lubavitch and Yutas Kislev, so he gave them a letter. That letter, by the way, was written to for Samach Beis, right before the Rebbe was born. So by the Frierdiker Rebbe, for example, in America, only Elter Chassidim were invited to come in to the Fabrengens. There were Bochrim in 70 who never saw the Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe. Some of them saw they were able to give him a minute. They were lucky to get a minute to go by the Frierdiker Rebbe and say L'chaim, and that was it. But otherwise, people didn't go in. When we were kids, before Bar Mitzvah, they just built then the new shul. It was called Over the Shalash. So it was in the middle of the construction of just finishing the building, and they had the roof on already. So we used to go to the Fabrengen, stay by the Fabrengen, and we were kids. So for the Maimer, we took a break for a few minutes. We went out. So we went out from the steps next to the Rebbe's room, Gan Eden HaTachten, going to the second floor, midway up, there's a window. Now they have an air conditioner there. In that window, you're able to get onto the roof of 770. And at that time, they had skylights in 770. There was no air conditioning, so the skylights were open just to get some fresh air. And we looked down by the Fabrengen and so on. Then, after a few minutes, we jumped out of the window and coming down to the steps and going back to the Fabrengen. As we're jumping out the window onto the steps, we see Rebbe Chaya Mushke walking up the steps. And she asks us, "Mir lostach nicht da rein zum Fabrengen?" They don't let you into the Fabrengen. She knows in her father's time, the Frierdiker's times, people didn't go into Fabrengens, let alone kids, didn't go into Fabrengen. So here, we heard this, by the way, we ran away. There was no answer to give. We just machta vayivrach, and we ran away. But the concept is that by the Rebbe, the Fabrengens were open to each and every single Yid. Keil dich fin, everybody who wants to come to the Fabrengen. The Rebbe had Fabrengens, 1,907 Fabrengens the Rebbe gave us. 11,000 hours, 1,558 memorim. Hundreds and hundreds of sikhs that the Rebbe said in the weekdays, and even on Shabbos and Yom Tov, not by Fabrengen, from the bima where the Rebbe stood. And so much time was given for Yalda Yisrael, for Yiddish Kinderlach, by rallies, by parades. The Rebbe spent hours and hours with the children. Those are the most precious moments. The Sheibnes Chabad for the women. The Rebbe said at Sikha every single year before Shavuos by the convention, and every single year by a special Sikha before Rosh Hashanah. The Rebbe said Sikhas for the girls who are graduating high school and counselors going to camp. The same thing with the Skeinim, for the elders in Keil Levi Yitzchok, the children of the Wednesday hour that made a special farbrengen for them, and Chalamet Sukkis, Mitzionit Sahal, the soldiers who came to see the Rebbe. All because of Avos Yisrael. This was the Rebbe's Avos Yisrael and care for each and every single Yid. In addition to that, after the farbrengens, the Rebbe spent many, many hours, countless hours in being Magia to look over the Sichas, to edit them. They should be ready for print, should be available for Klal Yisrael. And this started out before Shavuos Tovshin Yud Ches. Rabbi Leibel Raskin and a few other Bochrim. Rabbi Leibel Raskin later became a Shliach in Morocco, as everybody knows. So they gave in a Sicha to the Rebbe before Shavuos Tovshin Yud Ches, that the Rebbe should look it over, they should be able to publish it, and so people should have what the Chazed in the shuls on Shavuos when they go to Borough Park and other neighborhoods. The Rebbe gave out the Sicha. It was Poshet HaSimcha. Till that time, there was hardly any Sicha that the Rebbe was Magia. The Rebbe was Poshet Magia, Sicha, when Poshet was dancing. A Sicha from the Rebbe came out Muge. No, so they got that Sicha Muge. So they decided the next Shabbos they can begin a Sikh also. They go chazan in the shuls every single Shabbos, not in the taluche, not a whole parade, but every day they go to many, many shuls. So they gave in a Sikh to check over. Rebbe Chadakov calls in Rebbe Leibel Raskin and asks him, did you give in a Sikh to the Rebbe to check over? He says, yes. He says, what did you do? Do you know how many letters are laying on the Rebbe's table? In Yonah Pikuach Nefesh, life and death matters. People are asking questions. There's letters and letters and letters. And you're giving in a Sikha that Rebbe should check over? So Rebbe Leibel Raskin didn't lose himself. And he tells Rebbe Chadakov, by us, to have a Sikha from the Rebbe, this is our Pikuach Nefesh. This saves our lives. And Rebbe Chadakov didn't answer. The end was, the Rebbe was Magia the Sikha that Shabbos. They gave it the next Shabbos again, and next Shabbos again, and every single week for an entire year of Tovshin Yud Ches, from Shavuos till Tovshin Yud Tes Shavuos, the Rebbe was Magia Sichas. And that's what Chelik Aleph and Beis, those Sichas were made at that time. And in the later years, it continued different cycles when the Lukuta Sichas came out, and the Rebbe put in a tremendous, tremendous amount of time in the Sichas. The Rebbe started Pasha gekocht in them. Simchas Torah, Tovshin Lamed Beis, there was a whole issue about the Lukuta Sichas coming out. They should stop the publication for whatever reason. So the Rebbe said, Ich hab gehorbet in them. I toiled in Lukuta Sichas. No one has to explain to me how precious Lukuta Sichas is. I worked on the Sichas, I worked on the Maramei Kemis. I learned it through the Rebbe said Mitchila v'atzei from beginning to end, with all the Maramei Kemis, after it's printed, in addition to what I read it before it's printed. I learned it after it's printed. The Rebbe once said that to check over one paragraph of one Sikha, it took him 5 hours. When you read the Sikha, you don't even know what went on over there. 5 hours for one paragraph. The Shabbos Tetzaveh Tov Chav Zayin, they asked the Rebbe, they want to know which Rashi the Rebbe is going to speak about, so they're able to review it and look it over and prepare themselves. So the Rebbe said, but if I bring in Erev Shabbos, I myself didn't know. That means the Rebbe worked on it a whole Friday night. The Rebbe once even said, if I bring in clearly, it was Tzaveh Tov Chav Hei, the Rebbe said, he asked a number of questions on the Rashi, and then the Rebbe said, well, Singenigen, people meanwhile can look over the Rashi and maybe they can think of an answer, of a teretz, because ich hab dem gehorbet a ganze Nacht. I worked on this a whole night. The Rebbe was Lamamish lived in the Sichas, and the Rebbe was always very, very upset when people didn't ask questions on the Sichas, weren't involved, weren't make a pilpul. I can tell you about the Diya Uvde, with me personally. I was involved when I was a bocher in 770, so the weekday Sichas, I was involved in giving it out and preparing it for publication, and there's Anocha built in Muge. But at that time, the sichos usually came out days later, sometimes weeks later. So I decided one time we have to make a sikha that should come out on time. So this was Hashvi'i Tovshin Lamed, and the Rebbe, as mentioned before, spoke a sikha with a convention from the Sheikh Chabad. So I decided this sikha will try to make it quick. The whole sikha takes a half an hour. We'll prepare it right away. We'll make it 1, 2, 3. So what did we do? I set up 2 tape recorders in those days. No, there's no digital recorders like we have today. 2 tape recorders are running being in a room, like a hookup in a room in the building next door to 770. And as soon as the Rebbe spoke 5-10 minutes, there was a bocher that was able to type it right off the tape and put it onto a sheet. I looked it over, added Marmekemis, made the paragraphs, the sentences, the sagnan, checked everything over. And meanwhile, they switched the tape to the next tape, and they were able to type the next page, and so on and so forth. And while this was going on, I was able to prepare page by page by page while the Rebbe was talking. We didn't have to wait till the end of the Sikha. And as soon as the Rebbe finished speaking, right away, the first pages that the Rebbe spoke were already ready to be put on stencils. Those who know what stencils are, to be put on a mimeograph machine and so on. After the Sikha, ladies just took over to the Rebbe to ask a brocha. So that took about another hour. So in that an hour and 50 minutes, we're able to actually finish off typing the entire sikha, putting it on a mimeograph machine, running it off on both sides, stapling it, and so on. When the Rebbe came up from downstairs to go back to his room, the maskir gave to the Rebbe the sikha, the ready-made sikha that was already finished and stapled, given straight to the Rebbe. So the Rebbe says, "Von Hein bei Nacht? It's from tonight." Couldn't believe it. It never happened before, never after. Hein bei Nacht? No. The Rebbe left 770 that night after midnight. When the Rebbe came back the next morning, the Sikha, the Rebbe brought it back, full of Ksaviyat Kedesh. The Rebbe was Magia the Sikha, added many, many details. It was a Dover Be'it, it was something there. The Rebbe kocht sich in the Sikha, and it happened to be a long Sikha. That Sikha was over an hour it took. It's printed in Lekutei Sichas Chelik Ches. Because by the Rebbe, the koch, the chayis was the sichas, the farbrengens. Why? Because this is something that's negeya each and every single yid. In the Maimer, the end of the Maimer of Bossi Legani, Tovshin Lamed, that the Rebbe said, Yushvat HaGodl, by day. It was 2 farbrengens, by day and at night. So unfortunately, the day Maimer is not published in Teres Menachem for whatever reason, because the Maimer came out Muge, and they incorporated some parts of the Maimer into the Mugadike Maimer, but this Maimer is not published. So the Rebbe said, Gvaldike Asius in that Maimer. Gvaldike things. The Rebbe said that in order to bring about the coming of Mashiach, we reveal the Eitzera Elyon, the treasures from above. What is that? That's afotzes to spread Pnimius HaTeira Chutzo, to spread the essence of Teira, which is Chassidus, to spread it all over. And the Rebbe used the expression, we take the mayonis, we take the well springs. Umen gießt, means we're pouring and pouring and pouring. The Rebbe is talking about himself, that maybe one drop will go in to the Ben HaMelech, to the prince, and call Yisrael B'nai Malachim. All the Yidden are considered to be princes. So this, the Rebbe spent the time and energy. Why? To help out every single Yid. Maybe one drop will get in and will revive him. Tov Shel Lamed Ches. After the Rebbe received a heart attack, a tremendous, terrible, very strong heart attack, and the doctor says that he has to have full rests from Meshach Zman, from long time, for many, many weeks. So right after, the Rebbe asked, he wants to speak to Chassidim. So the doctor said, okay, a few minutes will allow you, we'll give you a microphone, you can speak a few minutes. The Rebbe spoke about a half an hour. A sikh and a maimer, I remember these rakshus, the tremendous emotions that took place in the 70s that we couldn't expect, that the Rebbe is going to say. It was unbelievable. But the Rebbe spoke to Chassidim with Mesiras Nefesh. Not only that, later he was Magia, it was a Maimer, it was a Sikh, and this went on the whole time. The Rebbe spoke the next week from his room. And it was even more difficult in a way because by Fabrengen, the Rebbe used to speak a half an hour, 35 minutes, 40 minutes, and it was a nigun. Here, the Rebbe spoke constant. The Rebbe spoke from the room. There was nobody there to sing the gunim. So the Rebbe kept on speaking. And the Rebbe spoke, Nafshi Yotze Bedabri. For example, Pashas Lech Lecho, the Rebbe spoke about the Shtochim, about not giving back any parts of Eretz Yisrael, etc., etc. And the Rebbe was Magia di Sichas. The Rebbe gave out these Sichas, even though it was against what the doctors expected him to do, but he said, this is what brings me refuah. For example, right after also Shminat Tzeh Tovshin Lamed Ches, the Rebbe asked for the mail. Right after Simchas Torah, the Rebbe wanted to have the mail. So the doctor says, you're not allowed to read any mail. You're not supposed to read the mail. People are writing you all kinds of questions and things that they have bothering them and troubling them and reports that are not so pleasant, etc., etc. So the Rebbe said, if you're worried about my health, if I know there's a letter there that someone writes to me that figures that I can help him, and you're not letting me help him, this, on the contrary, will impact my health in the negative way. And Avos Yisrael, which is unprecedented, unbelievable. The Rebbe was spread Chassidus. The Rebbe published Maimorim and Sforim, as we mentioned before, that were never published before for the Alter Rebbe, the Mittel Rebbe, Tzemach Tzedek. Everything that was available was published. Even though that we know later on that the Rebbe said there was a kitrug, similar to what happened with the Alter Rebbe, that in Bezdin Shlomayla up above of spreading Chassidus. And this was the whole parsha of this Sforim that led up to Hey Tevis. And the Rebbe put himself on the line, so to speak. When it came the time to print the Ayin Beis, the famous Hemshech of Tafresh Ayin Beis, the Rebbe said he's afraid to print it. For whatever reason. We don't understand these Yonim. But the Rebbe printed it anyway. Why? Because of the Avas Yisrael to each and every single Yid. Yechidus. In the earlier years, till Tavshin Chafei, the Rebbe had Yechidus 3 times a week. Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. 3 times a week there was Yechidus. Afterwards, was twice a week after Tavshin Chafei, until it stopped completely. And everybody went into Yechidus said that when they came into Yechidus, by the Rebbe, there was nothing else. The only thing on the topic, on the agenda, was the person's concerns. The Rebbe was involved completely. They never met anything like this in their lives. I remember when I went to 770, used to Seder Chassidus started at 7:30. I would come to Seder Chassidus many times. The Rebbe was still there from the night before, from Yechidus that started at 8 o'clock. And people came in. Not everybody came in with Psudas Tevis. People came with all kinds of problems and this problem and that problem. If we see, for example, the letters, every day the postman used to bring in sacks of letters to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe once wrote to somebody, a tzabochet in Australia, that asked a question to the Rebbe, and he said he doesn't want anybody to read it. So the Rebbe wrote them clearly, all the mail is opened by me personally. They say that people wanted to buy the Rebbe like a letter opener, an automatic one. So the Rebbe said, if someone may be closed, sealed the letter with a tear, I should give it over to a machine to open. We see today the Igros Kedesh that are printed. This is not all the letters. There's many letters that couldn't be printed. That there's Chuvis, Minus, Setlach that are printed lately in the Churis that are printed on Ashir, Mamish, thousands and thousands and thousands of letters on every single topic to every single person. Adults, children, men, women, religious, not religious, people in the public offices, and so on and so forth. But as Yisrael, putting everything together to reach each and every single Yid. No one has to mention about the dollars. The dollars everybody knows was mamish, that you can go and speak to the Nosi Hador, anybody, without an invitation, without an appointment, whoever wants, Keil dich fin, Keil dich tzrich, come over, get $1. People ask the question, that I've answered them, and we all know about the miracles that were Poshet rolling in the Sunday dollars. Just what we know is just a drop in the bucket. The Rebbe gave his time and energy. The Rebbe stood on his feet. The Rebbe suffered from his feet. People don't know, but the Rebbe's shoes, the back of his shoe was pushed down. It shouldn't squeeze on the foot itself. The Rebbe suffered. He wasn't allowed to stand for so many hours. And the Rebbe stood. Why? Because of the Avas Yisrael to each and every single Yid min nahar la'om. The Rebbe writes the Lashon Chiba Yisera. What's Chiba Yisera? So in Pirkei Avos it says Chaviv in Yisrael, the Yidden are beloved. They were called Banim Lamokim, for example. But that's a Chiba Yisera Neidas Lohem, that they were informed that this is happening. And the Rambam explains, when you inform somebody that shows an extra measure of love, that's a Chiba Yisera. It says when you give him Matonah Tzorech Leidiyah, you have to Mediyah. So the Rebbe was Mediyah, what each and every single Yid has, the treasures that they have. He gave them onashir, as by the Fabrengen, when we were chosen to go to Australia, Tavshin Chav Zayin. So by the Fabrengen, Tetzaveh Chav Zayin, the Rebbe said, Be'ata hakri be'lecha, that Moshe Rabbeinu brings people close to him, and he gives his strength, his keiches, his power to each and every single Yid. Moshe Rabbeinu already finished the Mishkan, and he already brought down B'shachanti B'seichem, that each and every single Yid, that every single Yid has the Mishkan within them. But what we demand, the Rebbe said, don't do something new by the Yid. Just reveal the Mishkan that's already prepared by the Nasi Hador. By Moshe Rabbeinu have already prepared the Mishkan. Just reveal it. And even this, you're not doing it with your own keiches. You're doing it with the keich of Moshe Rabbeinu. And for sure you'll be matzliach, you'll be successful, no question. The Rebbe said, amazing l'shenis. It's print L'kut HaSichos and the Chelik Vov, but not everything is there. Rebbe says, you learn the Chatmimim, you learn the Chatmimim, do something. That's why you are raised in Chatmimim, to do all kinds of other things. Do what you have to do. Same thing, the Maimeh Vata Tetzaveh, we all know what the Rebbe gave out, the last Maimeh the Rebbe gave out, Ben Yorei Emunah, the Rebbe gives us the Emunah, the Rebbe feeds us the faith, the Rebbe gives, but the Rebbe tells us about this. And that's what the Rebbe said in the famous Sikh of Chav Ches Nissen, Tavshin and Aleph. Ich gebe das Iber zu euch. What does it mean? Because the Rebbe gave us all the keiches. But now we have to do it ourselves. The Rebbe gave us Fabrenges and Sichas and Meimorim and Yechidas and letters and Minus and Setlach and Dalas and Lekah and Keshel Broche for each and every single Yid. How much more? How much? Nobody ever gave so much. Never, ever in history did it happen. But now we have to do it Aveda Shalonu, our own Aveda Atzmei. And that the Rebbe said by that Sikha, the Rebbe said that even when we scream at Mosai, when people scream at Mosai, it's only done b'pnei hatzivui, because they were commanded to do it. It's not that they're screaming, they're told to do it, they scream. At Mosai, the Rebbe said, if they mechavmut an emes and really mean it, for sure Mashiach would have come. Like the Rebbe once told somebody, he gave me a shokeach that he grew a beard. Man who didn't have a beard, a shokeach for the beard. And then the Rebbe told him, I specifically did not tell you to grow a beard, because then it would be my beard. I want it to be your beard. You're doing because I told you. And that's Chiba Yisera. Chiba Yisera is, the Rebbe told us that we have the keiches. The Rambam says, and that Mishnah, Chiba Yisera, that when you mediyah, you tell somebody, that shows an extra measure of love. And now that we have to use it out. And the Rebbe's Abbas Yisrael was in every single detail. And the Rebbe Poshet couldn't take when somebody said Chas v'Sholem a bad word about Yidden. We know in Tavshin and Aleph, the Rosh Yeshiva in Bnei Brak, who said things, inappropriate things about Yidden, the Rebbe spoke very, very sharply. Asor B'Teves and Pash Vayechi. The Rebbe says Heipach HaEmes, Heipach Kovish LaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Heipach of the honor of the Yidden. And the Rebbe explained it at length. It's a classic sikha that every single Yid in the world should learn. It's printed in Sefer HaSichos Tavshin and Aleph. An amazing, amazing sikha, just shows mamish the Avas Yisrael that is Poshet, living within the Rebbe to each and every single Yid. And the Maimer Bosit Lagani, Tavshin Lamed, I mentioned before, the Rebbe said amazing words also. The Rebbe said that in order to be successful and to be victorious in the Milchomah, the Melech Atzmei, the Melech himself, puts his life into danger. And he uses all the treasures, his treasures that he has, and the treasures that his forefathers and had before him. And it's given over to who? It's given over to the soldiers in order they should be able to be victorious and win the Vechom. But the Anshe Chayil, the soldiers have to know that the Melech is with them, the king is with them. And this itself, knowing that the king is with them, this gives them an extra measure of keyach, of strength and power. They should be able to be menatzeach, they're able to be victorious in this Vechom. So about the Rebbe, whatever I'm saying is just general things, because those who want there's many books printed already to know and to care, and my story, and one by one, and like to borrow the phrase of the Rambam, kol asforim aleim edavazeh, it's full all over with sipurim, and constantly be a new sipurim of the Rebbe. So ashreinu matev chalkeinu, that we have the tremendous chus, but we also have the tremendous achrayus, as the Rebbe said many times, the responsibility that the Rebbe showered us, and Mamish gave us Avos Yisrael, ad bli dai. So now we have to do what the Rebbe expects of us, to utilize it, to use it out. So was a nisken zenzach mit den Rebbe do lamato, v'hu yigoleinu teikef umiyad mamish.
was man sich zusammengeklebt. Stark in Amok im Kodesh, in der Nord, wo wir daven zu dem Eibischen Kiavdika Memore. Und in der Nord, was sie durch die Juden, was wir lernen, Teiro, was sie reißen, wie Kutschebriche, Kulo, Chad, wo Dur und Ruf vereinzigten sich mit dem Eibischen. Bis wann die Tatera Seme sagt, dass sie Kulo, Chad, Afal Pikein, tut mir sich das nicht bechol jem und bechol scho, in Asamin Eifen und in Asamin Vernehm, wo das sie gemalt geworden, berei warm, hat das Melech Malke Shalebo, das verbunden mit der Mejura, mit der Passierung, was getroffen mit mehreren zentlicher Jahren zurück, mit 32 Jahren zurück. Afal Pikein sieht man doch, das hat zugezogen Menschen von verschiedenen Chugen von Niden, was Jiden werden doch umgerufen, am Kochen wie Novein, wo sie wissen, jeder von sie hat das verbunden mit der Mejura, was sie gewähnt beobert in Vergangenheit und gesagt, und wie der Mond Friede in der Vergangenheit, wo sie Blichiere gar stark verschieden von dem Matzav Hahewe Yitzter, Afal Pikein kommt man berotzen Atev und Betuv Levov, Sag mich Stativ sein und beteiligen sich in dem. Nicht gucken dich auf verschiedene Unbequemlichkeiten, mit welchen das sie verbunden. Wir Adarabe, Mishono, Lishono, von Jahr zu Jahr, wird sich das vergrößert, bekamus, ist der Bier, was bepasst ist. Und das Gufe am Zert, der Linien zieht zu. Und das Gufe, was mir sagt, am Isman, Mishono, Lishono, zieht das zu mehr, und das Gufe a Hichoche, an der Nemesdecke Hichoche, aber das ist nicht eine Linie von Vergangenheit, nur das ist eine Linie von Hewe. Und haben wir gefragt, die Scheibe, wie kommen sagen, als Amin sagt, bis als mir sagt, dass das mir sagt, aber bis als mit Schreiben in der Stadt, dem Tarich von dem Jahr, darf zu mäßig sein in den Namen, in der Zahl von den Jahren, 32 Jahre mehr, wie in dem Star, was man geschrieben bei Hashvi'i, ist das Gufe, ist Lechiera, ist durchgegangen Jahren, hängt das ab an der Ruf, was man hat getan in den Jahren, was einen durchgegangen. Und es hängt ab echt an der Ruf, wegen was für ein Menschen das Rätsel und wegen was für ein Pül ist das Rätsel. Und bedug mir, wie mir sagt, ja in Joshon, der Ruach skenim, nicht das skenim, nicht heimen. Also da sind Sachen, was also kommt zu noch ein Jahr. Und nicht nur das wird nicht schwacher, oder weniger Poil, weniger aktiv, nur Adarabe. Also wird Joshon mit ein Jahr mehr, ist er dämmelte der Zare Bachayim, wird noch stärker und noch mehr, sei bekamus, sei beechus, Allahas kamen bekamen, sie gehen durch mehrere Jahre. Und das redet sich wegen einem Menschen, wo sein Tafkid und sein Schlichus, was das durchgeführt bepeile gewährt, auf hereintragen Lebendigkeit, in jeder Mensch, mit welchem sich getroffen, Lebendigkeit Beruchnius und Lebendigkeit Techet Begashmius, wie bewusst wegen seiner Piulis, was getan bis mit einem Neffen von Messias Nefesh immer gedacht dazu ankommen. Aber es helfen, jeden, welchen gekonnt helfen, sei Beruchnius, sei Begashmius, hat Mechaner gewährt, oder die alle, zu welcher gekonnt der Griechen, als sie sollen echt sein, Sare Bachayim, als sie sollen sich missassig sein, mit verspreiten Chayim, verspreiten Lebendigkeit, Beruchnis und Begashmis, sich, unheimlich von sich allein, nicht begnügen sich mit dem Maime du Matzow, zu welchem oder gerecht, nur halten ein wachsen wie ein Neizasode, was eise Peres und Peres, hat rechet bei Einfluss naturgestellt, deres, Talmide wie Talmide. Als sie sollen sich rechet vernehmen bei Chayim, mit lebendig machen, sich und sich, und rechet in einem Neffen von Neres Lehoir, Betefach al-Menasla hat Fiach, a lebendig machen a Menschen, mit welcher mir kommt in Barierung, in a Saminlefen, als soll noch sehen in sich dem Schliach, auf noch lebendiger machen die Menschen, was herum ist unter Dämmelt ist verkehrt der Linie, aber Schaße wird, kommt zu noch ein Jahr, ist nie die Sache, Omer wird Chasve Scholem, älter und bemeile schwacher, nur sie wird älter, wird sie klieger, wird man früher, hat man gelernt noch mehr Teil und man kann gewähren noch mehr Meisim Tevi. Bemeile ist geworden, Mishi Yeshli Mone Reize Masayim. Und als hat schon Masayim, ist unter dem fordert und tut Kol HaTolubei. soll bekommen Arbemeis, Bishas sie geht durch noch ein Jahr und noch ein Jahr, wird die Sache als starker und lebendiger und halt in ihm wachsen, bekam es zu Beechus, bis wann nicht mehr sicher, durch die alle meisten Tevim und durch die Limud der Teire, was mir tut in der Neven von Jelchum Echail el-Choyer. Und bis mir wird älter mit der Tag, wird man kommt zu, a Tag, was ist angefüllt, mit meisten Tevim, mit Limud der Teire, wie Kiem ha-Mitzvahs, ist jeder meiste Tev Achas, und jeder Dibur Tevecher, und jeder Machshava Achas Tever, und a viele Bachlotes Tevis Base, mit dem Tekef Hamassin, am Macht mit Zmachlit, mit Beschließt, mit der passenden Starkheit, wird da sicher herabkommen bepeil, bei Machshava, Dibur und Meise, bei einer Gehe zu sich allein, und bei einer Gehe zu Peil sein, die alle, wo sie seine Sare, seine Mekablim, seine Talmidim und seine Mushpoyim, als sie sollen sein Bachayim, sie sollen sein Amoke, von welcher sie wird verspricht, ämse Lebendigkeit. In der ganzen Zwiebel bringt man Arop Koomur in ein Neffen von Miyad, in ein Neffen von Achishena, der Hakitze Veran und Sheikhni Ofer Vuhu Betecham. Und man bringt Arop die Gula Hanitis war Schleima, alle die Meshiach Zitkenu und wie gesagt, beim Heira Beyameinu Mamash.
When you start learning the Rebbe's Siches, the Rebbe's Ma'amorim, you learn the Farbrengens, you read the letters from the Rebbe, you see that the Rebbe has very high expectations. The Rebbe demands a lot in the avodah of every chassid. Sai, the avodah with himself, and sai in the avodah with others, to bring others closer to Yiddishkeit, bring them closer to Chassidus, and bring them to the highest levels of being a chassid. And the Rebbe demands zeir heiche avodah. With expectation that it should be done. And this inyan of this strong expectation and this strong demand and this strong level of avodah that the Rebbe asks of us, we see that the Rebbe asks even from the children. One of the special things by the Rebbe is that the Rebbe would speak siches, ganze rallies specifically for the children. And the Rebbe spoke to them in such a way that they have a major potential. And they could accomplish so much. And their avodah could be on such a high oifen, on such a great oifen, to overcome the Yetzer Hara, to live a life of complete devotion and dedication to the Eibishter. Ad kedei kach that the Rebbe speaks to the children more than once in the oifen that they should live in such an oifen that their eating and other gashmiistic things should only be for a higher purpose from children. And therefore they will only eat healthy, v'chulu v'chulu, because they're eating in order to have koyach to serve the Eibishter. And you look throughout any Farbrengen, you see the Avodah was the Rebbe mont, the Avodah that the Rebbe demands on a very high oifen. The Rebbe, the Lashon that the Rebbe says in the letter, there's a bitochen, there is a trust and a belief that the Rebbe has in every single one of us, especially by the children and the bachrim. But from every chassid. Sometimes a person could have expectations from you. It could be a parent, it could be a teacher, and an expectation is a good thing. It means that the person believes in you. It's a compliment. But sometimes the person who has an expectation from you is wrong. They don't know. Maybe you really can't do it. The Rebbe's expectation means that we are able to do it. And not only it means that we are able to do it, it means that the Rebbe gives us the koiches to be able to do it. There's a sikha from the Rebbe. It's in the Farbrengen of Shabbos Shuva, Tovshin Mem Beis. The Rebbe speaks over there about very high levels of tshuva and very high levels of avodah. And the Rebbe says, a person is going to say, Yoda inish benafshe, I know myself. And I know that I'm not shaykh to this avodah. This is way beyond my capabilities. Way beyond what I'm able to do. The Rebbe says, you know what's the answer to this person? That lo yoda benafshoy. He doesn't really know himself. The reason why he is saying that he can't is because he doesn't know himself. But if he would actually know himself, that he has a neshama, and the neshama is a chelek elika mimal mamish, then he would know that he's able to do it. And that's how the Rebbe looks at every single chassid. And the demands from the Rebbe of every single chassid is based on your capabilities. As a person who has a neshama, which is a chelek elika mimal mamish. So therefore there is nothing that you cannot do. There's no demands from the Rebbe that's beyond your reach. It takes avodah. It takes effort, but you're able to do it. And the Rebbe lifts us up in such an oifen that we take, if we pay attention and will connect, then we will feel the greatest capabilities that we already have. And hopefully we'll do the avodah of using those capabilities. The Rebbe gives koiches. And the Rebbe continues to encourage and to strengthen. Aber wir dürfen auftan die Arbeit. Bei sich und bei anderen. There was a Seder during the Farbrengens, the Shabbos-dike Farbrengens, in the Mems, in the Nuns, that people who were making a Farbrengen or a similar type of event would give in a bottle of mashke to the Rebbe through the maskiros before Shabbos. And during the Farbrengen, the Rebbe would, towards the end of the Farbrengen, usually say that those who prepared the mashke ha-mesameach should come up and get it. And there was a whole seder. The Rebbe would pour ultimately from the bottle of mashke to the person who was receiving the bottle, and give the person the bottle, and the person would announce, whoever received the bottle, would announce what is the Farbrengen, Farbunden, and invite the Rebbe and invite the Olam to the Farbrengen. That was the Seder. Every Shabbos there were, I don't know, maybe 10 bottles, sometimes a lot more bottles, like by Knis HaShluchim Shabbos was a lot of bottles, V'chayetze Bozeh. On Shabbos Parshas Shoftim Daled Elul Tovshin Nun, which was the Shabbos before the Siyum HaKadosh for my father Olav HaSholem, before Shabbos we gave in a battle for a farbrengen that we were going to make during the week, the kesher with the Siyum Amiras HaKadosh. And by the farbrengen, when it came time for the Chalukas HaMashke, for giving out the Mashke, the Rebbe poured for me, I was on the Rebbe's right side, the Rebbe poured for me from the bottle a little bit of mashke in my cup, and I said l'chaim to the Rebbe gave me a piece of cake, I was 8 years old at the time, Ingel saying l'chaim and mashke needs a piece of cake after the pashtus. I had prepared a few lines to say as the announcement, b'kesher with taking the bottle, because that was the Seder. I wasn't very eager to say over this little announcement to the whole 770, hundreds of people in front of the Rebbe. So I figured after the Rebbe gave me a bottle, I decided I just won't make the announcement. Everyone else is getting bottles. I mean, not everyone else, but other people are getting bottles and they're making the announcement. Who's going to notice that I didn't make my announcement? So I went on the side. The Rebbe stopped giving out the mashke. And the Rebbe turned around. And the Rebbe looked at me. And the Rebbe waited. And now you have no choice. The Rebbe's turning around and the Rebbe's waiting and everyone's waiting. So I made the announcement. The Rebbe watched the entire time. And when I finished, I don't know, maybe 40 seconds, a minute, tops. And then the Rebbe continued to give out the rest of the bottles, and the farbrengen continued. The Rebbe didn't let me get away with it. You need to do, this is a small thing, but for a little kid, you need to do something, you need to do it. You can't get away with it. Man darf arbeiten, man darf ausnutzen die Keuches. Especially in the inyan of bringing Moshiach. This is something that the Rebbe spent a lot of time talking to us over the years. That a Yid has the koyach to change the world and bring Moshiach. How many times did the Rebbe quote what the Rambam says? Maise echad could be machriya. Eskol ha'olam kuloi lekaf schus. And the Rebbe would add a maise, a dibur, or a machshava. Your avodah could be the avodah that brings Moshiach, because we are the ones who are going to bring Moshiach. And the Rebbe spent time explaining to us, encouraging us that we should realize and recognize the koiches that we have and the capabilities that we have. And we should take and recognize that we are able to do it. If we will actually recognize and realize and accept, come to this realization, what the Rebbe believes in us, and what the Rebbe told us, and the Rebbe encouraged us, that we could make Moshiach come. And therefore we have the responsibility to make Moshiach come. And we can't rest. And we can't take a nap. We can't move on from it. Min darf zen bringen Moshiach. Because we could do it. And if we'll recognize and realize, this is what the Rebbe is telling us, you could do it, you have the ability, you have the keiches, then we will actually jump up. Get out of bed. Like the Rebbe says, Dalei schlafen, enough sleeping. And we will make sure to not rest and not stop until B'Peil Mamish we have the Geula Shleima. Just want to finish off. With bringing a letter that the Rebbe wrote on Tes Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph. It was a letter that the Rebbe wrote to Rabbi Avram Paris. The Rebbe wrote, Rabbi Avram, men darf herabringen dem Rebben. Azay ist zu schwer. Sei für mir, sei für euch. Und wer hat ein Neue davon? Rebbe Avraham, we need to bring down the Rebbe. Like this is too difficult for me and for you, and who has a benefit from it? The Eibishter soll helfen. That take it from a yad mamish now. We should be zeiche zu sich sehen mit dem Rebbe. And the Rebbe will take us out of Golus and lead us to the Geula HaAmitis VaShlema.
Sag, weil hier bei Boim Schono von sind der erste Hilule, wo sie sich in dem Tag von Histalkus, wo demut sich wie der alte Rebbe schreibt in Igeres Akedisch, is kol avidosa asherovot bebeshech yemei chaya, is peil piulis, bekerev haaretz, und der Dik Haloschen ist der Bekerev haaretz, aber das ist Bekerev von der Arzius, von dem Ort, in welchem mir gefindt sich, in dem Golus, all derich, wie mir gefindt sich, ist in dem Golus, in dem letzten Golus. Biachad im See ist das Golus Edim, und das ist der längste Golus, und der schwerste Golus von allen Golius, und der Fall ist der Chechit, also ist schwer zu warten, und man halt in ein Teiner Admosai, Vechulhu, Pam le Pam, werden sich der alle in Jonim Tevim, Holach, Vehesiv, Vehischazek, und Biachad im See ist Pechis Vehelig, in den Jonim, was mit darf mir wahre sein, die Zeit, die Inyan, Sheine Rotze, Shebose, wo der Pfarrer das Echet nicht kinstiert, war im Hamurim, damit was mir selber passt. Aber Meshach von die Arboim Shono ist zugekommen a Ribui Muflog in a Potzesai a Majonis Chutzo. Alachas kamen wir kamen a die, was am Seche gewähnt und mit Kabel gewähnt. Oder noch Bechaim Chayose Balmedei Nishome Beguf, von dem, was es ist, der Arboim Shono, von seinem Jemis Talkus, oder al kol ponen, wie bald la tzadikim is dem im Leberum, und an no nafshik sovis Jehovis, hat sich hereingegeben, ki du der Pisgan, von dem, sein Vater, was gewinnt, sein Ben Yochid, und seine Male Mekemi, als geht in den Himmel, und die Ksovim los sich eich, dem Ili do geworden, a Ribu Ksovim, und der sagt, was sagt, als geht in den Himmel, ist auch Jodu der Pisgan von dem Baal HaIlule, als Adover Batuach, als Le Yazvu, es 10 Marisom, bemele in der Scheich ist zu sagen, als geht in den Himmel, und als Punkt verkehrt, der Rikeschele ist Davke Beres Alazu, Hatachteno, und in der Eres Alazu Hatachteno Davke in Golus, und Davke in Chotzikador Hatachten, und kemeduber Leil, was allein ist Meid, als Le Yazu, es 10 Marise, gefindt sich mit jedem von uns, wie Noreinu, bis Kenenu, Anoshim, Anoshim, Vitav, und sie werden nicht starre, und nicht barre, und nicht dache, bis Geseir Horokia, bei alle Berurim, was man darf noch mehr Ware sein und mehr Sache sein, und Meile sein, bei Lomeinu sehr, Darge, Achar, Darge, zusammen mit der Klolis Avedo, bis warnet am Erhaltchen bei Veränderung in der Tag im Ktani, al derech, wie mir sagt, bei Negei zu Jankiven, und Kemeduber kam auf Pomim, als gewinnt kam auf Pomim, und gewollt dechig sein, es Akez. Und demult aber in der Galle gewinnt Mille Meilo, und demult wollen sein, als nicht zuzist, was müssen nicht beweisen zu mir Ware sein, bis hat Kezer als Mann. Der Meile hat in der Fall gepeilt, bei Sadikim, was es wesentlich Zar und dem Golus, was man von Schinte Begoluso und nach Abadnik Begoluso und Stamayid Begoluso. Und man hat es Peil gewählt, man hat das auch gelegt, ein Käse auf der zweiten Käse für Chulu, bei Schenken aber bis man nur sehr, man hat schon Kol wie die Gemorre Meid, Kol HaKitzin, ich doch verstanden, es darf kommen, es kommt Teke vom Jahr, der Gula Hamitis war schlimmer, ohne kein Schum Zahl. Und sie werden nicht verloren, Chas Vesholm, viele, Kenein und einzige Nizus, weil im Jeden haben wir Teilnahme und gefühlt sich schon 1900 Jahre in Golus, wie viel ist das hier zu warten und wie viel ist das hier zu sagen. Und wie viel kommen noch sagen, also bleiben ein Nitzes in Golus, es hat dover Muschler legambre, und sie darf sein, Gehula Bishleimuso. Mir ist mir meile alle Nitzes, und wie hier rotzen, bei jeder Jeden und bei allen Jeden, und befragt am Hotschi Masene, war wie das Seno, und hat sie mit Fasten gewähnt und Nefis gewähnt. Kisse, Rabbi Sene, Nisenu, Schlei, Schzofatam, Ayim. Adelis nach Aman, dort und das nicht gesehen, nach Hus, Sechidis, Gulo, und Kemeduber kam auf Pommi, wie das geworden in der Nähe von Apozo, und befragt nach Ametur Teiche, der Avede von Japuzo, meine Seche, Chutze, bepashtus, zusammen mit dem Bierbose und dem Dik und alle drei Unionen von Japuzo und meine Seche und Chutze, und mir geht nicht schon mit Beguf wie der Mond friert, der Kerbe Horitz, und man nimmt mit, die Kohle Inyoni von Bote Knessis, Bote Medroshes, und Bote Meisim Tevim, und beim Jucho dem Meses Chadoshim, wegen welches hat sich gerät, dem Shabbat Shelifnise, wo sicher hat sich jeder mit alle gewendet bei Kosher, und dort, wo sie gewinnt, bis ist einmäßig, wird er gleich machen, oder schön gemacht, oder gleich machen, am Mesat gemäßig. Wenn mehrere wird er sich stehen, Mesat bejachern, dort was Mesat sibische Tier, darf er stehen kommen, nach Schleich und machen dort den nächsten Mesat, wird er gleich ohne machen von 2 Mesat, die Fleimlitische, Bebas Sachas, und der Rebischte wird geben auf der alle Zeus, und befragt nach, haben wir sich schön angeheben mit den Ingen von Arboim, von Kupas Rabbeinu, was man sich mit Stadl gewinnt, er soll ankommen in die alle Erde, wo sie da meist ist, al Kolponen, der Arbe, Meschekel, Ewer la Seche, noch in Edes endlich sagen, man geht da rein, in dem Jem Hailule,
wegen der Minie von der Reben, was ab dem steht, an Nechi Emed, Bein Avayu, Bein Nechem, Lahagid, Lachem, Dvar Hashem, wird nisbar in Siches und Esberim, von Chsidim Akadmenim, und später dicke Chsidim. Der Linie wird nisbar, Be'erech, und Berechev, und Beimek. Als wie sie Gimmel Tammuz, wird man abstellen sich, wie der Ingen wird nisbar in der Maimer Bata Tetzave. In der Maimer Retzer wegen Moshe Rabbeinu. Am Moshe Rabbeinu wird angerufen, Raya Mehemne. Was meint Raya Mehemne? Die Raya Mehemne, der Pshat, mefahren es die Emune, mit dem zweiten Teil. Mefahren es die Emune. Das heißt, dass Iden mit Zadatzmom seine Maminim bnei Maminim. Aber das kann sein bei Makif. Und Moshe Rabbeinu tut auf mit Iden, a die Emune soll sein wie Pnimis. Der hele Reis darf man abteitschen, was meint Makif und was meint Pnimis. Was meint der Emune ist wie Pnimis Makif, und was ist der Uftu, a die Emune ist wie Pnimis Pnimis. Die Posche der Teitsch ist, Makif in der Pshat, der Teitsch, als mit die Sache zwei Sachen. Es bleibt zwei Sachen. Und bis sich allemal in der Minien, a ganze Apumachtate Lachmona Karriere, die Dogme, als ken adrie von der Mune kann bleiben mit Prinz Makif, ist von der Minien ganze Apumachtate Lachmona Karriere. Und ich sehe das immer wahr, der ganze, I bemes a starker Meinung. Bemes, glebt Tag in der Mebersten. Und wie mis me fahret, l'chele Reish glebt als sie tolui bei Idee von der Mebersten, sie wird matzliach sein in die Gneve oder nicht. Hat Poshet Emune, als sie tolui bei der Kodesh Baruch Hu der Minyan. Denn da glebt als der Rebischter hört, was redt. Glebt, jetzt, wenn daven zum Ebersten und bet sein Bakosche, der Rebischter hört. Noch mehr, dass der Kosche mit Messias Nefesh. Better bei dem Ebersten stehen die Apumachtarten. Apumachtarten, jeder übrige Rege, was steht dort, ich doch mehr scheich, man soll ihn haben. Von deswegen stellt sich auf und stellt sich besser in einer gewissen Moss. Und wer bei dem Ebersten, soll Matzliach sein in die Gneve. In dem Muni bei ihm sehr stark. Afel Pikein, halt es ihm nicht stopp, soll nicht gehen werden. Wissen dich, aber der Eberster will nicht mehr soll gehen werden. Der Tam auf der Ruf ist, weil mit das, was glebt, in zwei besondere Unionen. Die Immune ist stark, aber es sind zwei besondere Sachen. Das mit Makif. Makif heißt nicht noch Sarumem. Makif heißt, sie in ihm, aber nicht Nisatze mit ihm, aber das ist mit der Immune bleiben zwei Unionen. Ja. Al der Wisrata der Chilik von Levush und Mosen. Al Levush im Makif. Agama der Levush ist ausgemosten, leit Midas Odom, Vechom, mit anderen Meiles Gedeles, was sie fragen Levushim. Aber afel became der Mensch mit dem Levush in zwei besondere Sachen. Mosin geht rein in Apnimis. Was meint das? Es ist nicht der Pshat, der Mosin geht rein in Apnimis. Sie mehr davon. Der Gufa Odom ist Mosin. Was ist ein Gufa Odom? Ein Gufa Odom mit der Pshat zusammengestellt von Essen. Das heißt, mit Essen und mit Trinkt, wer davon ein Gufa Odom. In der Gufa Odom ist der Mosin. Das mit Pnimis, das ist Ist a viele der Bitui, es geht da rein in Apnimis. Sich nicht mamisch mechuven Elohim. Starke von dem. Sie nicht a Sach is a rein in Apnimis. Das, was is a rein in das is Gufa Odom is Mosin. In der Mine von der Munde, in der Kammer und Kammer Dargis. Das redt sich in der Meimer. Fragen der Munde, der Linie von Maslai Yochazi. Der Schere Shane Shome Zetelekus. Den Shome Shele Meilo. Zetelekus. Und bei Meile ist Nesel, wenn Netef in der Neshome, auch der Bestes Beguf, drinne von der Mund. In der Rettreschen, wenn Rie, was Rie sagt in Meimer, das ist ein Amtus, der Lebe Jesu. Ein Mensch sieht das Sach, wird das in einer gewissen Sinn, jene Satze mit dem. Das allein gesehen. Wird das jene Satze mit dem. Sagt in Meimer, Akiva shemuna shalehi mitzad sibe, mitzad ze shereya, ve'eino kshulo, imetze mitziusei, eine muchler sheyimser nafshe al ze. The save dover, zet. Zet elikus. Neshama shel amayla zet elikus, und azeh wird das nimshech in der neshama shel mato, neshama am lebeshes beguf, ein samtes von ihr. The save dover, der Kisheri weiter zwei Sachen. Bem hat sich auch gelegt, der Likus, wie bald hat gesehen. Wie bald das mit Zatsibe, Sibe, mit Zatsibe, sagt ist das nicht allein. Meile, was kommt daraus davon? Ist eine Muchlich, sheyimser nafshi al ze. A wegen dem Leben zu leben, Milav Davke. Der Leben mit der Herr allein. Und da ist eine Sache, es hat sich beim Ogelegt mit einem Mehrendicke Samtus. Ein Samtus von ihr. Aber fort, sie da und da die Sache, was hat sich beim Ogelegt. Wird fort sein Agbolle, und Lav Davke wird sich auf dem Nefesh sein. Dennoch ist da die Munde, wie bald der Likus ist ein Ätzem. Der Ätzem an der Schome von Naiden ist der Likus. Nicht nur verbunden mit der Likus, weil der Neshome ist abgelegt der Likus, es ist eine Sache mehr und stärker, die Neshome ist der Likus. Wie bald die Neshome ist der Likus, und das Herz bei Jeden, und das ist die Emesse Mune in Apnimis, das heißt, hat Mune, weil das ist allein. Und sichert sich Meister Nefesh sein auf dem, weil das ist allein. Und der will mit sagen, ein Mensch wird sich Meister Nefesh sein für sich allein. Klappt doch das nicht. Was Meister Nefesh sein für sich allein? Ist doch allein. Al der ze Emune von Aiden mit Zad Etzema Neshome ist doch Elikus. Die Neshome ist a Chelik Elikam im Mal Mamesh. Das ist Elikus allein. Im Meile mit Zadem in die Stokin Agbolle und a viele bis Messias Nefesh Mamsch. Und das ist der Linie von Reime Hemne, das ist der Linie von Areben. Arebi Megale, die Ätzem an Neshome von Aiden. Nicht nur Darges von Neshome, doch Poshe die Ätzem an Neshome von Aiden, als Aid soll fühlen, als ist Elikus. Gut, indem der Darges für Amesher Rabbein und Mordechai, bis Rätsel weiter in Maimer, aber die Nekude Hoikris von der Minyan ist, Reime Hemne. Der Linie von Areben ist, Megale sein die Neshome von Aiden, die Ätzema Neshome. Was in Pashto Welt meint das, Aid soll fühlen, als ist Elikus. Und beim es wegen dem Rätsel in Tanja in Perek Beis. Und dort ein Rätsel doch wegen Areben und wegen Iskashes mit Areben. Lass mich durchreden ein bisschen die Kurdes von dem Perek. Okay. Und dann von der Moschel. Ja. Sagt das sie. Geht am Moschel von Amit Aben. Ja. Kmoschel Aben, הנמשך ממח האב, שאפילו ציפור נרגלוב נסהבו מטיפס וממש. wie geworden a ganzer Ben, וכולו מתעברים ביס ציפור נרגלוב, על ידי שיוסו תשע חדושים בבטן נעים, ויורדו ממדרגה למדרגה, לשתנס, ולסהבס ממנו ציפורניים. Der Schere schon Mokeris Mechav. Das sie umgekommen in Betenoim. Und all die Yos Tisha Chadoshim mit der ganze Ristalscheles, mit Darge le Darge, Lishtanis, und es wären von Evrim bis wird der ganze Mensch mit Evrim bis Ziporni Raglo. Vim kol ze, eiden akshur yechedes, biichon nifla beotzum, im Husa vatzmus arischen, shois a tipas meichav. Bald. Vegam machshav beben, yenikas atziparnayim v'chiyusom, nimsheches ma'meach shebarosh, vet nimshech von meach shebarosh. Wem meint men do meach shebarosh, wem es meach, is das meint men a meach haben. עכשיו בבן, יניקס הציפורניים וחיוסום, נמשכס von dem Meer שבראש, meint man Meer haben. Wegen dem in der Brief von Reben, Igles Kedesh Chelik Beis, dort 10 Pshatim in Tanya, gut, hebt an Nase. Poshut, שהכוונה היא, שהכוונה היא מייח שבריש הבן ולא Das versteht in Tanya da. Ayenikas הציפורניים וחיוסום נמשכס במאיר שבראש, meint man das מייח הבן. Danach ist Mamschich, und sagt also, der erste Pshat, was der Rebbe lernt in Tanya da, ist, wie das Kosher mit Mechav, ist beemes, Mechaben ist Mechav. Das, was sie da ist Stalscheles, und der Loschen von Tanya ist, Lishtanis, Ulishavis mimeno v'chulu bisi parnayim, das Rätsel wegen die andere Evre Aguf. Aber der Meach haben, das ist Meach Av. In dem nicht Scheiches ist Stalscheles. Und der Hesber ist, Meach Av meint man da, dem Keich HaYilode. Der Keich HaYilode, das Herzemav, nicht die Madrige, das Herzemav. Sie ongiton in Aninien, was nimmt sich von Meach, aber beemes, was liegt da, was steckt da, das steckt Herzemav. In a Netzem in nicht doch in Stahlschulis. Ist a Netzem wird nimschach. Wird nimschach meishahu. Nicht doch in Yeride oder Stahlschulis in a Netzem. Im Meile Meach haben is Meach Av. I bishas di Evrei Guf haben bisi Parnaim seine jene Chayes mit Meach von dem Ben, das besser Meach Av. Jetzt gefindt sich der Meach in Guf haben, macht nicht durch, aber der Meach, das ist Meach Av Mamish. Im Meile, das ist der Kesher, was die Porni Ragle von dem Ben, seine verbunden mit Meach Av, weil Meach Av und Meach haben ist eine Sache. Das ist der erste Pshat, was der Rebbe lernt da in Tanya. Ich habe noch ein Pshat, wie der Mamschir weiter anders. Gut, aber der Pshat, der Mond der Rebbe als dem Ersten und das ist mehr Massim zu dem Nimschel. Wie das in Nimschel? Sheresh Anishomes ist von Beloshe von Tanya von Chochmei Eloi. Chochmei Eloi ist Elikus. Chochmei Eloi ist Atzmes Elikus. Die bringt gleich auf dem, also sie Chelek Eleka Mimal Mamish. Rufen das von Eleka. Sheresh Anishomes ist Eleka. Prines Eleka. Dennoch werden Nishomes nicht Talschel bis Lemato. Gut, da wir gucken auf dem, als Klal Yisrael ist al derech wie a Guf Godel, und voran Neverim, voran Nishomes Asha Yochim zu Seichel, Nishomes Asha Yochim zu Midas, Nishomes Asha Yochim zu Keich HaMaise, Nishomes Asha Yochim zu Minyan von Keich HaHilach, lassen wir sagen. Bis a viele Ziporni Raglov. Drinje von Amen, wa Ame Oretz, was rätselt da. Dennoch ist da der Meach von dem Guf. Der Meach von dem Guf, das ist Rosh Alfa Yisrael. Agaf voran an Nord, was der Rebbe meitig die Schures von Tanya da, und meitig Reish Alfa Yisrael, Loshen Yochid, nicht Rosh Alfa Yisrael, wie sagt da, no Reish Loshen Yochid. Akaponim is Rosh Alfa Yisrael, wie fragt Reish Alfa Yisrael, und das ist Chochmei Lo Lamato. In dem bin ich doch in Shinui. Al derech wie Meach haben, is Meach Av, al derech ze, Rosh Alfa Yisrael, Reish Bnei Yisrael da Lamato, a Rebbe Lamato, gefindt sich Lamato, emes, aber was ist ist Chochmei Lo Mamish. Aber welchem izot Chelek Eleka Mimal Mamish, das ist Eleka Mamish. I bishas Aidi verbunden mit der Rebbe, ist verbunden mit der Elikus Mamish. Es ist nicht der Pshat, also ich hab doch der Linie. Es ist nicht der Pshat, durch dem Reish Alfa Yisrael wird der Ried verbunden mit Neberschen. Al Yedei. Aprines am Zoi. Leitlich sie me wohl in Tanya da, in der Reish Bnei Yisrael, das ist der Meach von Klal Yisrael, Meach haben, Meach haben ist Meach Av, das ich Chochmei Lo Mamish, bloß Natanya, oder Prines Eleka Mimal, was gefühlt sich Lamato, Bishas die Evre Aguf, Klal Yisrael, seine Mekabel Chayes, von sehr mehr, wo das Jeresh Alpha Yisrael, das ist sehr Kesher, mehr darf man nicht stoppen. Das ist der Kesher mit Elikus. Und das ist der Hemmschach in dem Perik. Mamschach weiter, der Ubezeh-Juven, Maimer Azal, al Postig ul Dovkobei, Akol HaDover mit Talmid Chochem, Mailo lo vakosu, kilo nidbag b'shchina mamish. Sagt Bazei Juven. Was ist das schwer in der Maimer Azal? Bazei Juven, mit dem sein Verstand der Maimer Azal, als was Akol HaDover mit Talmid Chochem, in nidbag b'shchina. Da kamen Pirushim, wo das meint. Bazei Juven heißt, als on dem, was letzter da in Tanja, der Maimer Azal nicht moven. Wenn was ist das nicht moven? Ist, der Alte Rebbe legt zu ein Wort, Mamish. Als Kol HaDover mit Talmid Chochem, Mailo lo bakosu, kilo nidbag b'shchina mamish. Was heißt nidbag b'shchina mamish? Das heißt, Beridovek mit Talmid Chochem ist mamish dovek in die Schchina, mehr darf man nicht haben. Das heißt, noch einmal, nicht der Pshat, aber Talmid Chochem ist an einem Zoi, a verbinden mit Nebersten. Talmid Chochem lernen Teire mit dem, das sein verbunden durch Limud Teire. Der Talmid Chochem lernt, wie zu Mekayim sein Mitzvahs, der Mekayim sein Mitzvahs, Zafse Vechibra mit Nebersten, oder lernt der Midas Teves. Sagt der Alte Rebbe, der Maimer Azal, sagt er, Akol HaDover mit Talmid Chochem, ist Dovek in Schchina Mamish. Mamish Dovek in der Schchina. Und nicht Madriges, nur Dovek in die Schchina Mamish, gemeint Atzmes und Haus. Ich will das Scheir sagen, ist auf dem sagt der Alte Rebbe, was sie Juven. Mit Zeit stopp, was halt damit Chochem ist, was ist ein Rebbe? Ein Rebbe ist Elikus Lamato. Ein Rebbe Chochmel, Meach haben, ist Meach haben. Der Chochmel lo, das die Chochmel lo, der Ziel ist bloß Natanja, oder in andere Wörter, das Atzmes zum Hus Lamato. Ist am Isdovok in dem, in Nidwag B'shchina Mamish. Yes, the lotion is called a dovek with Talmid Chochem. Meile, in dem Frandarges. Jeder Ried muss mit Kabel Chaye sein von dem Meersche Barosh. Aber in dem das Frandarges ist das selche, was rätselt weiter in Tanja. In dem Chotzi Ribur. Danach is dovek mit Talmid Chochem, dvekus heißt dvekus gluya, dovuk. Dvekus in Stock in Helm, dovuk behelm, dovuk in der Pschatere verbunden mit dem, dovuk in dem. Es ist eine Sache mit dem. Das heißt, ebsi do eis Kaschris ke de boy, mit Areben, dovuk mit Talmid Chochem, ist dovuk b'shchina mamish, ist jemol verbunden mit Schchina Mamish, der Pshat, beim Leicht, der Meich Elgin, beim Leicht, sein eigener Sheresh Moker. Der Sheresh Moker von Naiden ist Chochmilo, der Sheresh von Neshome ist Chochmilo, Atzmes Elikus. Nur das kann sein Behelem. das kann sein Behelle. Und voran Jeden, was leisat, ist das Behelle. Beschaß dover mit Vechom. Verbunden mit den Reben, wie Chossi da sein, verbunden mit den Reben. Jemals dieser dover, wie Schchine Mamesh, das heißt, das Leib beim Begil. In anderen Wörtern, benese Vlase, was Bichlal die Nika Sachayes darf kommen von die Kopf, von Rosh Alfa Yisrael, steht doch da noch ein. Aber Schas Misdovo Kinareben, was ist Chochmeilo Dolemato, ist Elikus Dolemato, leicht in Aiden sein Scherisch und Moker Mamisch. In andere Wörter, es leicht in Aiden sein Netzemann schon. Mit das in andere Wörter nicht Punkt, aber al derech, wie es retter in der Maimer Bata der Zabe in der Minion von der Minion Verein Mehemne, an die Pule von Moshe Rabbeinu ist, Megale sein der Netzemann schon von Aiden. Und das meint, Aid soll fühlen, als ist Elikus. Da steht in andere Wörter in Tanja, aber Schas Misdovok in Areben und Arebe ist das Chochme Ilod Ilamailo oder in andere Wörter, wie mit der Sonnruf und der Atzmes Elikus und das ist Sheresh Haneshome, leicht in jeden Sheresh Haneshome. Jetzt, was meint das, was ist der Bitte davon in Aveda Bepeil? Was meint das, als in Aiden leicht Tetzemann schon? Wie kommt es als Aid, was in dem leicht Tetzemann schon? Aber der klar Tetzemann schon behalten. Retter wenn Jidische Benefesh, ich lab Davke Begille. Der Linie von der Reben ist, als leichten bringen in Aiden Begilui, sei Jidische Benefesh. Akupon im Eidem geht weiter, Poshet, abstellen sich, mit der Ketzer als Mann, darf man reden, die Union über Kitzer Nimrutz. Aber, beätzen mit Deil, Imon heimendig, von der Baal Shem Tov von der Malten Reben, ist allemal das gewähnt der Linie von der Rabbeim, megale sein, mehr und mehr, an die Ätzelmann Neshama so leichten bei ihm. Und Misetos, mir sagt, beim Reben das herausgekommen, sagt man das, in a starker Neifen und in a mehr goldigen Neifen. Und das sie da bekam Madreges und bekam Ifanen. Im Annehmen dik mit der Dugme Pschute. Bestellt ab Aiden in Gas und mit Bettem legend film. Rätsel ben Aiden, was derweil nicht in Schema Teromitzes. Und Nächten kind viel nicht gelegt. Und bei der Chateva, ebst nicht sein morgen, noch einmal a Bocher Said, was den Betten legend viel, ist kein sein, als mit Sadatz mit Hashvi'i Sholem kind viel nicht legt. Aber jetzt stellt man ihm ab, geht in Gas, ist auch in andere Unionen. Stellt ihm ab, fragt ihn, bist du Aid? Sagt ja. Und mir sagt ihm, legt viel. Legt viel. Was ist der Punkt geschehen doch? Wir reden aber Menschen, an normalen Menschen. Vechulu. Was mit einmal? Und für was einmal hat man so Sachen nicht gekannt. Was ist Bämmisch die Siebe, was bedehrischel von Neinu, hat man so Sachen nicht gekannt. Al Kaponim in so Mos, in so Eifen. In der Pshat ist also, der Ried, was redt mit dem Iden, wegen Legend-Film, Geschlecht von Reben, kommt doch Bescheid von Reben. In der Minute leicht bei dem Iden, zu wem mir redt, beim leicht sein Erzmann schon. Allein weiß nicht, was tut sich mit dem. Bei der Minute steht Begilu sein Erzmann schon. Weil der sehr bekam in Jonen, was bei der Reino sehr, hat der Rebbe aufgetan, als bei ihnen steht sehr Erzmann schon mit Begilu. Reihe mehemne, was meint das? Das heißt, steht bei sie Begilu, mein Gilu, das sagt Madreges, aber es Herzer bei sie, Adrine von Idischkeit, in Dischkendover Nesef, auf sie, das ist sehr Rätsel Mamus. Danach ist das da in Hechere Madreges. Amy kann anrufen, das Hechere Madreges. Simchastere Tovshin Nun Beis. Simchastere Tovshin Nun Beis in der Verbringe Farakofis. Der Rebbe gerät wegen der Minie von Ataris oder das. Von Ataris oder das, die Minie von Eved Movadi. Ja. Look, der Teich von Eved Movadi ist, als nicht Galle werden, Becholil Kulei, als nicht Toke Metzies Acheres, so losse ist Barech, Eved Movadi. Dr. Gerät, das ist der Chiluk von die zwei Gersoes, Ani Nivreisi Leshamesh Eskeni, und Ani Le Nivreisi El Leshamesh Eskeni. Pshat mi sagt, Ani Nivreisi Leshamesh Eskeni, in der Pshat, es ist da Metzies, welches Nivra geworden, nur die ganze Kavon und Tachlis von ihr Brie ist mehr nicht wie Leshamesh Eskeni. I das ist nicht genug. Ani leini vreisi vechulu ist der Teich, als der Metzies von Anodam Kishali Yatzmo ist bechlau nito. Ani leini vreisi. Der einzige Ingen, wo da ist der Leshamesh Eskeni. Und Agav, der Rebbe zugelegt da, und selbst nicht, als Agav, Dr. Pisa, Schleimar, dem Bier in dem Ikov Amavihil von der Giule. Adose mit Zadem, was bei Iden hat gefällt Schleimus in der Darge von Avede Beifen von Ani Leini Vreis El Shamesh Eskeni. Was darf geht durch dem, guckt mir zu der Giule, was wird sein in der Nähe von der Nolbade. Alkopolim, was steht da? Was hat der Rebbe gemeint? Und das Mekasche gewinnt mit der Giule. Aber das ist eine Gehe zu der Giule zu bringen Mashiach. Mit Aufhalten bei der Darge von Leini Vreis El Shamesh Eskeni. Gut, nicht da in der Rat herumreden. Mein Bescheid sagt, Nini Vreis El Shamesh Eskeni, das sehe ich ein bisschen Lotze und ein bisschen Bemzies, bechulu. Wie steht da? Mehr nicht will Shamesh Eskeni. Ist echt nicht genug. Pervos al Seif Dover, I do geblieben am Zies. Si do Anini Vreisi, mit Akavon L'Shamash Eskeni. I sag al Pia de Shimush Eskeni, mein da in von Davdus, und bekabel sein El Malchus Shamayim, und Bittel zum Paulerotz, mit alle Gräse in Jodi was Retzich, aber le Seif Dover, I Fran Anani, und Fran Eskeni. Was meint man? Leini Vreisi Elo Shamash Eskeni. Ich muss zu fragen, wie ist mir Scheiches als eine Sache? In der Teretz ist, Bekitzer, das kommt von Netzem an der Schome. Der Linie von Anil Leini Vreisi, El Shamash Eskeni, und das ist Netzem an der Schome. In Netzem an der Schome ist doch in zwei. Und der besteht im Maimer, a viele Samtus in der Lekus, ist echt nicht genug. Weil voran und voran die Sache, was wird beim Nisames. Und der ist sagst du, voran Ni und Ivreisi. Die Kavoni L'Shamesh Eskeni. Mit alle Bittel beim Ziesen, was geht daran in die Werte L'Shamesh Eskeni. Aber sie voran Ni und voran Keni. Bedakis, de Dakis, versteht sich. Aber der Rätsel wegen zwei Jahren ist echt nicht genug. Mit der Ätzem Schomme in die Stock in zwei. Die Ätzem Schomme, und das ist der Kurs. Sie darf nicht sehen, keine andere Sache, das ist der Kurs. Im Meile, was in der Wede mit der Ätzem Schomme, Leini Vreis, El Shamash Eskeni. In Mail in Verbringen ist. Das heißt, der Rebbe hat mit Galle gegeben, gebracht dem Ingen, der Reihe Mehemne, der Gili an der Schome, Gili Etzem an der Schome. Was Said mit Nebesh Neskulachad, Mamesh, und das hat der Rebbe gebracht bei Gili Mamesh. In Meile, Monzer die Avede von Anil in die Vreise, El Shamash Eskeni. Weil der ist dort Dugmoist, was mit dem Reben, der Rebbe hat mit Galle gewinnt, versteht sich da Madreges in dem Onifanim, aber eine Kuder hat ich ist, der Rebbe hat gebracht, die Ätzem an Neshome von Naiden, Yechidische Benefesh, das leicht in Naiden. Aid fühlt, als sein Metzies ist Elikus. Ja. Und genau der Fall kann man aufstellen Naiden in Gas und legt viel mit ihm, und legt viel und besäbert von dem Joffes, und ist zufrieden von dem. Da ist Yechidische Benefesh begilui. Al der in andere Fanen, im Mond von uns, halten bei der Madrege von Leini Vreisi El Shamash Eskeni. Und Bichlal, a Sach von Rebes, mein Mor im Retzachhaus wegen Bittel bim Zies, und noch tiefer Bittel bim Zies, und noch tiefer. Lost nicht, soll bleiben, etwas am Zies bedakis. In ganzen Avegelit für Elikus. Und wenn es der Wort Avegelit für Elikus, ist echt nicht kein richtiger Wort. Doch der Avegelit für Elikus. Aid ist Elikus. Und für Elikus darf man alles tun. Al Kaponim, das ist eine von den Jonen, mit Teich dem Posik, da Teich, und ich eimed, bein Avayu, bein Nechem, L'hagid lachem var Hashem, da Teich, und ich eimed, Lahagid lachem. Mamshir seine Lekus, also Lekus soll werden lachem, soll nicht satzen werden mit euch. Das heißt, soll nicht Galle werden, Lahagid lachem, Mamshir sein in euch. Die Galle sein in euch, ados lachem, also Lekus ist eure Metzies. So. Da interessanter. Oh. In die Sicher sind Tafshinales. Lesayim mit der Stickel Meise, mit der geschwacken Wort. Vor allem, dachte ich, mit dem Kastel. Vor allem, Tazi, Hebton, die Welt ist in Toes, wenn sie sagen, als Chassidus im Schane dem Mohus. Der Emes ist, als Chassidus ist Meshane die Metzies und ist Megale dem Mohus. Der Mohus von Aiden sagt das ist Atzmes Olekus. Ja. Chelik min Noetzem und Tefes Bikzas min Noetzem mit Tefes Bekulei. Es ist mehr nicht, als Atzmus hat Beile gewinnt an der Schome, als sie soll sein an Nivra. Die Bekitze der Mahus von an der Schome ist Atzmus Olekus. Was ist drin für Chassidus? Drin für Chassidus ist, Megale sein der Mahus. Ja. Der Noge Tariches, Noge Mesam Tamaise. Amol ist der Zaraye Rov gefahren in Lubavitch. Kommen dik auf der Bahnstanzie Jerudnie, als Muchala Lubavitch, ja, was bis Rudnie, der Train gefahren bis Rudnie. Und von dort darf man nehmen auf Wogen zu kommen in Lubavitch. Ich dort gewähnt, Rudnie gewähnt, Pesach der Balagole. Hat sich aufgerufen zum Rov. Rebel, nimm den Päckl und krieg rein in Wogen. Sagt der Friedrich Rebbe, die Krie hat Meshane gewähnt, die Metzies, nur dem in Lubavitch ist der Rebbe Megale dem Mahus. Früher in der Sicher lässt sich alles, wenn ich sehe das. Nicht kein starkes Stil, aber früher lässt sich alles, als Chassidus hat aufgetan, Gili muss an Meshane bei Ihnen. Aber noch ist Messiah, als in Lubavitch in der Rebbe Meshane dem Mahus. Akupani mit das in der Kudas Indien noch einmal der Kudas Adover ist nicht reingehen, die Kindarges, aber der erste Mann ist schon von Aiden, der Chai von Aiden ist beheller. Ich sehe das immer wahr, der Mine. Der Linie von der Reben ist, Megale sein, die Chidische Benefesh. Und was meint die Chidische Benefesh? Was meint Megale sein, Etzema Nefesh? Dorten, wo Aid mit Neberschen ist eine Sache. Nicht tut vor dem Eberschen, sich Meister Nefesh vor dem Eberschen. Das ist sein mit sie ist Gufe. Und das ist der Linie von Chassidus. Und noch mehr, und das ist der Linie von Areben. Was kann, käme reingehen in dem, was darf Arebe tut das auf, aber als der Linien, egal sein, die erste Mann schon von denen tut Arebe, soll fühlen, ist Elikus. Und mit der haben das die Rabbi Megale gegeben, mehrer und noch mehrer, bis der Reino sehr, hat das der Rebbe getan und tut das der Rebbe, Megale sein Balle Jiden, Gilui Etzem an Neshome, als Aveide und als mit allem man soll sein, Lefi Gilui Etzem an Neshome. Und noch einmal, das ist der Ringe, was mit dem Mund von uns, Leni Vreisi El, Shamesh Eskeni, Leni Vreisi El, in dem Signen oder in Signen von anderen Maimorim, a Bittel beim Zies Legamre, in ganzen Wege liegt. An die Stock in zwei. Sie ist eine Sache. Der eine Sache, das ist Erzem an Neshome. Nur dort nicht das eine Sache. Und das ist der Reihe Mehemne von unser Dor, Megale gewinnt, der Erzem an Neshome und gemont von uns. Tachlis Abitl, der Zugang zu Lekus soll nicht sein, sie do und der Lekus und tut und ist sich Meister Nefesh, sie kul echad, Leini Vreisi, El Shamesh Eskeni.
Yom
Rabbi Yosef Weinberg served many missions for the previous Rebbe and the Rebbe for over 60 years.
After the war, amongst that came from Europe was a Yid, Rabbi Yankiv Griffel. He was very active after the war to place people to get visas to America or to Israel after the war. Very, very active. When he came here, he became very close to the Rebbe. He became a big chassid of the Rebbe. His business was, he was an agent by oil deals. He calls me up once from Oklahoma and says he has something to ask the Rebbe, a very important thing, and it needs the Rebbe's advice. If I could do him the favor, go over to 770, give in a note to the Rebbe, I should get an answer for him. I came over to 770, I told the Rebbe Chadakov, usually Rebbe Chadakov went into the Rebbe at the end of the day when there was no Yechidus, and then the Rebbe gave him some answers, so maybe give him some notes to the Rebbe. This time, when I came in, Rabbi Chadakov was already by the Rebbe. What do? The person needs the advice. So I put in, I had it in an envelope, the note, I put it in the shpar, it's called in Yiddish, in the opening, in the side of the door. With the hope that Rabbi Chadakov will go out, he will notice it and give the Rebbe and he'll have an answer. And I looked in and I see Rabbi Chadakov goes back from the Rebbe, goes backwards, so everyone, and the letter falls down and the Rebbe picks himself up, goes over, takes the note, takes the envelope, and just in about 15-20 minutes I had an answer. But the following day, I sent in a note to the Rebbe, a note to apologize. I was goyim, I was a kakosta, the Rebbe should pick himself up and have to pick it up. So I asked the Rebbe should pardon me. So the Rebbe gave me an answer. Haloizeh kol inyoni ufhem. This is my whole being to uplift. And especially, and beyichud, Sachen, was andere versehen. Beyichud, especially things that others overlook.
Auf der Niveau von den Meeres, so, Kulo, Doktor sagt er noch, das geht auf Knesset Israel, auf dem jüdischen Volk. Als sie alle werden umgerufen, alle zusammen, Menere so auf Kulo. Was in der Menere gewährt Shiva Nere 7 Lichter. Was jeder von sie hat sich umgewiesen auf einen besonderen Weg, was sie zu dienen dem Eberschen. Und ich sehe das Mevair Barucho, was sie auf dienen dem Eberschen ist, so als eine, was dienen dem Eberschen durch den Kav HaChesed, sie do als eine durch den Kav HaGvuro, und als sie stellt sich das ist in 7 verschiedene Sorten Wegen. Und deswegen setzt man sich an der Zeit HaShove, in der alle Shiva Neres ist, als jeder von sie, was sie gewähnt der Arbeit, auf hereinbringen noch Licht in die Welt. Das heißt, dass viele die, was sehr erwähnt ist in Sada Gwure, durch Chumres und durch Gwuris wie Dinim, ist das mehr nicht wie der Levushchi Zeni, der Weg wie zuzukommen zu der Matore, aber der Matore Klolis ist auf machen Lichtig und Geschmack herum sich, nur weil der kommt dazu durch den Kap und Gwure. Und deswegen ist auch aber verstandig, die, was hat viele sehr Weg in Kava Chesed, die dorten dürfen sich nicht griebeln, bis wann nicht mehr kommt zu dem Tachlis, was das ist der Wehrhafto. L'Reyacha Komecha in Tzad Hoave, nur me seht das gleich von neben Mufi. Und als jechit ist da in Nissim, al derech wie sie gewähnt, und der was hat gedacht, tonzinden dem Nere, ist das gewähnt der Kehen, unhebendig von Nahren kein Godel, was sein Linien ist gewähnt, eheves Abries, zeigt sich der alte Rebbe, dass viele die, was haben nicht kein Meile, mehr nicht, und das, was sie sein im Bries, hat der Rebische Ratzeba schaffen. Ach, kurz dem, das heilige Rein ist von deswegen ist Aaron gestanden in Nefen Hoaveder, nicht nur die Tachlis und die Matori gewähnt, der Haftel, Jakob Komecho, nur der Weg dazu ist gegangen durch Leheves Abries, durch Anavische Begoloi. Haben die Kinsine, na wo soll sein der Tachlis, nicht so dabei soll sich das händigen, nur soll sein und mit Karben Latera, sie sollen dann noch werden, Teire Jiden, wo das ist der Tachlis von Bries oder. Und als sechet in die Nisi Israel Shel Yachro, wo erinnern ist Chechet davonzinden, der jüdische Nishome, was jeder Nishome wird sich umgerufen, Ner Hashem Nishma Sodo. Nur wenn sie da sehen, was warten, bis wann die Zitainer kommen zu gehen, und werden sie anzünden den Feier und die Lichtigkeit von dem Ner Hashem, i das ist die Arbeit von Nisi Israel Bechol der, bis zu unser der, wo dort gewähnt der Baal Ha'ilule, der Schwert der Rebbe, wo sein Linien gewähnt, Afehe, Sabris, Mekarev, seien alle Jiden, und in dem Kaf von Nahave Begolui hat angezündet, hat die alle verschiedene Zugin, was sie dort bei Jiden durch dem Derech und durch der Avede von Nahave wie Kiro. Und hat sechet, es mit Bemuchesh. Und alle Unionen, was in Welt eine der Baschgoche Protis, ist dort jeme Hilul, ist auch dort von verschiedenen Nissien, ist da eine, was mir weiß nicht, die Siebe begollen, aber es ist angenommen, aber der jeme Hilul ist geworden in einer freilichen Leben. Es ist da eine, was jeme Hilul ist, pravet mir aber in einem angestrengten Derech, hat eingestellt, der jeme Hilul von dem Reben Massim, weil wie das in einer freilichen Leben nie durch Abwesen der Bechlau nicht scheitert. A viele nicht durch Merires, nur durch den Kaf von Ahave, wo das ist verbunden mit dem Kaf von Hepach Amriris, wo das ist Simche, also viele in seinem Ha'ilul hat sich eingestellt, das ist ein Freilicher, al derech wie der Regel sechet, da verschiedene Nehalim, die was einen gewähnt, ist da ein Wesen, dass da ein Nehel, was am Kunta-Hin ist, stellt man sich weg gleich in der Kava Meriris, der Hakivus, und sie da ziehen und ein Nehel, was spielt, bei derech Makif, nach jeder Tracht sich ein, und es sich mit Beinen peilt, aus der Hakbohe, und an der Linie, was das bringt, noch Simche. Es war echt von dem Jema Hilule, was demut hat sich den Nishome von Bala Hilule an Ali Yitzero ala Shono Shelifnise. Bemele ist auch die alle, was gehen wie Drochov und hitten seine Takones. Es war viele bederech Maki, bakund men sich an Ali mit der Shono. Bishono ist auch die Ali, tut sich mit der Simcha, bemele das Peretz jeder. Das nimmt Europa die Schwierigkeiten, was man hat mit Bachut. Und ne Allahs kamen die Schwierigkeiten, was man hat mit Basnim, gedei aufzukommen, steigen, Meilen bekedisch in den Jonen von Teru und Mitzvit, שבנודם לעמוקים ובנודם לחברת.
wegen dem Minien von Nitzchius von der Zadik. Als ich leachris Talkusei gefindt sich auf der Welt, in Elam Hazeh, und beloschen Hazeyar ishtakach bekula almin yatir mibchayei, oder beloschen Gemara hu bachayim, seine Faran kamo biurim veifan. Und bekloles teilt sich das auf zwei Eifanim, zwei biurim, mitzad הנשמה ומצד הגוף. כפי שיסבור לכמון בעזר השם. Die beste Sache, פשוט, ist nice Sefer Benerze, nehmen das von dem Reben Siches. Und wir anheben von der Kote Siches Chelik Chavov. Schmeiß. Wo dort ein Rätsel bekloles, wegen drei Madreges Veifanim. Tzadikim Bechlal, Moshe Rabbeinu und Yankel Avinu. Es sind drei besondere Unionen, wie es wird nisbaren der Sicher, und bemeile drei besondere Veifanim. Steht der Sicher sei. Wenn ich gehe Tzadikim Bechlal, steht, als viele Bemisosom Kruyim Chaim. Und noch mehr, der alte Rebbe ist Mevar Barucho, als Tzadik, was wird Nifter, gefindt sich in Elam Hazeh noch mehr wie Bechayov. Weil Chaya Tzadik einem Chaim Psorim, Kim Chaim Ruchni. Und die Chaim Ruchni von dem Tzadik gehen nicht weg von Elam Hazeh, Eich lachlik die Rosse. Bei der Rabbe demolt ist es in einem gewissen Sinn noch bejesser se eis, ab sein Ruchnis, seinen Damos, Nitod Jagboles, mit Zad sein Guvechul. Das ist bei Tzadikim Bechlal. Als Chaya Tzadik ist Chaim Ruchni, Emune Yire Ve'ave. Und das bleibt in Elam Hazeh. Aderabbe, bald die Ruchnis in nicht ungetan in Guf, hat das nicht die Agboles mit Zad Guf, I bemeile das da bei Yasser seis bei Yasser ist. Afel Pikein gefindt man nicht, als der Inje Veloschen von Leimes soll stehen bei anderen Tzadikim. No Blaze bei Meishen, weil der sehr bei Yankel. Wir schlemmen der Bier in dem. Bei anderen Tzadikim ist der Linie von der starker Bekulu Almin, Eich in Elam Hazeh, in Anefen, als die Ruchnis gefindt sich in Elam Hazeh, als der Talmidim können mit Kabel sein, als Spor Ruchnis und nicht Masrabel. Aber die Chaya Tzadik Atzmom seien nicht verbunden und ungetan in Gashmiselo. Ja. Okay. Das ist Chaya Tzadik, ist Chaim Ruchni. Emune jede Wade. Eichle Achel ist Talkes Tzadik, gefindt sich das auf der Welt. Aber wo gefindt sich das? Da gefindt sich in einer Madrege Ruchnis, was sie nicht umgetan in Elam Hazeh. Kommt uns, als Chaim Ruchnim, als in Chaim Ruchnim, ist fortgeworden ein gewisser Schinu. Vehainu, was Biptirosom, seien sie schon mehr nicht umgetan in Gashmiselom, und der Rieber ist der Ruf nicht massim zu sagen als Leimes, als ihm nicht gewähren, kein Inje shall hefsig v'shin. Is Chaya Tzadik Chaim Ruchni, Emune Yire Vave, Das Hashvi'i Sholem geht nicht weg von der Welt. Das gefindt sich in Elam Hazeh. Und der Pfarr kennen sie ihre Talmidim, wie es steht, bekabel sein von die Ruchnis. Aber Rafel Pikein, das gefindt sich in Eifen Ruchni. In Elam Hazeh Gufe, aber da Gufe in Elam Ruchni. Im Meile kann man nicht sagen auf dem, Lei Mes, wie bald sie fortgewend da a Shinui, und der Shinui ist, was in Gashmis Mamesh ist das nicht da. Früher, in die Ruchnis, die Chaya Tzadi, gewinn Mulubisch in Aguf. I das in gewinn Koshur mit Gashmis. Gewinn verbunden starker mit der Welt, mit Aguf Gashmi. Aguf an Tzadik, aber fort Aguf Gashmi, in die Ruchni-Seele gewinn verbunden mit Gashmis. Gashmis Berg von dem Tzadik, aber fort Gashmis. Laachere die Stalkes von dem Tzadik, es bleibt Tag in Elam Hazeh. Und der Pfarr in Nokel Talmidov, wie sagt in Geras HaKedesh, Nokel Talmidov bekabel sein von Ruach Rabom. Noch mehr, bekabel sein von Ruach Rabom Hoatzmis, wie bald das nicht mehr Lubisch in Kinkele Lubush Gashmi. Aber ho Gufi, die Siebe, was in Gashmi ist das fort nicht da. In Meile kann man nicht sagen, dem Loschen Lei Mes, das heißt, da nicht gewinnt, die Schiene Legamre, sie fortgewinnt a Schiene. Und das ist, wo das sie mehr nicht koschur, als sie mit Gashmis, wie sie gewinnt früher. Wo das all derer, wie sagt in der Geras HaKedesh Gufe, in dem Biur, stellt das zu dem, was Avir Ganeden mispashet Soviv kol Odom. Jeden Menschen in mispashet der Avir von Ganeden. Und von der Seite, der Avir von Ganeden gefindt sich in Elam Hazeh. Das ist mispashet Soviv kol Odom. Kol Odom meint man an Menschen auf der Welt. Is in mispashet der Avir von Ganeden. Aber Rafel Pikein, der Avir von Ganeden bleibt an Minyan Ruchni. Sie nicht als die Kosher mit an Minyan Gashmi. In der Maimer Pisa Nosson Lovjenim, Tofri Tzadik Beis, schreibt der Friedrich Rebbe Azei, ועל ידי אחון הרבה, והיינו, ועל ידי הווידו ויגיע בדרך שהירו רבי, מביא החיים רוחניים של רבי באמון הירא ואהבה וחיים בשורים, בכל עניון אבידוסי, בלימוד התורה וקיים המצוות בפil ממש. Das heißt, das liegt schon auf dem Menschen, mamschig sein, von Ruchnis, Meivi Achaim Ruchniim, Chaim Psorim. Bringen das Chaim Psorim, das darf schon ein Mensch. Und das kommt dann, al Idee Avede wie Yegir. Weil die Chai Rabbe, Emuna Yire Beave, gefindt sich Tage auf der Welt, aber sie nahe von Ruchni. Richtig zu sagen, Shovat Chaim L'chol Chai, hat der Tzadik hat gelost sein Chaim Ruchniim auf der Welt, Shovat Chaim, sein Chaim Ruchniim, hat gelost auf der Welt, aber wo auf der Welt mehr Beruchnis und nicht als die Kosher Begashmis. In der Fall mit Zadoecho, die Nokel der Talmidov, Lekabel Miruach Rabom. Jedoch, zusammen mit dem, da wir haben auf dem als Acharbet. Der Ayochel likras leko bachon rabbi v'giyatzumo lekabel sholish midas halolu kederech sheiroi rabbi. K'may merazal yogaito matzos tamin. Und der Friedrich Rebbe toucht das so, die Gier darf das sein, Mamschir sein das, von Chaim Ruchnim in Chaim Gashmi. In Chaim Psori. Gut. Ich wähle der Fall, sagen auf dem, Leimes kämen nicht. Der Loschen von Rebbe ist, mit Massim, zu sagen, als Leimes, dass sie fortgewähren nach Shinui, fortgewähren nach Ihnen von Hefsig Beshin. Und das ist ein Neifen bei Tzadikim Bechlau. Noch der zweite Linie, Moshe Rabbeinu. Was auf Moshe Rabbeinu steht hier, Leimes. Der Loschen Leimes steht auf Moshe Rabbeinu. Ja. Steht da sehen, das sicher. Wie bald der Midosse von Moshe ist Midas Emes, ist Chayov, wie sie seinen Gewinn verbunden mit Gashmi Seilom, kann in dem nicht sein, Kimisse behefsig, es bleibt an ihnen Nitzchi, in Gashmi Seilom. Der Chiddush bei Moshe Rabbeinu ist, a Punkt, als wie früher, in Moshe Rabbeinu gewinn an Neshome beguf, dass sie seine Schome gewinnt Koschur mit Gashmi Seilom. Al der sehr später in nicht in dem Kishinui der Kesher mit Gashmi Seilom bleibt. Wie bald am Moshe Rabbeinu ist Emes, mit das Emes, und in dem kann Kishinui nicht sein, ist in dem Kesher mit Gashmi kann Kishinui nicht sein. Was in dem der Pshat? Song Chazal ist Pashtusse der Moshe b'chol Dore v'Dore. Als Nishmas Moshe tut sich on in die Chachme Hadeir eine Hoedo sheb'chol Der v'Der. Und b'miyuchot in Nosi Hadeir. Was ein Der, she'ein Beike Moshe Rabbeinu, es muss ein Moshe b'chol Der v'Der, in welchem sie ist umgetan Nishmas Moshe. In deuter Wort, Nishmas Moshe tut sich weiter on in der Guf. Ja. Das ist der Guf von dem Nossi, sheb'chol Der v'Der. In jedem Dori da Nossi. Und in sein Guf tut sich on Nishmas Moshe. Und die kommt doch ruhig, an Nishmas Moshe, ist weiter umgetan in der Guf. Bavon der Rebbe, wafel pi, ados im nit Gufe shel Moshe, der Retter dem Guf in Pashtus, der Guf von dem Nossi, von der später dicken Dor, und das im nicht Gufe shel Moshe. Is aber wie bald das Chaya Tzadik einem Chaim Sorim, kim Chaim Ruchnim, seine Chaim Moshe, nicht die Chaim Sorim von sein Guf, nur die Chaim Ruchnim von seine Shome. Und die Chaim Ruchnim Shalei bleiben Nitzchiyim in Elom Azeh Gashmi durch dem, was sie tun sich an in dem Guf von Nossi Ader sheb'chol Der v'Der. Die Deunisch Negehe Azeh was an ander Guf, Doi Negehe wo das a Guf dolle Mato. Ile Peil wie bald an Nishmas Moshe tut sich an in dem Guf von dem Nossi Hader, von die später dicke Deres, und in jedem Dori voran Moshe Rabbeinu, ist Pashtusse der Moshe b'chol Dore v'Dore, in der Pshat, ad Moshe Rabbeinus Neshome gefindt sich in Aguf. Das heißt, sie gefindt sich in Gashmius und Elom Hazeh, nicht nur Chaim Ruchni, was sie nicht bis Lapsches in Welt, in Gashmis, no, das gefindt sich in Aguf. Mainly, das ist ein zweiter Eifen in die Nitzchius von Anossi Beisol, von Azadik, und das ist Emes in Nitzchius, der Linie von Emes, hat das gefindt ungetan in Gashmis, in Aguf Gashmi. Und noch einmal, aber der Rätsel, wenn ein gut Gashmi von Anossi bei Israel, und das ist Kuli Ruchnis und Kuli Elikus, aber fort, das ist fort ein gut Gashmi. Ist auf dem Pass zu sagen, Leimes ist in ganzen Geschehen nicht gewähnt, früher gewähnt verbunden mit Gashmis, ungetan in Gashmis und gefunden sich in Gashmis, Elam Hase, und all der so weiter. Jetzt geht der dritte Reif von Yankiv Avinu. Bei Yankiv Avinu steht nicht das Sach, an Nishmas Yankiv gefindt sich in Aguf Lachri Ptiras Yankiv. Das steht nicht wegen Yankiv. Was steht hier wegen Yankiv? Die sagen die Chazal, wenn ich gehe Yankiv Avinu Leimes. Die Gemara in Tainis, frage die Gemara, wie bichdi sofdu savdenaye vechonta chantaye vekol vekavraye, und die Gemara empfiehlt, Masari Bachayim, Afu Bachayim. Ist nicht verstandig, wo der Empfer auf der Scheile, wie bichdi sofdu vechonta vekavru. Wo der Empfer? Masari Bachayim, Afu Bachayim. Und was sie gewähnt mit ihm allein, Lechure guckt uns, als sein Guf ist qua Jochel nicht Bachayim. Die wurde einfach auf der Scheile, die Vechul. Wir forschen seine Masbir, als mit dem Empfer Masare Bachayim, Afu Bachayim, ist Kavonossi zu klar machen, als mit Yankiv Avinu Leimes wird nicht gemeint seine Chaye Aguf, in dem ist Tage gewähnt Misse, no vadei benefesh koamri. Wo das ist der Mahalach in der Sicher. Amired den Nefesh, vadei benefesh koamri. Was ungezeichnet in der Ores, als lernen am Rasho. Is Rasche, die ungezeichnet da, lernt anders. Rasche lernt, an nidme lohem shumes. Vahainu shlimes gam beguf. Das ist Shitas Rasche, und wegen dem reden später, Blineder, Bezer Hashem, aber im Pnim von der Siche, der Mahalach in der Siche ist, da geht man mit dem Gang von der Marsha, aber mit dem Teretz, Masari Bachayim, Afu Bachayim, redt man nicht wegen Chaye Aguf, nur mir redt wegen Nefesh. Es bleibt aber nicht movon, lefize, was ist der Chidush bei Yankiven, was darf bei ihm, wird gesagt, Alimes, bei jedem Tzadik seinen die Chaya Nefesh Alei Aminya Nitzchi. Ich sehe mir soll sagen, an der Teres von der Gemara ist, wenn ich gehe zum Nefesh, attacke der Guf, nicht wegen dem Retzich Alimes. Nur mir redt wegen dem Nefesh, aber der Nefesh ist an Nitzchi. Nu, ich weiß der Chidush da, was hat ihm gesagt, a Yankiv Alimes, das ist bei allen Tzadikim, aber der Chaim Ruchnim Seire bleibt auf der Welt. Wie schlimmer, dem Bier in dem, der Aufruf von Yankiv Avinu Leimes, legabi andere Tzadikim, ist sicher benegehe seine Chaim Gashmi. Wie bald damit das shel Yankiv, wie das Emes, ist der Rieber muchlich zu sagen, als Yankiv Avinu, als Chaye Yankiv, seine Nitzchi im Umetum, Eichen Elam Azagashmi. Und der Fall fragt die Gemara Vechivdi, wie kann man sagen, Limes, Begashmis, Bishas seine Chontachantaye, Begufe shel Yankiv. Das heißt, hat gesagt, Yankiv Avinu Limes. Ja. No. Is Retter Bechai Nefesh. Is Basei, was der Chidisch wenn Yankiv Avinu. Mit doch jeder Tzadik Azei. In der Pshat Azei, wenn hat gesagt, Yankiv Avinu Limes, hat gemeint Begashmis. Und der Vater hat gesagt, Yankiv Avinu Limes, und der Moschel nicht Avrom und Yitzchak, die andere Tzadikim, weil Yankiv in Midas Emes. In Midas Emes kann nicht sein Kishinui. Es kann nicht sein Kishinui, ich in dem Minyan, in dem Nicht-Kisher mit Gashmis. I Punkt wie früher, Yankiv Avinu gewinnt eine Schome beguf, Kosher mit Gashmis, ist in dem kann nicht sein Kishinui. Das der Gemeinde sagen, Yankiv Avinu Limes, darf ge Yankiv Avinu, das heißt, dass sie nicht gewinnt Kishinui, bin ich dem Kisher mit Gashmis. Geblieben verbunden mit Gashmis, kosher mit Aguf. Fragt man auf dem, sie da gewinnt, Chontachantaye v'chulu. I was says that lay mes beguf. Is auf dem einfach die Gemara, Mazare bachayim afu bachayim. Wie bald Azare bachayim, wo das ist ein Minyan Nitzchi, in welchen sie nicht scheich, kein Hefsek chas v'sholem, in Bnei Yankiv kann nicht sein, kein Kiloyen chas v'sholem, ist afu bachayim. Weil, die Chaim von Zare ist nicht etwas anderes wie Chaye Yankiv. No das ist wie Chaye benishmas Yankiv, der Nimshach venislabisch ist Zare. Und das Guf in die Sibbe, was Zare Bachayim bei Fenitzchi, weil das ist Hu Bachayim, sie ist Chaye Yankiv, mit das Emes, in welchem es kein Hefsek nicht sein. Kommt aus, als Chaye Yankiv seinen an Minyan Nitzchi, Eichen Elam Azagashmi. Das heißt, wie Klolis in der Territz von die Gemara Azei. Der Guf von Yankiv ist Klal Yisrael. Ist al-derech b'mizok, al-derech, gemoven al-derech. Al-derech b'mizok b'Moshe Rabbeinu. Alei mes, wie bald sie da Guf Gashmi, von dem Nossi in dem Dershel Yachrov, in welchem Nishmas Moshe tut sich an, ist koshur mit Aguf und mit Gashmis, al derech ze bei Yankiv Avinu. Nishmas Yankiv ist ungetan in Aguf, aber wer der Guf ist Klal Yisrael. Zare Bachayim, und das ist Gufe shel Yankiv, das ist Klolis, Lichure, der Bier in der Sicher, das heißt, al derech, wer ist Gufe shel Yankiv, in welchen es tut sich auch Nishmas Yankiv, und das ist Klal Yisrael. Zare Bachayim, ist Hu Bachayim. Das heißt, was ist der Leben? Die Chaim von Zare ist nicht etwas anders wie Chaye Yankiv. Das ist Chaye benishmas Yankiv, was wird nimscher venislabisch. Der Leben von Iden, der Leben von Bnei Yankiv, und die Einiglach, Atzov Kaladeres, Klal Yisrael, das ist nishmas Yankiv. Is kilo neymar a Klal Yisrael is a greiser Guf In welchen Nishmas Yanke was sich angetan. In Nishmas Yanke weiter verbunden mit Gashmis, sie weiter verbunden mit der Guf. Aber wer in der Guf ist alle Iden. Sie leben. In nicht etwas anderes von Chaye Yanke, das ist Nishmas Vechayim Shel Yanke. I bemeili de Chaye Yanke war minje nitzchi eigen elam az Gashmi. Okay. Betzem stehen dort zwei Sachen. Aber Top-Touch, gute Wörter, stehen dort zwei Sachen. Früher sagt die Chaim von Zare, dass sie nicht mehr Yanke, was angetan ist. Danach sagt das Guf in die Siebe, was Zare Bachai. Weil das ist Hu Bachai. Dass die Chaye Yanke mit das Zems. Das heißt, bei ihm hebt sich es so von Yanke überwinden. Wie bald der Yanke, wie der Linie von Nemes, und in Nemes kann ich nun nicht sein, das heißt, darf bleiben, koscher mit Gashmis, wie bald er das ist, Hu Bachayim, bemeile, wird nimmt sich das, was Hu Bachayim, das ist alle Bachayim, und das ist mit Zadem, was Hu Bachayim. Das ist wie Yankiv darf und ist koscher mit Gashmis allemal, bemeile, wie wird nicht koscher mit Gashmis, wie bald tut sich in Klal Yisrael. In die Wörter von die Gemara Tage, Mazari Bachayim, Afu Bachayim, aber in Avon Chaptos von der anderen Seite. Wie bald das Hu Bachayim, Hu Yankev Avinu, ist Bachayim, und Bachayim shall Yankev meint, Chaim Amiti im Emes, wo es die Kosher begashmis, die Meile Zali Bachayim, der Fun wird, als sie leben, Yankevs leben. Sie nicht mehr Yankev, was angetan in sie. Ist Al-Koponim, Bekitzer, und das ist der dritte Reifen, was Rätsel da in der Siche, wenn geht der Nitzchi ist von Yankev. Und noch einmal, der Mahalach in der Siche ist, am Red wegen Nishmas Yankev. Ich meine, gehe zu dem Guf, als steht da. Und bald ist noch ein Bier, aber Al-Koponim, wie sie mir wurde da, ist, das geht mir nicht, dass am Marsho, mit dem Tag Marsho, am Red als Benefisch. I das ist der Teretz, auf dem, Bichdi, Chontu, Sovdu, I take man ne zum Guf, I Gufe shel Yankiv, I gebe nei Seder. Der Lei Mes in der Pshat, Lei Mes, kosher mit Gashmis, wie bald ist ungetan, in Klal Yisrael, in die Gufe von Klal Yisrael. Noch einmal Kilo vorstellen sich, a Klal Yisrael ist a größer Guf, und in Klal Yisrael ist ungetan Nishmas Yankiv. Was meint ungetan Nishmas Yankiv? Das meint, sie leben, sie ruchnisdiker leben, das ist Chaye Yankiv. Und mit dem ist anders Yankiv von anderen. Was man gesagt, wenn ich gehe, David am Melech. Sagt man, als ich bald die Niach Denkmäßig, gelost als Sohn als sie wie nemmer bei Schriva wollen missen. Und das nicht derselbe Linie wie Yankiv Avinu. Die Niach Denkmäßig meint die Niach Denkmäßig. Mit alle Ilui, mit alle Gräse in Joni, was sie da in dem Schleim am Melech. So aber nicht, das steht aber nicht, a Chaye Shleimi gebe Chaye David. sondern da redt man an die Chaim Ruchnim. Die Chaim Ruchnim von Klal Yisrael, durch sie ist Chaim von Yankiv. Von dem Yeshle Heisif, die Kitzer Al-Kolponim, als das sieht man heim bei Muchesh Mamesh. Der was von die Egen und guckt, sieht heim, der Leben ist alles herum dem Reben. Der ganze Leben unserer. Sie alles herum dem Reben. Wegen Reben und herum dem Reben. Die alle Sachen, was mir tut, in Ruchnis, der Lernen, der Davnen, sie alles das Herz der Rebbe. Die Chaim Ruchnim unsere ist klar, sie durchgenommen. Das Herz der Rebbe. Was mir tut, seht mir bemuchers, aber tragt sich zu, mit der Gedel abschittische Bedauer, fühlt sich das öfter nicht, in der Hergisch Golui. Aber am geht der Tracht, seht man das in die Sache, sie alles herum dem Rebbe. Sie bei Schluchim, sie bei Alleiden, sie bei Talmidei Yeshiva. Wo begeht sich Aker? Der Rebbe, was hat der Rebbe getan, und wie hat der Rebbe geführt, und was will der Rebbe, bechol. Gut. Der Norbene Gehe, noch einmal, die sicher letzter der Chals, wenn Chaya Nefesh. Und es guckt du ist, du bier in der Siche, Tage mefurisch, am Red, wenn Chaya Nefesh, und nicht wenn Chaya Guf, die gerät für ihr. Noch da, in dem Verbringen von Chofof, Tovshin Lamed Aleph. Und der Rebbe gerät bei Riches, wegen die Gemorren Tainis. Und dort nicht das gestellt, auf die Schitte von Rasche, als Nidme Lohem, zu die Mitzrim, Nidme Lohem, eine von Hepech Achayim. Aber Bemes, Yankiv, Leimes, Beguf. Und dort das sehr reiche Linien. Das ist hele Reich, ich darf doch verstehen. Für was Tage sagt man, Eimeret Beguf, für was Tage sagt man, a Yankiv wo Bühne Leimes, und man sagt nicht, dass auf Avram und Yitzchak Lemosh. Ich drebe Masbir, und mit Zadketzer Asmat machen das Bekitzer, Avram Avinu sagt man, a Yotzer Mimeno Yishmoel. Esav sagt man, mein Yitzchak Avinu sagt man, Yotzer Mimeno Esav. Die Kinder von einem Mensch haben zu tun mit seinem Guf. Wir waren doch sicher. Bemeile, wenn ich gehe Avram Avinu, wie bald a Yotzer Mimeno, von der Seite das Mimeno, aber sie Yotzer. Ich meine, wenn ich Shmuel, ich gewähne bei ihm Misse, ist qua Jochel, der Rebbe sagt das, ich qua Jochel nevert geworden, der Chelek von Gufe shel Avram, a Shayach zu Shmuel. Der Chelek von Guf, was hat a Shayach zu Shmuel, was Kinder haben a Shayach zum Guf Av, die wir wollen das sicher, wie bald a Shmuel, I Yotzer Mimenu, a weg, niflet geworden, ist qua Jochel eich gewähnt a Ingen von Hefzed, qua Jochel, wie Gufe shel Avram. Ich kann auf dem nicht sagen, Leimes. Der Chelek von Gufe shel Avram, ich do in dem a Ingen von Hepech Achai. Weil der sehr, Yitzchok mit Yishmo, Yitzchok mit Esav. Und Taki Avram hat gesagt, Agorish es Berno Marzeis. Gile Yirash. in der Gehe Yitzchak sagt man, be Yitzchak yikara lechazara, weil they call Yitzchak. Bei Yankee wir geben mit Tasse Schleima. Wie bald das sie geben mit Tasse Schleima, ja, und alle Schwotim haben gesagt, Shema Yisrael Havai Echad, Shem Shem Belibcho Echad, Kach Ein Belibein Echad, sie geben mit Tasse Schleima, Chas v'sholem nicht geben ki Yotza Mimenu. B'meili Gufe Shel Yankev Chai Begashmis. Das der Pshat hat gesagt, Yankev limes, Davke Yankev, mit Zademinia fu mit Tasse Schleima. Die Scheile da ist, hat haben gefragt, die Konto. Das heißt, lassen wir eine Minute rachten, was die Mitzvim getracht. Gufe shel Yanke, mit der Gewechai. Gut, in Meile, was sie getracht? Konto Chantaya, was auf a lebendigen Guf, auf a Guf, was sie da in dem Chai. Ich rebe Masbir Azei. Das heißt, Meile, dem Teichen, die Kitzer. Meile, die Kinder von Yankev, die Schwotim, die geben mit Tasse Schleima. Es wird doch aber sein, deres später und deres noch die deres und Jahren. Efter bemeshech Azman, sein Aid, Chas v'sholem, was Yotza Mimenu. Aid, was afem wird man nicht kennen sagen, as Chayo bis Chayo von Yankev Avinu. Da rieche es, as die Borre Seke. Die Kude ist, am Meile die Schwotim allein, gut, haben gesagt, ein Belibein Elechad, weil die Schwotim, die geben mit Tasse Schleima Mamisch. Aber wer weiß, was wird sein, bemeshech Aderes? Es kann doch sein, Meshech von den Jahren, und von Golus, und von Nisjenes, und von Inyonim, kann doch sein, Aid, was wird sich Chas v'sholem abreißen von der Meibers. Der Meile wird das Wirken auf Gufe Shel Yankev, eine von Kiloyen Chas v'sholem, a Hefset. Al derech, Miyen, wie mir sagt, wie bald der Yotza Mimenu Yishmoel, kann man nicht sagen, auf den ganzen Guf von Avraham, Alemes. Haben die Mitzilim gesagt, Basei, darf man jetzt machen, Chontu Chantaye, aber wollen, wenn es sein, Azainien, soll nie sein, Kin Kiloy Chas v'sholem, in dem Chelik von Gufe Shel Yankev. Was ist der Emes? Und das ist immer die Scheile, wie Chibirdi Chontu. Das heißt, Lechure, das ist ein richtiges Wort. Ich weiß nicht, Leimes, Yankev Leimes, hat ihm geämpft, Mikron Iderisch, Bechulu, Marzari Bachayim, Afu Bachayim, Faran Aftoche von Teire. Bal Yidoch Mimenu Nidoch. Sie nicht da, Sach, als Eid soll gehen verloren. Bal Yidoch Mimenu Nidoch, jeder Eid wird sein und so wie es darf zu sein. Und Chas v'sholem nicht doch in Nieder, welchem wir können sagen, a viel am Ein von Yotza Mimenu. Chas v'sholem. Und beloschen von Rambam, Ifticha Teiro, aber Sefer Golus, Yisrael ist im Tshuva. Ich durfte ihm geämpft. Mit den Mitzrim, doch nicht scheiche zu wissen, als er sagt. Haben sie gemacht, als Hegeldicken Chesben, die gerät früher, als wir darf doch machen, Chonto Chantaye, aber wollen der später, es soll nicht sein, Chas v'sholem, an nicht Chaim begufe Shel Yankev. Hat ihm geämpft, ja, die Mitzrim haben sie getracht, aber was ist der Emes? Das heißt, wir darf das nicht. weil Gufe soll Janke bis Chai und wird sein Chai die ganze Zeit, weil Jidach mit Men und Nidach und Seif Israel lasst Schuwe. Und da viele Eivdim Beretz Hashum, die doch in Beretz Mitzrayim, das so wird sein, a Yovel Ishtachvis, Bahar Hashem Yerushalayim. Gut, das sind mehr wenig. Wegen der Minien von Nitzchius von der Tzadik. Als Achel ist Al-Kusei, gefindt sich auf der Welt, in Elam Hazeh, und beloschen Hazeyar, Ishtakach bekule Almin, Yatir Mibchayei, oder beloschen Gemorre, Hu Bachayim, seine Faran, Kamo, Biurim, Beifan. Und Bekloles teilt sich das auf zwei Eifanim, zwei Biurim. Mitzad HaNeshama und Mitzad HaGuf. Kfi she'yisbor lekamon Be'ezer Hashem. Die beste Sache, Poshut, ist nice Sefer, wenn sie nehmen das von dem Reben Siches. Und wir anheben von der Kote Siches Chelik Chavov. Schmeis. Wo dort ein Rätsel bekloles wegen drei Madreges Veifanim. Tzadikim Bechlal, Moshe Rabbeinu und Yankel Avinu. Es sind drei besondere Unionen, wie es wird nicht baren der Sicher, und bemeile drei besondere Veifanim. Steht der Sicher sei. Benigay Tzadikim Bechlal steht, als viele Bemisosom Kruyim Chayim. Und noch mehr, der alte Rebbe ist Mevar Barucha, als Tzadik, was wird Nifter, gefindt sich in Elam Hazeh noch mehr wie Bechayov. Weil Chaya Tzadik Einam Chayim Psorim, Kim Chaim Ruchni. Und die Chaim Ruchni von dem Tzadik gehen nicht weg von Elam Hazeh, Eich Lachlik Tirosei. Bei der Rabbe, demolt, ist es in einem gewissen Sinn noch bei Yasser Se'eis, aber sein Ruchnis, seine Damos, Nitodia Gboles, mit Zad sein Guvechul. Das ist bei Tzadikim Bechlal. Als Chaya Tzadik ist Chaim Ruchni, Emune Yire V'Ave. Und das bleibt in Elam Hazeh. Aderabbe, bald die Ruchnis in nicht ungetan in Guf, hat es nicht die Agboles mit Zad Guf, bemeile das da bei Yasser Seis, bei Yasser ist. Afel Pikein gefindt man nicht, als der Inje Veloschen von Leimes soll stehen bei anderen Tzadikim. No Blaze, bei Meishen, weil der sehr bei Yankel. Wir schlemmen der Bier in dem. Bei anderen Tzadikim ist der Linie von der starken Bekul Almin, Eich in Elam Hazeh, in Anefen, als sie Ruchnis gefindt sich in Elam Hazeh, als sie der Talmidim können mit Kabel sein, a Spor Ruchnis von Nishmas Rabbe. Aber die Chaya Tzadik Atzmom seien nicht verbunden und ungetan in Gashmiselo. Okay. Das ist Chaya Tzadik, ist Chaim Ruchni. Emune jede Wade. Eichle Achel ist Talkes Tzadik, gefindt sich das auf der Welt. Aber wo gefindt sich das? Da gefindt sich in einer Madrege Ruchnis, was sie nicht umgetan in Elam Hazeh. kommt uns, als Chaim Ruchnim, als in Chaim Ruchnim, ist fortgeworden ein gewisser Schinu. Vehainu, was biptirosom, seine sie schein mehr nicht ongeton in Gashmiselom, und der Rieber ist der Reim, weil Chayes von Aguf ist toll in die Kinder und in die Einiglach bechulu. Und bei Klal Israel, mitos ist Schleima auf alle Iden, von Yermel bis es Mashiach Tzidkeinu bekore Mamesh Bagole Didan, i das sie alt mitos ist Schleima. Vodor, efter יש להיסיף בדרך אפשר. Der Loshna Rama mis die Ptichotera. Bedereinu ze, der Rebbe hat durchgetan lepeil. Dem Ingen von lejidoch mimenu nidoch hat der Rebbe getan das lepeil. Wir halten noch dem Ptichotera. Der Rebbe hat gebracht zurück jeden Iden Zwiderigkeit. Nicht da heint a Iden, was wir können sagen, a fem Hashvi'i Sholem, a Yotze Mimenu von Klal Yisrael. Nicht da das Sach, mit dem Rebbe's Arbeit hat getan der Minie von gebracht jeden Iden zurück. Und Bimetz hat fragen, alle Chure sagt man, a Fran Iden, was darf man noch tun, Schuwe? Wie kann man sagen, am halt, als sich Shinogi tun der Linien von Baal Yidach mit Menu Nidoch. Und Iden haben getan, Schuwe, man sagt doch, Leine Bossor, ich weiß nicht, dass Chure, aber der Rebbe hat dem geämpft. Wie gefragt die Scheile beim Rebbe, wie hat gefragt von Zatschel Yumase, hat mir gefragt die Scheile, hat der Rebbe gesagt, nicht stock in Eid heint, im Gegensatz zum Loschen, aber der Technik gewähnt, nicht stock in Eid, was hat nicht gehabt, Cholaproches ein Hirutschule. Und nefscher mehr, 2 und 3, aber Cholaproches ein Hirutschule, was jeder Eid gehabt, hat schon jetzt. Der Fall darf Mashiach kommen heint. Niskayim gewonnen auf Tachas HaTeire, als lejidach men und nidach. Is Alkoponim, oder der Rebbe getan das Lepeil, tut das Lepeil, rein zurück jeden Iden. I doch sicher, a der Ingen von Hubachayim leidem Teitsch. Mit dem Teitsch von dem Verbringen von Chof auf Tavshin Lamedalef ist sicher, aber am Rebbe das noch mehr betekent. Noch mehr betekent und noch mehr begillt. Mir hat schon gebracht, Guf Klal Yisrael, Chol Proteim, jeder Eid ist schon mitose Schleime begolui. I wie bald die Chaim von Yanke wie Tolui, in mitose Schleime von Iden, und das ist schon da, in Meile, in der Hubachayim starker mehr begillen. Akoponim amule mikol anau, a Frau die 2 Mehalchim, Frau was lehrt sich in Chele Chavov, und dort rät sich mehrer, wenn Chaye ha-Nefesh genau, und was hat sich gerät in Verbringen von Chavov, wenn ich gehe Chaya Guf. Ist interessant, ich frage nach dritten Ort, wo der Rebbe redt wegen dem. Und das ist in Chelik Tesvov, gut, es sich als Chelik Tesvov, bei Chi. Dort redt sich mehrer leidem Gang von Chelik Chavov. Sagt, das meint, als nicht nur der Chayis und Vekus bleibt nicht Chiyus, in Chayane Shome, nur Echle Mate und Ela Mazeh, bleibt der Emes Chayis von Jankiven in seine Kinder, als sie leben dem Emes Chayim von Jankiv Avinu. Al derech, wieder tegen von Chede Chavov. Interessant ist, da sagt der Rebbe, Fran in der Hore, 45, Lahoil mi Pirash Rashi in Tainis, V'chi Bichdi, de Lei Mes Gam Beguf. Man darf trachten, was der Lahoir ist. Aber es kann sein, aber der Lahoir ist auch zu verbieten beide Sachen. Das heißt, beide Sachen gehen bejachet. Das was Leimes beguf. Und das sind mit dem, was mit Tossi Schleimer, was alle Jiden, seinen Bnei Yankiv, bechulu, dass sie gebunden mit dem, was Chaim von Iden, dass sie Chaim Yankiv. Ich sage, Gabelchure Rätsel ben zwei Inyonen, ein Inyan Rätsel, den Chaim an Nefesh, an Neshama, das gefindt sich belubisch in Iden. Und das sind die Nitzchius von Yankiv, damit das Hermes. Noch in der anderen Mahalich Ure, am Red wegen Chai Aguf. Aber es kann sein, dass sie gebunden, noch einmal, die Chai Aguf, hu bachai mi Chai Aguf, das ist doch mit dem, was mit das ist schlimmer. Was jeder Eid ist ist Raid, Bishleimus, mit das ist schlimmer. I was meint der Emerser mit das ist schlimmer, als sein Leben ist Chai Yankiv. Sein Leben beguf, in welchem es tut sich auch nicht bis Yankiv. Mit Zadketzer Azman wird man es losen als sie, betel lechochem v'yakamet.